Testing. Got some reverb.
I can hear you from here.
Okay, great. All right. All right, it's 3:01. I will open this special Grand County workshop on high density housing ordinance, potential revisions and project build out status. Present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Bill Winfield, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, and myself, Jacques Hadler. We have Clerk Gabe Wojtek, County Attorney Stephen Stocks, Associate County Administrator Quinn Hall, and Commission Coordinator Alicia Oliver. And I will now turn over the workshop to Elisa Martin, our Planning and Zoning Director. Hi, Alicia. Elisa.
Thank you, Jacques. I am actually out of town right now, so I'm going to be just joining you remotely.
Thank you for taking time out of your time to join us.
No worries. I want to keep moving this along, so it's all good. I'm going to try to share my screen really quickly here with some slides. Okay, can you all see that?
We can, yes.
Okay, so just to kind of recap from our last workshop, we went through the exercise of kind of going through identifying what the original HDHO intent was. And so I just wanted to kind of recognize that we had a great discussion around that. And I feel like we're all a little bit more clear on what the original intent was. And that mostly the commissioners agreed that the intent was to provide opportunities for local workforce to be able to purchase homes and have the opportunity not to have to compete with second home buyers on the real estate market, among other things as well. So that was that. We did go over the project status in terms of units that are on the market. And so we kind of went through and talked a lot more about the projects that are actually on the market than we did regarding these projects, which we didn't really have a lot to say about at the time because we're waiting for 253 units of the full 312 that were approved to go onto the real estate market. And so I believe it was Commissioner Clapper that had asked if staff would put together a little bit more of a deep dive into where these projects are and why where they've been taking so long to get through to the point where they can start building. So I did look into some of these a little bit more, and I can go into some of the timeline. I tried to put together kind of a rough overview, not to get too into the weeds of every little correspondence that happened over the course of these last 3 years. But essentially, most of these projects were able to get their rezone approved in 2019, in late 2019. So that was the case for Peakview. They received their HDHO 10 rezone district approval in November of 2019. And then subsequently, the preliminary plat was approved as well. Right. I think it was actually approved at the same time. It had been processed concurrently with the rezone. And then in August 4th of 2020, so almost, not a full year, but quite a bit of time had passed to where the final plat was approval for the phase 1. And I don't know if that, I would imagine, and from the narrative that the applicant has provided, that was a combination of the litigation that had been going on, and so the fact that let's see, in 2020, that would have been a few months into, or several months into COVID. So I think a combination of litigation and COVID probably slowed down that caused delays for the final plat to be approved. Between 2020, I guess, for the rest of that year, COVID happening, and then 2021, planning and zoning had a a complete turnover in staff. And so by the time we got up and going in our new roles in the summer of 2021, we began picking these projects back up and processing them. And so at that point, so that I guess the next thing that happened was by November 11th, 2022, the developer submitted their master plan, amended master plan and development agreement with the request for final plat extension. And that is what has been going on for the last year, basically. So this has been a work in progress between the engineer and reapproving the master plan amendments, and then the all the legal review that went into this. And there was, I'm not going to go into all these little details, but there was a lot of time in between where we would request something from the applicant and then a revision was needed. And then a couple months later, they would submit something, and it would just kind of really, it was a slow process getting this to the point where finally in May of 2023, we were able to get them on the Planning Commission public hearing for their final plat extension and amended development agreement. And that is the application that is on your agenda for the regular meeting to finally make a decision on whether or not to approve. Does anybody have any questions about this one and why it was delayed? I know it's kind of a lot to be throwing at you all at once, but.
Okay. Yeah, so, but is it, should we assume that the developer was content to go at this pace, or were they like eager to build and P&Z wasn't responding fast enough, or they wanted to stretch out the building timeline and so they weren't getting, do you have any feel for which of those it was, or neither?
I didn't get the sense that they were trying to delay anything. Like, there was no conversation outright about wanting to create any extended time. But I just think that for whatever reason, this project became complicated with the legal aspects of it. And I think that maybe led to some of the extra review that had to happen between their attorney and the county's attorney. And we weren't working directly with the applicant, we were working through their attorney. And I think so that there was a lot of going back and forth. I think they probably, the attorney would get something from us and then they would have to go back to work with their client. And I think there was just a lot of time lapse between all of that correspondence and checking between all of the different parties that were involved in the review of everything. That's my guess, my best estimate of why this was taking so long. And we also had, at the end of the year in 2022, of course, we had the election and our county attorney leaving and then getting a new county attorney. That took some time, to get just for that transition. I think that also affected the processing of this.
Great, thanks, Elisa. Mary had a question for you.
Wasn't this the project that we had some issues with the drainage that we had to go through some changing?
No, this one was not. You'll see in the next, I think that's the next
this
slide.
wasn't it?
I think it was Viewgate that you were referring to. There was the injection well, and that was a very complicated engineering.
I think this one
I
also
think in the very early days of this one, there was also
there might have been
details. Just it was crossing the road and then going
crossing the road.
Oh, okay. So I wasn't around for that part of it, but I can imagine that would be part of the delay if there was technical engineering review related to the drainage.
Yes, the drainage. I believe that was the one we were on Zoom. It was during the Zoom time, and seems like there was some real complications and difficulties with the drainage.
Yeah, and that would have been reviewed for the final plat of phase 1, most likely. So that was probably contributing to the delay between 2019 when they got their rezone and then when they finally got the final plat approval in 2020.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions on this particular one? Okay, you're good to move on, Elisa.
Okay, the next bigger project that we're kind of waiting on to get through the process here is the Desert Soul HDHO, and this one was originally named Sandstone. Well, sorry, it was named Sundance, and then there was Sandstone Cottages, and now it's Desert Soul, and they're sticking with that name. So, this one they did get their HDHO 10 district approval in 2019. And then again, I think this was during the phase where there was litigation happening. This was kind of the black box for me. I wasn't here for this time period between the 2019 approvals and then all this time that happened between when they kind of picked up their application again and started moving forward. Definitely COVID was in there somewhere between their district approval and when they came back to planning and zoning and requested that they wanted to completely amend their district approval and resubmit in order to get approved for a 42 lot master plan versus 40 lots. And so that required them to go through 2 public hearings. And I'm sure we started this started reviewing their application for this in probably the fall of 2021. And so then by the time it was December 7, 2021, they did get that approved. It could have been a little bit earlier before, because that was kind of when we just started at the Planning and Zoning Department. I'm talking about myself and John and Jenna. So they had their approval for that in 2021. And then by March 17th in 2022, their preliminary plat was approved by the Planning Department. Was no longer required to be approved by a Planning Commission at that time. So that's not a huge gap, I would say. By the end of 2021, they had completed their amended rezone. And then a few months later, they were able to get their preliminary plat approved. And then final plat came in June that same year. But then in the fall of 2022, the applicant began conversations with Planning and Zoning about potential changes. And I believe this was also the time when they were looking at changing ownership of the project. So the new developer and their team started looking at the plans and the civil plans and everything, and they decided they needed to change things. And so that really took a bit of time to get their amended civil plans, and that also required them to go back and update their opinion of probable cost. And so that was a lot of engineer review and back and forth between the developer and the engineer. They finally did get their final revised civil plans and updated OPC in just this month, June 12th. And then just today, we got the approval from the county engineer for their approved, for their civil plans and their updated OPC. So that project is actually wrapping up as we speak, and they should be able to submit their bond and record the final plat within the next week or so, 2 weeks, I would say. And then they'll be on their way. Does anybody have any questions on this one?
Questions on Desert Soul? Looks like not, Elisa. Or did you have one, Kevin?
Well, I guess I did. So this was the original developer of this was Glenn Lent, who's the same developer as Rancho Nuevo. Is he still associated with this, or has it been changed hands?
I don't know for sure. I haven't corresponded with Glenn since way back when it was in the preliminary plat phase. So I don't know for sure. I'd have to look into that.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anybody else? Are we good on that one?
I think we can move on.
Okay. So this one is the other really large project, HDHO project, Viewgate Terrace. And this is the one that is just behind the Wingate Hotel and has 120 or so units, and it's a multifamily apartment. They did get their district approval in October of 2019, and then in May of 2020, preliminary plat for phase 1 was approved by the Planning Commission. At that time, Planning Commission still needed to approve preliminary plat. And then July 21, their phase 1 final plat was approved by the commission, allowing for the development of the Wingate Hotel. And so this is where this project, I think, probably was a little longer timeline in the way that it was a commercial development. At the same time, it's an HDHO development. So I don't recall, because I obviously wouldn't recall because I wasn't there, but I don't know for sure what all of the steps were that had to go into that part of the development for the commercial part, and what delays would have been related to that. But the next step after the commercial development was done was to go ahead and subdivide lot 2, which is where the multifamily HDHO units are going. So let's see, in December 16th, 2021, the developer submitted written request for the final plat extension. And this was in order to go ahead and process their phase 2 final plat. They needed to get this final plat extension. So they went ahead with that. This was the one that was delayed also for engineering review of their injection well, maintenance agreement. And there was also a lot of complicated legal review that took quite a bit of time, as I recall. So finally, by February 2022, their final plat extension was approved by the Planning Commission and County Commission. That requires 2 public hearings. And then just a couple months later, in April, the phase 2 final plat was approved by Commission, but the developer did not record until May of 2023, basically a year later, due to what they described as their delays in getting their construction loan approved. And they needed that in order to submit the improvements bond. So there were a lot of things that were kind of dependent on each other and in order for this to finally get recorded. But they are done. They recorded their final plat phase 2. And so, as I said previously, they're probably just wrapping up with their building permits, and they should be moving forward with their improvements. So any questions on this one?
Looks like not, Elisa.
Okay. Okay, so that's all I have for the going kind of into the larger projects that were delayed. Then I wanted to just kind of bring up again what I thought was the consensus based on the straw poll votes at the last workshop on June 6th. So the consensus for removing the developer or investor who was building the project to be qualified as an AEH that had most of the commission's support. And then the other one that also had support was the removing ownership restriction for multifamily apartment developments, where the units are not sold individually, but are rental units. So we need to clarify in the land use code that those units would remain restricted for occupancy, but the developer of an apartment complex would not have to be a Grand County entity or qualified as AEH. The other eligibility or related requirement that was generally agreed upon was to expand the worker eligibility to San Juan County within the 84532 zip code. Does everybody, I mean, do we still have general consensus on this, or do we need to spend any more time on these?
Everyone? Yeah, it looks like we have pretty good consensus, Elisa.
I have one question.
Mary has a question for you.
Okay.
What was brought up to me was oftentimes condominiums are used as rentals.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any thoughts of how, if such a condominium is being used as a rental? Or is that
I mean, I guess I would just, in my mind, I would think of condominiums also as an opportunity for ownership. And so, because you can think that the same way about
you can.
a single family
Yeah, you
home can also be used as a rental. And under our current rules and regulations, you can own an HDHO unit and rent it out and not live in it, but you do have to be qualified as an actively employed household to do that. So I think it would be just up to you if you wanted to kind of look into that more, and up to the commission if you wanted me to look into that and kind of weigh out the pros and cons.
I'd be interested in looking into that. I think in straight up condos.
Mm-hmm.
So you're just saying, is the proposal for condos not worry about ownership? So treat them differently from houses? Is that the?
Right, I think that's what you're saying, right, Mary?
Well, what would that look like? 'Cause, I know people who live in various condos, like over near across from Days Corner Market. And a lot of those people rent. A lot of those people that live there are renters. They don't own the condos.
Yeah.
But then a lot own them too. So it somewhat feels like when you're over there that it's kind of a mixed rental unit and ownership unit.
I guess I'm personally not enthusiastic about that idea. I think one of the purposes was to create not just a market for a rental market, but like a home ownership or condo ownership, townhome ownership market as well. And we were trying to restrict that to the local workforce. I think also when the ownership gets that fractionalized, I think it's a heavier workload on just keeping track of all the various owners and enforcement. So I think in my mind, there's a pretty big distinction between like having an entire apartment building where that's not, we're not trying to make apartment buildings as entire projects cheaper and worrying about that in market. So I think that's a pretty big step.
And I can see one of the concerns that I thought of today when I was considering it was that if someone that doesn't live here buys a condo and has the extra income to do so at a higher rate, then all of the condos equity and such would go up, and thus making the remainder condominiums unattainable for the working class in Grand County. That would, because I really was trying to think this through because I could see kind of a gray area. Mm-hmm. And so that was what my biggest concern was, that by doing that, you might inadvertently drive up the price.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Mary.
And then it would turn into an apartment complex.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I want to throw condos into the mix, if that's okay.
So I just brought it up because it was something that I wanted. I've been contemplating since our last meeting, and I was trying to weigh the pros and cons. I wanted to hear everybody else's.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are moving in the direction with the multifamily zoning districts and the density bonus program that we are going to be implementing in the land use code. We are going to be getting more rental units online. So I feel like we'll be able to fill that need through the MFR districts, and that the HDHO was really intended for the ownership, So that's my.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. So the next slide. So I was kind of hoping that to continue the discussion. I don't know if you want to go here, but we didn't get around at the last workshop to look to really discussing or doing a straw poll vote on these possible revisions. So the revisions that are still on the table for consideration would be to clarify whether accessory dwelling units should be restricted for occupancy by AEH. And then the issue of a self-employed worker who works out of their home, and whether or not we should look at modifying the requirement for 75% or more of their clients to be local. And then the remote worker requirement for their clients to also be 75% local. Does the commission feel like we should be still considering these, or are these important or as a priority?
I think where we left things last, I mean, we reviewed the full list of proposed changes, and then we were, you know, if someone was in favor of one of the things and thought, you know, they weren't alone in that, then they would just propose it. You know, so rather than discussing everyone for 5 minutes, we were just asking people to put forward the ones they thought, you know, we should maybe adopt. And we got 3 done that way, and we ran out of time. So
Yes, exactly.
I guess we could continue that and just see if anyone's fond of one of these 3 that you have on the screen, or any of the others that we reviewed last time.
So I think the self-employed working out of their home has value. My recommendation might be to lower that to 50%. And I mean, this might be one of those, yeah. Anyways, I can't remember the one particular example that we discussed. And we don't have to obviously discuss the individual, but if
It
you
was a tough one. I think that particular individual was working out of their home. There's someone who'd been in the community for over 10
forever.
years.
Right.
But I think their percentage of local clients was down in the like 25-30%
25,
range.
yes, that's correct.
Right.
But the
Mhm.
reality is the individual's paying taxes,
They've been a member of the community for
right?
Yeah.
Paying tax, you know what I mean? I mean, they will be paying taxes, and they're obviously purchasing food here that's adding to our tax base. Anyways, I'm just throwing that out. I'm okay with whatever you guys
And
think.
is that, I'm not recalling the example, is the work occurring locally, or is it?
It's remote work, so they're working.
I think she was running, or this individual was running a business that she engaged with clients all over the place, and some of them were in Grand County, but it wasn't a high percentage of clients.
That's right.
so-
And it's different from the remote worker who doesn't work for themselves. They might be employed by a large company outside of Grand County. But the
So self-
self-employed person is actually running a small business out of their home, and they
Right.
happen to have clients that are located all over. So,
Including
So-
Grand County.
right.
Yeah, I mean, so this scenario, I think, was, you know, discussed from the beginning of HDHO, and the big fear, which I think has become more of a fear post-COVID, is that there's a big pool of relatively well-off people who are able to work remotely, and that we didn't, you know, want other people, you know, that kind of competition would drive up prices. That was the fear. I think the current proposal has this provision that they have to have lived in the community for some number of years, which I think it addresses that fear somewhat. But it is, I mean, I'm sympathetic. I'm kind of more or less a remote worker myself. I think they're great people, and I know other people who live remote, and they're all great too. But I just think the feeling, you know, where we need to focus housing help isn't. Yeah, a lot of these remote jobs tend to pay better, and even without this, you know, there's, you know, housing prices are skyrocketing in lots of Mountain West towns, and, you know, it's all through Montana here, and the reason is, you know, because of COVID, more people are able to move remotely, and if you can not move, work remotely, and if you can work remotely, why not live in Moab? You know, we know it's a great place to live. So,
So would you delineate self-employed and separate it from a remote
That's
worker that's
exactly what I was
employed
gonna
by
ask you.
Google or
Right,
employed
right.
by?
well, you know, a lot of the employees of Google are technically contractors, and they're technically self-employed. So I don't think there's a sharp distinction between. I would lump these two together and treat them the same.
Now by the third bullet down, no percentage required, but 3 minimum years of taxes paid in Grand County or San Juan County. Does that mean if they've lived here 3 years and have paid taxes, they qualify? If they are self-employed and remote worker, do I understand that correctly?
That's how I'd read it.
Yeah, I mean, we can
Yes.
make it whatever we want it to be.
Mhm.
But I wonder, is that sales taxes or property taxes? And if it is property taxes, what about people who rent? They're just out
Yeah.
of luck.
Yeah, lived here for 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, that would be tough. That's actually doesn't really make sense because if they have property taxes, that means they already own property in
Right.
Grant County. So
Yeah, so
I think that
doesn't
one
make
kind of has to
sense.
go away, but maybe there would be some other measure of residency, like that they voted in the last, 5
Last
elections. I don't know.
Yeah, that.
Stephen had a point he wanted to make.
Leases, you could utilize leases, and then also not trying to be a stickler, but we would probably have to define living here, how much percentage of the year that we would want, but a lease hold would be an easy way to do it. Most people are on leases. You can get an affidavit from the landlord, something similar.
True. Yeah, that's
And
good.
I think the clerk's office has a big list of ways to prove residency for purposes of voting. So we could certainly try to come up with something like that.
Because if they've lived here for a number of years and, that they're showing that they're engaged and want to be part of the community. And so I see that as a better way for self-employed remote workers, and, or however if we want to lump them together, that, if they come here and, they haven't lived here 3 years, they'd have to prove otherwise that maybe with the clients would make sense.
Yeah, kids, it would be easy to prove that they had kids in school for a few years.
Yeah. Because I think, because
I see the value in that as well. Someone who's committed to the community. It's been. Bill?
I think everybody's pretty well aware of my opinions on the matter, but I think the goal here is to try and loosen this up a little bit and anywhere that we can to help people get into these houses. I've sold one, still have another one that is for sale, and I just haven't run into this self-employed or remote worker situation in either one of them. I realize I don't have 120 of them like the other development, but the goal is to get people who live here, send their kids to school here, to be able to get into housing, and we keep putting up roadblocks. We don't open up more doors.
That's what we're doing here right now.
Well, I hope so.
That's what we're doing.
I'm seeing a lot of roadblocks and very little of your doors opening.
well, I had the door open that I think maybe the thing would be that they live here show that they are, invested in the community. And then maybe take away the requirement of 75 or 50 that their clients are in town. Because they could, because we want to make sure there's people here that are vested in the community and are working here. And
Mike has his hand up.
You're okay. Mary said it for me. 75 are getting rid of more than 75% of local clients on self-employed and lowering the percentage. Getting rid of lower the percentage to 50% if they're self-employed and in the area and can prove residency in the area. Then what do we care about their clients being out of town? Their money's being spent here.
Evan?
I'm more with Kevin on this one. I think that I can appreciate trying to open these roadblocks or doors up, but through the conversations that I've had around the program, I think it kind of focuses more on the first half of this workshop where things are taking 4 years to break ground. And speaking with people who have applied, it's more about the price is still unattainable for them. So people who are meeting the current requirements are still being, there's not that inventory available. And the way it was designed was so that developers or project managers would be motivated to bring the prices down to an attainable level. So rather than opening it up to contractors who have clients in San Francisco or Manhattan and are getting fat paychecks, I'd rather keep it pretty snug while these units are we're still waiting on them to come in line, and really allow the local workforce a chance to compete at local rates. So by having the majority of clients not local, I think it's skewing that competition. And I'm in favor of keeping the eligibility requirements as they are.
I guess I do also have concern. I mean, it's great when people find housing, but the way this program works is we want prices to be lower. Otherwise, there's no point in having the program. And the way we keep prices lower is we restrict the people who, so we second homeowners, they're not allowed. And I think that there is a very large pool of local workers. And so the question is, does putting a 3-year requirement or a 5-year residency requirement, would that address that problem? I'm not sure what I think. I think I'm still on the fence about whether that's enough to solve that problem. I think I would definitely go for longer than 3 years personally, just because I think it's easy enough, for someone to sort of establish residency. A lot of people are very itinerant. And I think the sort of remote worker is sort of, I think is, there's multiple causes for what's driving up housing costs, throughout the West, but most articles you read point to exactly this sort of person. And so by allowing them in on this thing, then we're just sort of making this housing market the same as the unrestricted housing market, which is, too expensive for, the genuine local workers.
Mike.
Elise, do we have any data that says we've allowed this many self-employed or remote workers, or we prevented this many self-employed or remote workers from attaining housing? Do we have anything that says this is the thing that's
other than the we only have that one instance that somebody was working with HASU to get qualified for an HDHO unit, and that was the one that Jacques and Trish brought up, where it wasn't going to work out for this person because they did not have the 75% or more local clients. So that there's only one example that I know of so far that somebody's had to been turned away.
Oh, okay, and piggybacking onto that, do we have one that's prevented 100 people from achieving a house, or do we have it's like a bigger problem besides? I agree. Besides price, do we have the main problem out there?
Are you talking about as far as the eligibility requirements? Like
Yeah,
which ones are the most prohibitive?
Yeah. Well, what's one? I mean, which one had 100 applicants we had to say no to because of this? Or has that happened? Yes.
No, I mean, HASU's been able to qualify, I think roughly about 32 or 35 people so far for the HDHO units that are available on the market right now. And there's only like 40 or so units that are on the market. So I feel like the number of folks that have been qualified so far by HASU is almost very close to being in alignment with how many units are actually available on the market.
But I guess the comparison, let me try to ask Mike's question a little bit differently. Are we having people come in, express some initial interest in one of these units, and then they talk to Laura and Laura says, no, there's this requirement that you didn't meet. And so are there very many people in that category?
Laura, will you come up? Laura?
Yeah, come on up, Laura. Thanks.
Is Laura in there? Oh, good.
She is, yes.
Awesome.
And point the microphone toward you.
To my knowledge, I don't have many folks just like come in and then are not able to be eligible. So I don't know if that's like coming at a higher level, like with a real estate agent, and they're able to really effectively, share the eligibility requirements, or if the folks who are actually interested in the HDHO already know what it requires. I guess I did have someone email me a couple of weeks ago asking actually about a property, and they realized that they were not local, but they didn't know about the HDHO. So I would say generally, I don't have a gauge on how it gets filtered down.
Right. They could be getting information from anywhere higher up before they even. Yeah. Sure.
Genuinely know that you want to move forward with this.
Course, yeah.
It's actually been good that it doesn't give us as much of a representative sample of how many people might not actually fit into these qualifications, but it's also good that we're truly going through the process already know.
Yeah, right. Okay. Bill had his hand up a little. Okay.
I just want to make the point, and I don't know if it's just a misunderstanding or what, but there is not a single restriction that reduces the cost of a house. I don't care how many restrictions you put on it. All you do is, number one, drive the cost up. And you continue to limit the people that can get into the house by restrictions. It in no way, shape, or form keeps the price of that house low. It still costs X amount of dollars to build it. You're not helping somebody get into a home, nor are you helping keep prices down. You're continuing to drive them up by
And
restrictions.
Evan had his hand up.
Well, I mean, so 2 points. Sorry I'll come back to you.
That's good.
But in the first point, like, this was drafted with that intent that it wasn't gonna set numbers or wages, or this is what the cost is. It was really asking the developers to create a product that would serve this niche. And the limiting factor is who is eligible. And so if a developer went out and built units that were $700 a square foot, they kind of shot themselves in the foot, because that's what this was all about, was like, how can we get creative? And we're not developers. We're not telling them how to do it. The ball was in their court to carry that and figure out how to develop a product that would be affordable for local workers. And so to piggyback on that, and the order of operations, when somebody's coming to you for approval, have they already been in touch with lenders? And
Generally,
yeah,
Yeah.
because I really see that as the thing, is because I have been touting this program. I've been encouraging people to apply for it, and the units that are out there are still, there's nothing under $250,000, and they're still very expensive. And so hopefully these other ones that are coming down the pipe are going to see what's going on, and instead of building bougie projects, they're going to build something that locals can afford to live in. And that's really the goal of what it was. And that's why we didn't put any kind of income requirements or any kind of numbers around it. It was all just about, are you here working, getting your hands dirty? Well, here's an opportunity for you to get into a house. So I think that, if you want to talk about whether an ADU should be restricted or not, that's a whole other conversation. If we need to put more people in the planning and zoning department in order to get these things fast tracked through, that could be a conversation. But, opening the floodgates to let more workers who are not focused locally, I don't see that as the answer to this at all. This is going to continue to allow other folks to outcompete our locals who are getting turned away by the lenders before they even make it to HASU to see if they're eligible.
I hardly think the floodgates have been opened here with 59 units. People living in, but your point's taken.
Stephen had something he wanted to ask.
So
Laura.
for Ms. Harris and for Elisa, specifically related to these two things, I think we saw self-employment or self-employed basis recently be denied. Is that correct?
Yeah, with that case then.
Right. Apart from that one, have there been any other ones that have applied that have just not triggered for qualifying?
No.
Okay.
What?
Again, there have been a few conversations that I've had with folks. And
Sure.
we realize that they're not eligible. They don't pull out.
But going back to, I think Mike's original question, we're just trying to understand which of these restrictions is more limiting, and when we might change, now we allow lion tamers, but there are very many lion tamers, so that'll make no difference. And I think the answer to Mike's question is we don't know, because those people take themselves out of the running before they ever talk to Laura or anything like that, because they just look at the rules and they say, oh gee, I'm not eligible, so I'm not going to take it further. So I think it's an important question you asked, and we don't know the answer.
Mary?
Yeah. I think you're exactly right. That would be a very difficult thing to measure. I just don't think we would be able to. I think we could get some, like Laura was saying, some sense from some of the realtors that have been talking to folks. But we wouldn't have a hard number.
Mary, you had a hand up?
Yes, just going back somewhat to the history, when it was a different commission, of course, when we approved this. And one of the commissioners that was on board at the time, it was very conservative fiscally, you'd say very, he was Republican, very, and he was very excited about this because we weren't putting restrictions as far as money. And he said it was a way to have the price of the units would be driven by the need and not by saying these are and that the developers would be responsible for building the units that would be affordable for the people who live and work here, such as nurses and teachers and such. So that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good point to keep reminding ourselves, is that if professionals in our community, such as nurses, even, folks that work for the county or the city, people who are, professionals in their field, if we can't build houses that even just the bare minimum of the cost of building houses, we can't meet the needs of just being able to provide that for our professional segment of the community. I mean, that's pretty sad. Then we're in a pretty bad spot. You know what I mean? If the only people that can afford homes based on the construction costs are people that are outside of the community, I have a hard time reconciling that for being that's what we're actually dealing with.
The other beauty of it is that it's only a percentage. So if you are building 10 houses, you could build 2 really high-end, high-dollar, high-profit houses, and through that profit, support the other 8 on the lot. So it's not a one-for-one balance.
Doesn't quite work that way, but again, you admitted you're not a developer.
Right.
So I guess I want to do, I think the point Bill raised a few minutes ago, I was a little confused. It sounded like you were saying construction costs aren't affected by these restrictions, which is true, but we're talking about sales costs. And in that case, the price that, say it's a pre-existing house that was built a long time ago, the price definitely depends on how many people are bidding for it. And that's what this whole conversation is about. So did I misunderstand you, or were you just talking about construction costs? Or
construction costs are driven by many factors, including your restrictions. They're driven by factors. You can't build cheap houses, as Evan's talking about, that people can get into that are so cheap. He says there's nothing under $250,000. Well, dream on. You can't build a $250,000 house in this town, even if you do it and subsidize it. And that's what it is required to meet that lower number. So to get the people who work here, as Elise was just saying, you have to open this up, because even people that make a good wage in this town still can't afford the homes that are built. And it isn't because the developers are building big houses, as Evan says, and trying to overbuild on the market. That's not the case. That's not what's going on in any of these HDHO units. They're being built as cheaply as they possibly can. The only way to beat the cost that's being done on these HDHOs is to use free labor, as Community Rebuilds does. And we know that even that product has a lot of problems in itself. So there's a cost here. It isn't like we're building houses for $400,000 and marking them up to $800,000 so that we get rich. There's a huge cost to build these products anymore, and you're not driving that cost down with a single thing that we're doing.
I want to point out that we're at 10 minutes till, so we only have a few minutes left, and I think we should probably give Lisa and PNZ some clarity on these last couple of. So I would say, what are you guys? What do you think as far as this goes? I personally would feel okay with the 3 to 5, probably prefer 5-year proof of residency myself, and maybe lowering it to 50%. But
do you want to just go around and get everyone's opinion?
Yeah,
50%.
What do you think, Mike?
3-year
3 or 50%.
3 or 50%.
You're in favor of, Mary? Come back to you, Trish.
What's going on in there, Mary?
Well,
I'm
debating.
gonna go. I saw the hamster on the wheel.
It's okay to say you're undecided.
5-year, 50%,
Bill?
3 years.
Yeah.
just 3 years.
Or
I'm
none
fine
of the
with
above,
the-
right?
I'm fine with how they currently are.
Great.
Yeah, I'm also not sure I see the need for a change, but I think 5 years is better than 3 years, and I guess I'm less concerned about. Yeah, I'm not sure what I think about percentage of
Yeah.
clients, but I think the length of residency and how we establish it would be important, and I'm sort of with Evan that I think there's good. I'm not sure we support it regardless.
Mike?
It-
Or actually, yeah.
Part of the struggle, is there any questions on the ADU?
Yeah, I was
Right,
just
yeah,
gonna,
yeah,
just gonna
yeah.
talk
I
about that,
mean-
Mike. Yeah, it's
Well,
good.
can we do a go around?
Land
on
use
that
code
next?
says no overnights, and I kind of like what's being done already.
Yeah, opinions on ADUs?
So we finished with the.
Oh, Mary, you didn't get a chance to weigh in.
I would be okay if we had a 5 to 7 year residency in the county. And that to me would prove commitment to the community.
You mean that as a qualifier to be a renter in the
Yeah.
ADU?
No, I'm not talking, I would.
Oh, sorry.
Wait.
Right.
Yes,
We're
right.
backwards. Sorry.
Because I had a hamster, going around.
And on the ADU,
So we haven't had much discussion.
right?
I mean, I think ADUs did come up in the original HDHO, and I thought the understanding then was very, it's not accidental that ADUs are included. That was discussed, and people agreed that if there was an ADU, it should be same restrictions. So I just wanted to point out that this, we're not addressing some inadvertent issue that wasn't anticipated. This would be a significant change.
Can I ask a qualifying question?
Please.
So based on that, it makes sense on what they should do on that. Is that same metric applied to remote workers? That everyone's just, it's said now with the
Self-employed and remote.
self-employed, so would it just replicate?
I think we're kind
Yeah.
of talking about both.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like Kevin pointed out, is a pretty fuzzy line between remote and self-employed. Yeah. Does that give you enough to work with, Elisa?
Yeah, for sure. I think,
Okay.
what I'll probably do is, do maybe kind of present at the next, I don't know if we want to do another workshop or if the next thing would be to bring, land use code amendment, actual red line section, and do a little bit more research on the residency requirement and how we could shape that to be pretty fail-proof. And then,
That'd be-
yeah.
that'd be my
bring that
preference.
forward. Okay.
So, I was going to give an opinion about ADUs, but I also wanted to throw out, this is something that was discussed in maybe the workshop we had at the library, but I don't think it's on Elisa's list. I just didn't want us to lose track of it is, for us to understand whether this program is working, we need to keep track of sales prices of houses and seeing whether this is making any difference or not. But, because Utah is a non-disclosure state, that information is released automatically. So I wanted to propose looking at the possibility that if there is a revision that, added to the deed restrictions or the fact that, sales price is always disclosed to the county so that we can monitor this program, know whether it's working.
And we could clarify that that it would be private, it would be confidential, but that the county would have access to that information, the commission.
We could. I mean, most of the country had this public information, so it's not like the sky will fall if
Okay.
it's disclosed. But yeah, we could add the priming thing.
Sure, Steve.
So one more question on this, I think, and just hear me out. So if you have on self-employed or remote workers some percentage amount, that requires them to document that they are actually working. Because what stops me from saying I'm self-employed at my underwater basket weaving, whatever, and I have 100% of my clients are outside the area. If you don't ask for a percentage, I don't have to show you much
Oh, that's
information.
true.
So if you make that change, you're really just making a change to the entire program that says, if you're here to 3 to 5 years, we don't care about your percentage. What stops somebody from saying they're self-employed or working remote? I just add that not for confusion's sake, but just as a nightmare scenario for people trying to enforce this.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point, good point.
Good.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Kevin?
Yeah, so I guess we need to express opinions on ADUs, so I'll express mine quickly. I'm not in favor. I think one, you look at a lot of ADUs out in the valley, and it's really hard to distinguish the main house from the ADU. They're often pretty similarly sized. And so I think it would really dilute the program if on every lot you could have one restricted unit and one unrestricted unit. So I feel strongly that we should, keep the restrictions on ADUs.
Anyone else have a opinion express on?
I'll agree with Kevin.
Okay. Mike?
I'm all for most all ADUs as long as they're not being used for land use code for overnight rentals. If it's for long term, I'm for them.
Okay.
Yeah, for all.
Yeah, for
restriction free,
any,
but
restriction free.
for
ADU. Got it.
for
Yeah,
ADUs there.
understand.
I guess another thing that is not on the slide, I don't think it is. One thing that came up in the earlier workshop is what about like family members? Like, so the person living in the main house is qualified, and they, in the mother-in-law apartment, they want like an actual mother-in-law, not just
Right. Yeah.
something like that. And I think that kind of, I would be open to discussing that further to see how it would work. But other than that, I think just making it another unrestricted unit, I wouldn't be in favor of.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with you, and I'm all for my mother-in-law in the ADU. Not my mother-in-law.
My actual,
Yeah.
I
So
would
Kevin,
almost,
are you saying that they would need to just, that there would be an exception to the occupancy requirement for the
Family
ADU
members.
if they could prove that it was a direct family member?
That I was throwing the idea out there,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
say,
Okay.
proposing that we discuss it further. That's all.
I could see if an ADU was almost treated like another bedroom in the unit. So that
Mhm.
whatever the overall occupancy requirement is, that whoever's in the ADU is kind of like meeting that eligibility thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense to me too, actually. I think that's
But
interesting.
it's a gaping hole because the requirement for unrelated reductions is 50%. So if you're in, a local worker in the main house, then you can have a completely non-local work in the ADU and you would still meet the 50% threshold.
I think the family tightens it up a little bit.
Yeah, no I agree, but
All right, any other comments before we recess for just a couple of minutes? All right, thank you, Elisa, and I will now close this workshop. And we will
Thank you so much.
let's give it 5 minutes. So let's get back here at 4:05. Does that work for everybody? Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to professionally.
All right, it's 4:04, and I will now call to order this Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting on June 20th. All present are Commissioners Kevin Walker, Evan Clapper, Bill Winfield, Tricia Dean, Mike McCurdy, Mary McGann, myself, Shock Hadler, Clerk Gabe Wojtek, County Attorney Stephen Stocks, Associate County Administrator Quinn Hall. We will now have a citizens to be heard session, and I'll remind everybody this is citizens to be heard for Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District. Is there anyone who would like to be heard on Thompson Springs? Is there anyone online who is here to talk about Thompson? All right, it looks like not. I'll move to the approval of meeting minutes from our May 16, 2023 Thompson Springs meeting. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I move to approve the minutes from the 5/16/23 Thompson Special Service Fire District meeting minutes.
Thank you, Mary. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any discussion on said minutes? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And the motion passes unanimously. Ratification of payment of bills. Total bills in the amount of $2,418.62. Total payroll in the amount of $1,791.92. Combined bills and payroll in the amount of $4,210.54.
So moved as read.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner McGann, a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion on bills? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of approving the bills, raise your hands. And motion passes unanimously. I will move on to Chief Markham's report, and Chief Markham is unable to be here today, but I believe Commissioner Hadeen will read Chief Markham's report.
Yep, so recent incidences on, actually today, there was an RV fire on Highway 191 at mile marker 154. As far as equipment, on his engine 21 pump hose reel wired and is working. And on June 15th, State Fire Apparatus MOU with inspections was done. The trainings that he's been to at the end of May, Canyonlands Regional Airport Emergency Exercise Tabletop. At that same time, a radio orientation, and then an electric vehicle training at the beginning of June. And then just a few other things. At the end of May, he mowed weeds around the fire hydrants and fire station. On the 15th of June, getting wildland radios programmed by Carbon Emery Fire Warden in Green River. On the 19th of June, Fire Department entity registration renewal with the Lieutenant Governor's Office. And then lastly, ULGT automobile and liability insurance due at the beginning of July. And that's it.
All right, thanks, Trish.
Yeah.
Looks like we don't have any new or old business. Anyone have a future consideration for Thompson? All right, we don't have a public hearing or closed session, so I will adjourn the June 20th Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District meeting. And I will call to order the June 20th Grand County Commission regular meeting. All present are those who were present for the Thompson meeting, and I will we'll all rise for a pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we move into citizens to be heard, real quick, I just wanted to point out that we have a change in our agenda that we had discussed. We moved the ratification of bills and the approval of minutes to the consent agenda. And we've just been having some super long meetings, and we were looking at ways that we could just cut a little bit of time here or there. We usually pass those unanimously. Everyone has a chance to look at the minutes and the bills before we start. And when I read the consent agenda, I will put the amount of the bills in there so everyone is aware. So just making anyone aware, if anyone does want to discuss any of that, then you can pull it off the consent agenda. Okay, thanks. All right, we'll move to citizens to be heard. So if you are here to make comment, you may please come forward, state your name, and we'll give you 3 minutes to make comment. Anyone in the chamber who'd like to come forward, please. If you would sit down, and then there's a mic right there. So yeah, or if you want to stand, you may stand at the podium there.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name's Colleen Tibbetts, and I'm here to express my concern that you are sending a letter out of approval for the BLM to change their rules. I mean, it just, the way the BLM is set up now, they have everything that they need to make the adjustments that they need for the lands. And I just feel like that this is overreach. And I feel that maybe there's some special interests going on here, some favoritism. I mean, this is our lands. And that it will take away from the people that live here, that come. There's ways that the BLM can mitigate people and problems that they have on the lands, but to just close it off to our kids and our kids' kids seems like it's pretty harsh thing to do. And so does anybody have any questions for me?
Usually during citizens to be heard, we will listen to you and hear your point. And then when we get to that particular agenda item, then we'll have a discussion about it amongst ourselves and speak to that particular
So I
point.
just felt pretty strong that it's just important for the land to be for everyone's use, not for special interest groups, and that the citizens of Grand County and other places that come here and want to enjoy it have that opportunity.
All right, thank you, Colleen.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the chambers like to come forward and make a comment at this time? Yes, sir. Lynn, come forward.
Just a clarification,
If you'd yeah, speak into the mic so the people online can hear you.
I just want to make sure, my name is Lynn Jackson.
Okay.
I know most of you, I just want to make sure on the protocol, I walked in a little late. Are you taking comments now on the agenda item that?
Yeah, so this is just citizens to be heard. So we're taking comments on anything you care to.
But things have changed since you were on the commission, so yeah, we want to take items when it comes up. So now's the good time to make comments on that.
Yes, so when you come to that item, you won't, you'll just discuss it, no comments. Should make my comments now?
Yes, please.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah, do I get 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I've watched that with interest. I think most of you know my background. I spent 32 years working for the Bureau of Land Management, 28 of them right here. I know that agency inside and out. I know what regulations look like. I can read their intent between the lines. I can look at the glossy sales promotion pitch they put out on this conservation effort. And I can tell you it is so full of false information and half truths. You have to go look at the regulations that they want to put with this program. And when you go read the regulations through a lens of 32 years of doing that, you see immediately what this is about. This is about changing the very fundamental context of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act that was written 50 years ago. Now, maybe it's time. 50 years is a long time. 50 years ago, our concept of public land management for BLM lands was multiple use. What does that mean?
It's somebody on
Zoom meeting.
Okay, I apologize. It cost me 10 seconds of time. So that was the concept for Americans 50 years ago when FLIMA was developed. Multiple use, mining, timber, grazing, recreation, conservation, wilderness areas. Our esteemed colleague, well, not a colleague now, but Mr. Walker could talk about conservation through wilderness preservation, wilderness study areas. There's over 10 million acres of lands in the state of Utah protected under conservation management of wilderness study areas. So where do we stop? So maybe it's time to have another conversation. Most of us are not opposed to conserving valuable public lands. That's not the issue.
The issue I see it is the change in direction that is being done by a regulatory fiat. We have a statute. 1976, it says these lands, 275 million acres will be managed for multiple use. We now 50 years later, things are different. These are turning into America's playground lands. Okay, I get it. We all see it. Maybe it's time to have a new conversation about what we do with public lands, but you don't do it through one little agency passing a regulation that changes the complete intent of a federally passed legislation in Florida. They want to take it from multiple use. And if you read the regulations that go with this, this is going to turn it into a public lands are for conservation. That's what they'll be for. And you'll be done in 10 years time. There'll be no more public or multiple use. The word used to seeing. So again, maybe it's a time. I'm not up here to talk bad about conservation. I believe in conservation. I know the value of it in certain places, but there's a balance that has to be struck. These regulations are not the balance. There's a way to change the intent of managing public lands, but it's not through regulatory fiat by a bureaucratic agency, which will now be set up, by the way, if you look closely, and I'm going to wrap up here. What they've now done is in the past, if you want a national park, if you want maximum conservation, you go to a national park. It takes an act of Congress. They've done it all over the country. You want a national monument, that's a little more dicey. That takes an elected person, a president, to create a national monument. What they've done now is they've given the BLM will have the authority to create massive level conservation areas across the landscape. They've also fixed that by ACECs. BLM has used ACECs, areas of critical environmental concern and management, for decades. But they were smaller, scientific, historic. It was sort of the object and the idea behind the Antiquities Act when it first happened, smaller. Now they want to make this landscape level ACECs, intact landscapes. We're now talking hundreds of thousands of acres. Now that can be good for wildlife migration. I get it. It can be good for some habitat. But what they've done, and what I can see through my lens, is they have now taken the focus of 275 million acres of public lands in this country, and by bureaucratic regulatory fiat, they are changing that. So I would strongly consider you not to engage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn. I'm going to go online and see if anyone would like to make a comment who is on Zoom real quick. You can unmute or raise a hand. Seeing anybody? Okay, I'll go back to the room. Anyone else like to come forward? Ken? I know who you are, Ken. You did, yes. I recognize the look.
I have a big concern about this letter that has been proposed in support of the BLM on this. I'm also a constituent of Grand County. And it just seems to, every time one of these letters is written in support of something, that people like me and others in the county are not included in this process. I'd like you to listen to me, Tricia.
I am. I'm taking notes
Looks
on
like
what
you
you're
have your
saying.
nose in a book.
I'm taking notes on what you're saying. Green, you're not, and that's where you stop. So I'm taking notes.
Well, when you're looking down, it looks like you're in your computer, so I would like you to listen.
Okay, I like to take notes, and that way I can reference them back when
We all go to
the
the Zoom
agenda
and
item.
listen to it that way also, so you can do the same. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to just finish your comments, please.
But anyway, I have a big concern about this, because if this happens, grazing rights will be taken away, and eventually motorized recreation will be taken away. Eventually, non-motorized recreation will be taken away. I can see the big picture with these big companies coming in and taking over and not allowing us to have our public lands. It's only 4% of private property in Grand County. 15% of state land here, and the 80% is Bureau land management. That's public lands. That's land we all get to enjoy. And I'm just worried this is what's going to happen. We have generations of people who are ranchers here that all this could be taken away. And mark my words, it's just only the beginning. So I would like you to write a letter as a county that other constituents oppose this. instead of being for it, because I feel that you're using your Grand County letterhead to influence to make to portray that everybody's in favor of it, which not everybody is in favor of it. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ken. Anyone else in the chambers here who would like to come forward and make comment? I'll do a last call for Zoom. Anyone on Zoom? All right. Thank you all for your comments. And we'll move on to presentations. And our first presentation today is the Children's Justice Center and Andrea Noyes. Hi, welcome.
Get it real close to you. Let me pull this up real quick and I'll try to share my screen. I can get it, I guess so. I might need a step stool, but other than that. So
You can move the microphone down also if you like.
can you guys hear me? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So my name's Andrea Noyes. I'm excited to be here. This is my first opportunity to present to you guys as the brand new director of the Children's Justice Center. I wanted to tell you a little bit about my background and what brought me to the Children's Justice Center. I have a background in law enforcement. I actually worked patrol prior to this position. I worked street patrol for both Moab City and then worked for Layton City Police Department as well. After patrol, I was promoted to investigations where I worked as a detective in people and property crimes. So I worked any major assault, homicide, anything like that was like my blanket of expertise. I was then also sought after to be our hostage negotiator. I know you probably can't tell that right now because I'm nervous, but I was our hostage negotiator for Layton City PD. So I worked for our SWAT team on any hostage negotiations. And then I also worked undercover for the Attorney General's office for ICAC, which is Internet Crimes Against Children. So I would be the undercover officer that would meet any sort of perpetrator on the street trying to meet up with our juveniles in Davis County. So that was my position in Layton. I actually stepped away from law enforcement. I've been pursuing my master's degree in social work. And so that's why I am here at the Children's Justice Center. I love this position because I feel like it's a really cool fusion of getting to bring in my law enforcement background, but also getting to have a hand in the social work element. Sometimes in law enforcement, I did feel a little bit bound by state statute on things that I was able to do for our kiddos in our community. And I really like this position because I feel like I get the opportunity to be a little more hands-on and directly impact the lives of our kiddos in Grand County and the families. So when I talk about the CJC, some people don't really know exactly what they do. We do. Some people think it's the Family Support Center, things like that. The CJC is actually a really unique opportunity that we have in Moab to have a center. There's actually only 26 centers statewide, and we have one of them, and San Juan has 2. So we have 2 of the 26, which is an incredible resource for our community. When law enforcement was going back and going over how we investigated child abuse and the process that were being done, we realized like, hey, guess what? We can do this better. And the old way of doing it is there was an allegation of child abuse. The child was then taken to any law enforcement agency where they were interviewed in the same way that we usually interrogate criminals, to be honest with you. And best practices were not done. We looked at how this process was being done under a microscope, and we said, hey, how can we do this better? That's the invention of CJCs. We create what's called a Children's Justice Center, which looks more like a home. We bring the kiddos in there, and rather than them having to tell their story over and over and over again to law enforcement, to prosecution, to medical, they're brought to our safe space. They only have to tell their story one time. It's video and audio recorded, and then I, as the director, take that video and audio recording, and I make sure that it is sent out to each of the agencies that are directly involved to minimize the impact on our kiddos of the community.
they've looked at this process and they've spent a lot of money studying it to minimize the trauma that our kiddos are facing who come through the center with child abuse allegations. So the importance of the CJC, I kind of touched on this a little bit, but it's an effort for us to respond to allegations of child abuse in ways that are effective, efficient, and minimize the trauma for the child. This is huge on my forefront of my I want to make sure that when a kiddo comes through our center, not only do they come in with all these questions and concerns, I want to make sure that they leave our doors feeling entirely supported, that they feel like not only can they go through this process, but they can leave this process feeling successful and that they have an ally in their corner. Another question that has been brought up pretty significantly to me as I step into this role serving the kiddos of Grand County is, does that even happen in Moab? Well, statistically, there's 1,820 children died due to abuse and neglect in 2021. I like to bring in some of these statistics. There was 7 million substantiated reports of child maltreatment. And one of the things that is really important for us to know is that well, actually, let me go to the next slide. Of these cases, Utah CJC see approximately 4,500 interviews and handle 5,500 cases and serve as many as 15,000 people. Going back to what I talked about earlier, there's only 26 CJCs in the state of Utah. So these numbers are astronomical, being filtering through only 26 CJCs and 2 of them being ones that I am the immediate director of. So we're seeing a large number of cases, and unfortunately, Utah leads in statistics. I'll go back to that. I'll talk about the MDT, but I'll talk about Utah here in a minute because Utah's actually higher statistically when it comes to child abuse, with only 2 other states that are higher than the state of Utah nationwide. So child abuse is a huge problem, and it's something that we're really trying to work on and develop. I'm working on building relations to help prevent child abuse, not just help families in the midst of crisis. And one thing that we're doing is I'm currently meeting with Seacaven and working on an initiative to work on an educational program that teaches a lot about relationships. And they don't have to necessarily be romantic relationships, but just community healthy relationships in general. And that's something that we're working on proactively. The MDT is a really unique collaboration that we do when it comes to child abuse cases, where child abuse cases used to come in and it used to be seen by law enforcement. And then again, they would have to tell their story to prosecution or maybe medical or maybe DCFS. The MDT is a way that we can actually collaborate. And what the MDT stands for is a multidisciplinary team where we take professionals in each setting and we bring them all collectively to the table to utilize their skills and services to best serve our kiddos and their family. We bring to the table prosecution, law enforcement, DCFS, medical, mental health, our victims advocate, people from our school district, and me as the director of the CJC. And we staff every single case that comes through our center. And that way we're able to treat the children or the child and the family holistically and utilize resources from each profession, bringing their skill set to the table to best serve our kiddos of the community. So it's a really awesome thing that the CJC is doing. The CJC program strongly believes that the combined professional wisdom and skill of the multidisciplinary team approach results in a more complete understanding of case issues and the most effective child and family focused system response possible. So by utilizing everybody's skill set, we're able to provide the best possible care. And the cool thing is, like I mentioned, we're one of 26 centers here in Grand County. We're doing really cutting edge work, and we have really cutting edge services for our family. So it's really an incredible thing that we have to offer our community. The way that it works is I do have some people coming directly to me as the director if there is an allegation of child abuse, but it has to come in a manner of one of 2 ways. there has to be a child abuse report via law enforcement or via DCFS for the CJC to directly get involved, so we ensure best practices. Once the report or allegations have been made, the CJC then gets involved where we staff the case. We make sure that when the kiddo comes to our facility, not any person is just allowed to do the interview with the child. They have to be FIT certified, where they go through a specific training up at the state to make sure that they're able to interview the child with a minimal amount of trauma, and also make sure that their interview is supported all the way through best practices so that it can be prosecuted if need be. Once that child arrives, we help facilitate all kinds of services to help support not only the child and the family. This includes really cool things where we have help from Primary Children's Hospital, where we get specialized trained nurses that get to come in and see our kiddos really anonymously. I know that sometimes in a small community, it can be really hard when we have allegations of child abuse and they have to walk through the hospital doors, and they might see some of our nurses and then turn around and go to City Market and be buying milk and see those same nurses. Primary Children's Hospital has contracted with us to bring specially trained nurses down, where all they do is see victims of child abuse. So they're highly specialized. They come in, they allow the families to be able to maintain some of their privacy. They're able to see our kiddos and treat them in the best way possible and provide care. And then we help cover that cost via CVR, which is Crime Victims Reparations. So none of our kiddos or their family have to also incur a cost of getting their kiddo checked out or paying for medical bills in this process, which is really cool. And then the CJC provides resources to help foster healing for children who've been abused and also their families. So we help not just the kiddo, but we really try to help the families through the whole process too, because they're going through something very traumatic as well. I kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, but this is an unfortunate statistic for Utah, is that Utah is significantly above the national statistics for child sexual abuse. There's only 2 states with higher rates, and that's Idaho and California. And this is something that I want to make my mission to try to help lower, especially within Grand County, because this is not a statistic I'm proud of. I don't want Utah to be leading in these statistics. I want us to be leading in other ones that make our state great, which it absolutely is. And so we're kind of at the cutting edge or leading edge of working child abuse, acknowledging that it is taking place and making sure that we're moving in a positive direction to help our families. The Children's Justice Centers in Utah are listed below. There are 26 centers. Right now, I'm serving as the director for both Grand and San Juan County. It is a little bit difficult navigating both places right now. Right now, one thing that has been difficult is I'm taking my own personal car to travel to San Juan County and back and forth. And so one thing that I would like to see in the future for maybe this position is hopefully to cut some of our costs by having our own CJC vehicle that's up and running, because the receipts that I'm paying for are actually, I think, costing the county a little bit more. And ideally, I'd like to save the county a little bit more money by having our own vehicle that we can help facilitate the transfer back and forth. And then another thing the center is working on is establishing our center to be completely soundproof. Right now, we have measures in place to help buffer the sound, but we do share a sidewall with the Family Support Center. And because of the sensitive nature of our disclosures and our kiddos, they're trusting us with their private stories about things that have happened to us. And like I said, we have measures in place to protect that. But I have made contact with to get some estimates. But one thing I'd like to see in the maybe 2023 budget is budgeting for some additional soundproofing to protect our kiddos in the future. And I'm working hard to get some estimates in to make sure that they're protected in that manner. And then the unique thing about the CJC is, unlike the previous way that law enforcement and we used to do things, is aftercare is a crucial process or a crucial component. We're able to help get families in touch with CVR, which is Crime Victims Reparations, which helps them apply for funding to help pay for really necessary things, anywhere from therapy all the way up to relocation if need be. We have cases that it is important for the family to relocate because they may be in close contact with one of the perpetrators, and it's an unsafe space. So we're helping them facilitate that process, because sometimes when families come in, all of this is really unknown and it's overwhelming. And so we're trying to be an advocate to help provide them not only support services, but financial support services as well. And then we are working hard to be an active member of our community collaboration. I've been working with Moab Regional Hospital, the Multicultural Center, Sea Cave and Four Corners School District, law enforcement, DCFS, Safe and Healthy Families, the prosecutor's office. And that's just to name a few. But one thing I really would like to see for the CJC is for us to be an active contributing member of the community, not just kind of this service that people don't really know about. I want all of our kiddos who need our services to know that we're available and be able to offer our support, and then also be able to weigh in on some of these decisions that are happening at Moab Regional Hospital, that are happening at Sea Cave, and then that way the information that we have, we can help lead to better planning for our community as a whole. And then finally, I just want to reiterate that survivors of child abuse can and do lead rich, fulfilling lives. Healing happens, hope is possible, and it's important to bring the conversation about abuse out of the shadows and into the light. It's my goal as the new director of the CJC to ensure that each survivor I come in contact with feels supported, strengthened, and empowered to thrive. That's all I have.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Andrea. That was great. Mary?
I just want to say thank you. This is great to have a presentation like this. This is my 9th year on the commission, and this is the first time the CJC has come forth and given us a presentation. So thank you very much. This is an important department in our county, and we need to support it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I think one thing we'd like to add is Andrea would like to have any commissioners that would like to go down to the center and view it. It's really impressive. They have, I think, about $100,000 worth of medical equipment in the CJC building so that those exams can be done in that room, which is dreadful, but also very helpful. There's a lot of neat sound equipment, and it's in the same building as the Family Support Center. So if you ever want, reach out to Andrea, and we'd be able to give you a tour. She'd be able to give you a tour. She knows a lot more about it than I do.
Great. Thank you so much, Andrea.
Okay, thank you guys so much.
All right. All right, and that is the only presentation that we had scheduled for today. We have no department or agency reports, so we're going to move on to commission general reports. And again, I'll just remind everybody, this is usually where we do minutes and bills, but we've moved that to consent. So general reports, move on to commission member disclosures. And if anyone has anything that they would like to disclose that pertains to any of our action items today, now is your time to do it. Anybody? All right. I'll move on to commission reports and future considerations. And I'll start. Kevin, are you ready for this one?
I'm still gathering my notes.
Okay, I'll move on. Evan?
I met with the Sand Flat Stewardship Committee. I think that I forwarded along a study prep for the new state exam that was kind of Moab centric. So that was exciting to see that. We reviewed, they're on the fiscal year. So we reviewed their kind of budgets or their actuals in preparation of coming up. They're on both the fiscal and the normal year with us. So it's a little confusing, but it was a well-attended meeting, and it's a well-functioning board, and nothing but compliments there. I also met with the health district. which is another high functioning board. We met in a new location. We're meeting in the Larson Accounting Building. And so there's better internet there and a nice meeting room. So if anybody in the public is looking at attending those in the future, they'll be there for the foreseeable future. I also met with the Cemetery District Board. They received a lot of compliments on cemetery functions in regards to Memorial Day. All the flags were out, and there was some new work done in the parking lots, and the lawns were looking good. So things are all well there. I believe those were the only meetings I had since our last.
Thanks, Evan. Bill?
Yeah, I met via Zoom with the centrally assessed committee that just started up recently. It is required by the state, and so we discussed one of the items somewhat in closed session. It has to deal with pipelines and taxing entities that we receive money off of. And so there were several recommendations in this first meeting. One of them was the need for the county to have a tax stability fund, and for their moving forward to try and find out how best to set those up. And it's probably more of a Chris Bear question for my education on that. But also there was discussion of trying to push forward some legislation to shorten the time frame of these appeals, because sometimes these entities can appeal to a county and require us to pay back if they win the appeal, and it can stretch that out, which depending on a commissioner how lengthy you're in here, it could be outside of your role and it passes on to somebody else, and so a lot of institutional knowledge gets lost. And that's a huge concern for other counties and brought up. So that was essentially assessed. I also met with San Juan County in regards to the joint efforts on Pack Creek to install reservoirs, and we had Bruce Adams was present, Tammy, and I didn't get her last name, from San Juan County, and Mac McDonald, Bill Hulse, Bill Jackson, and Bill Winfield.
The Bills.
So, plenty of bills there.
Bill spared, now it's Bill Hughes.
Yeah, and so there are two basins that will go in this fall out on Pack Creek, and those are basically considered debris removal of any flash floods that come down. And then in the future, both Bill Hulse and Mac McDonald have been working on grants for reservoir, and so it looks like they're going to bring both their engineering teams together.
Great.
And try and do that with one reservoir rather than two, one in each county. So just getting everybody on the same page and working together was the beginning meeting that we had. I also attended the airport board meeting. We discussed a bill that is moving through the interim right now and possibly in the next session. And that has to do with ground lease and hangar leases on airports. And so the ownership of the improvements is turning out to be a legal issue in some places. Because, for instance, if Bill Winfield builds a hangar and leases the ground and has a 20-year lease after year 21 or whatever, with all the improvements in that hangar, which I would have built with my money, then how is that reimbursed? So there's some issues regarding that legally. And again, that's probably more Stephen Stocks than field of expertise. And so that's just moving through the interim. I also sat in up at the interim and watched it go through a little bit. And there's definitely a lot of interest at the state level to try and fix some problems there. And so at the airport board meeting, we also discussed the potential for a Sitla land trade. We also discussed, and everybody at the airport board was extremely excited about Redtail's charter service that they're trying to put together, that we awarded a grant to them for, to continue service to Salt Lake City Airport. And then it was also discussed that the airport terminals building is still in need of getting parking paving. It's still grindings or gravel out there. So let's see, I was at the Capitol for that HB 0367 airport bill, if anybody has an interest on that one. I also had a meeting with the Film Commission Director Virginia Pierce while I was up there regarding our film commission, which more information to follow on that one. And then I was at a Colorado River Authority Southeastern Advisory Council meeting and dam tour of Flaming Gorge. And so to be able to go inside that dam was damn fun. Actually, it was incredible. Just amazing what goes on inside there and the way that they make electricity or do different things for the output there. It was very educational. So very good. And that's the end of mine.
All right. Kevin, are you ready or?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's see, at a meeting with the Forest Service, they will later this summer be doing the next round of public input for the forest plan, and will probably come present to us some point July or August. They noticed that in Mason Draw, there's a big die off of aspen trees. They're cutting down about 200 hazard trees, reminding everyone the cows are heading up right around now, a couple of weeks ago. And there was an incident just south of the county line, so actually in San Juan County near the loop road, where some spur road that had been revegetated was illegally bladed, and they're having law enforcement look into that. I was at a Transportation Special Service District meeting, and this isn't, it's an issue. Ongoing issue, I think, with a lot of different special service districts is that there is a lot of overhead in terms of paying accountants, paying for auditors, bank things. And the Transportation Special Service District is very simple. I mean, they cut maybe 1 or 2 checks a year. They help pay for our drainage projects. Basically, that's, because we have other money that we can use on B roads now. And so it seems to me that it's quite a bit of overhead for just an entity that's doing some very simple work. And I imagine there's a few other boards around also. So I just, as kind of a long-term project, I wonder if we can look in ways that we could somehow pool resources or efforts on some of these, especially the compliance issues of special service districts, so that I think the way we're doing it now is inefficiently, and we're losing thousands of dollars a year just because we've split some of our government functions up in these little tiny pieces. And I think just having one person helping with accounting or whatever for all these might make them good work. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Maybe it's more future consideration.
Yeah, right. That's interesting point. Good point. All right. Thanks, Kevin. Trish.
Okay, so on June 8th, I met with Elisa and Gabe, Quinn, and Mallory to talk about code enforcement and how to be slightly more proactive, and whether that might just be educational, and so more to come on that. On the 13th, I met with the Conservation District. A couple of things we wanted to point out. There's this little local guide, Out and About Moab Grown. It talks about not only the producers, not only here, Green River, also Western Colorado, that provide locally sourced food to our restaurants, and they kind of lay out the restaurants here that are using locally sourced products, and so point that out. YGP came and they gave them a little bit of money for greenhouse improvement. I went to the Outdoor Recreation Strategic Planning down in Monticello on the 14th, and that was like a 4-hour just planning process with Carbon, Emery, San Juan, and Grand County, and that was pretty interesting. Pretty. Yeah,
I'd meant to ask you about that.
Yeah. So it was just great to be there, and there was quite a few city reps there, so I just thought I would go and be a part. I went to a GWISA meeting on the 15th. You guys probably already know this, but the lake is plumb full, 2,200 acre feet and 21, just to give you a perspective, it was 694 feet. So it gives you a really good idea. The soil moisture at 9,500 feet is 62% saturation. So again, well above the last couple of years. So it's looking really good. A couple other things that they talked about was, as you may know, the city annexed that development, the Shamrock development. So Ben just kind of wants to make sure that we're apprised as to big developments that are starting to go on. And that's about it. Oh, and then the last thing on, I guess it was last Friday, I went up to Sago Canyon, the Sago Canyon Trailhead. If you've never been up in that country, I highly recommend it. I had actually few years just kind of prompted like, hey, it'd be great to have a cleanup, maybe see, and it's just kind of turned into a bigger project. And so the Sportsman's for Fish and Wildlife, Division of Wildlife, and Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, who I'm a part of, did a fairly large project up there to expand the parking, because on big weekends, one guy said they counted 54 trucks and trailers. It's predominantly backcountry horsemen up there, and that parking lot is not big enough for that. So they just expanded a little bit. We did a little bit of cleanup. We added some hitching posts, and so it was pretty fun project.
Cool.
It's nice to be out of doors.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, Mike.
I had a meeting on the 13th for OSTA city. In that meeting, many things were discussed, but by far and foremost was promotion and continued work on Grand County Fair coming up.
Right.
Just so everyone knows, coming up the 1st of July to the 4th of July. Many activities during that. I was actually surprised to hear a fact that came out during that meeting is the city actually granted $10,000
Good for them.
to OSTA for continued expansion. Really happy to work. Glad we're working with them.
Was that for the fair specifically, or
for the fair specifically? Yeah, that was in the backside of that. I want to continue work with the city on making the fair bigger as a large event. A large local event's only good for all of us. But there is a concern. OSTA is during the Grand County Fair going to host a parade down 400, I do believe, is the exact location.
400 East.
Yep. But that parade through Moab PD and the parade permit cost roughly $8,000. Dang. Is my view to that. That's a little expensive. And I want to work with Moab PD. I want to work with City of Moab to try to get that fee lowered so we can actually put that money towards event promotion, event dunk takes, event anything actually. But everything in that meeting was dedicated towards more towards the Grand County Fair and making it bigger and better. This is going to be the first year. I do hope everyone comes out in support of it. I hope the entire body comes out in support of it. It is over several days, so pick an event in a day and please come out.
I'm finishing a quilt right now. I'm trying to get it done.
Really? All right.
Throw a little stretching in because I signed up for the volleyball tournaments. I'm gonna try my hand at that. But rec board meeting is actually tomorrow, so I'll have more updates on that leading into our next meeting. But that was my meeting.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And I am not going to be able to attend the fair. I would love to. I always have a huge family reunion around the 4th of July. I unfortunately have lived in this county for almost 25 years. I think I've been around for 4th of July once. So I know I'm missing out. Maybe.
We'll miss you. We'll miss you.
Yeah. Thank you. But otherwise, I would certainly be there. Mary?
Thank you. The day after our last meeting, as a member of the Canyonland Solid Waste Authority, I rode with some of our transfer people. I don't know, I wrote an editorial if you haven't read it.
Yes.
And it was very eye-opening, and I have gained a huge amount of respect for the people who work in our solid waste community and are picking up our garbage. And hope that people are respectful and recognize that these are people and they deserve to have garbage disposed of correctly. So that was very interesting. A tribal council meeting, the TRT sales tax and the sales TRT and sales tax are up approximately 6% since 2022. Although the businesses that are represented at the tribal council reported that their income is up or flat. And, but there, I swear every time I turn around, there's a new food truck. The competition for all of our businesses in town is growing exponentially, which, although we're seeing the same amount or more, obviously more people coming to Grand County, the pie is smaller for the businesses in town. They're good. We talked about our fly campaign. It looks like we earned almost $9 to $10 for every dollar we spent on the fly campaign. So that was money well spent. We had Canyon Country Partnership. I'm going to keep this real short because it's a long meeting, but UDOT's going to start in August. We'll see work out by Utah Raptor State Park. They will be working on the entrance to the park. The Canyonlands National History talked about how they're expanding the visitor center for arches, and that there's going to be a mural on the side of the Moab Information Center of endangered fish, which is exciting. The Park Service reported that the timed entry is helping with wait time and congestion, and that it's going very well. That the timed entry this year is only for 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's not as long, and they've also increased the number of entries you can get the night before. So, it's pretty easy. I've had family come into town and they quickly got a ticket for the next day. One of the things that people are doing is they're arriving early, saying, well, I have a ticket for 2 o'clock, but I want to go in now at 10. And just get the word out. That's not possible. The reason they're doing it is to not keep the park from getting crowded, and to also have a better experience for people once they're inside the park. And by allowing people to just show up and say, see, I have an appointment for 1, but I want to be allowed in now. That's not happening. The water has peaked in the Colorado River, and we're very thankful that the runoff was slow. It helped a lot with the flooding. What could have happened if we'd had a real heat wave? And so that's good. The Chris Wood of the I went to the Division of Wildlife reported that, we have LaSalle Mountain has the largest number of the wasting disease amongst its herd, but the largest amount is with the Moab herd. That's where we had a lot. They test a lot, but luckily from what they're seeing, the Moab deer are not interacting with the more traditionally wild deer on the forest. But there might become a time that we're going to have to deal with the size of our Moab.
I was gonna say
They're getting
run through my yard more frequently these days. Than
yeah,
they
and
used to,
so
which
and
is 8 times
it's a hard thing because you become attached to these animals, and you but there might come a point, just heads up, that we're going to have to do something to help the health of the herd.
They're just going to go on a field trip, Mallory. You don't need to worry.
And the other thing is they talked about how one of the problems and why they're getting the wasting disease and such is because people feed them. They're getting fed not foods that they would normally eat. So please, if you do that, stop. And then for future consideration, I would like to really look at our budget and see if there is some way we can soundproof that building sooner, the CJC, sooner than next year. As a teacher who had children that had to go there and be interviewed, it's a tough enough situation. And if there's any concern that it is not private, I think that is just not okay. And we need to look hard for that money to soundproof that. So I want to work with Chris and such. We shouldn't wait till the 2024 budget to do that. That should happen quickly. And perhaps if it's analyze how much money it's going to save to have a car. I mean, if it's going to save us a lot of money, that's foolish to wait a half a year to start doing something to save money. So for future considerations, I would like to have that happen. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mary. My turn. On the 8th, the Moab Trails Committee meeting where the Moab Trails Committee is utilizing a new spreadsheet that was put together by one of the members to keep track of trail maintenance and priorities regarding trail maintenance. We also, Cliff, the chair, discussed that the National OHV Conference is going to be in Utah this year for the first time in many years, so he was excited to attend that. And then we discussed the motorized trail ambassador position and some of the best ways to utilize those new Moab Trail ambassadors that are going to be coming on with the large grant that they received, and utilizing the vehicles that they are going to be able to purchase with that grant, and how that would go forward. So that's an interesting discussion. On the 9th, I helped out the Moab Chamber golf tournament, which was actually a lot of fun and raised good funds for the Chamber scholarships as well as for the Chamber of Commerce itself. On the 13th, Trail Mix Committee and Josh Hansen, the ranger in charge of the Utah Raptor State Park, spoke, and like Mary said earlier, they are going to be starting to do that road work. They're going to have just one entrance into Utah Raptor State Park, so they're going to close off the very start of Willow Springs and Dalton Wells and put the entrance in the middle there, and then branch out. So they plan on starting that towards the end of the summer. And then we also discussed trail work days and how to get people involved in trail work and maintenance, and doing a potential weekend up in the LaSalle, since the Forest Service, for the first time in memory, doesn't have a trail crew this year. So helping out there in the summer when possible is going to be critical for them. On the 14th, I attended the regular Chamber of Commerce meeting. Lacey, the director, was able to go to Washington, D.C. for a group sponsored by Senator Lease for a visit sponsored by Senator Lee's office. Unfortunately, she was there during the huge shutdown discussion. So everything she said in Washington at that time revolved around that. But she did have a chance to network with folks from other chambers around the state, and she said that was useful, as well as talking to reps and whatnot when they weren't working on the discussions regarding the potential shutdown. And then we also talked about the fall gala and when they might hold that. And where. On the 14th, I attended TSSD, the Thompson Special Service District, and quite a few people that normally attend those were absent, so the meeting was considerably shorter than it generally is, still ran about 2 hours long. There wasn't a whole lot of substance discussed, but it was Ryan Bell, the water operator out there, did discuss the numbers from the spring, and he said that the spring flow this year is double what it was last year, and it's the absolute most he can ever remember out there. So there's water flowing, and some folks also said it was the first time in memory that they remember Sago Wash flowing consistently for the whole spring. So the winter was good for Thompson. And then along with many others, I attended the MIC ribbon cutting on Friday, and just so that was the 30th anniversary celebration of the Moab Information Center, and that was a great event, and congratulations to the MIC for being around for 30 years and helping people out with information in Moab. And that's it. That's all I got. So we are on to elected official reports. Is the sheriff on Zoom, or did he mention to you that he might want to make a report today? Okay, great. Attorney Stocks, do you have anything to report today?
Just a couple things. We have hired for an interim position Brent Langston out of Emory County. He came out of retirement to help us out. He was insistent on the term Grand County Attorney or Deputy Attorney Pro Tem, which means temporary. He said he'd be there for a couple months helping us out, and that's really, really wonderful. He comes with 23 years of experience in prosecution, and literally he just probably a month or two ago was permitted by the Utah retirement to be able to come and start working again. So he's covering district court for us. I'll be assuming justice court, juvenile court, drug court, and then the civil part of things. We're still hiring. Apart from that, we've got a lot of contracts on today, and so you guys will hear enough from me. So
Okay.
that's it.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Gabe?
Yeah, it's last week, myself and my election specialist, Dan Van Horn, attended the Olene Walker vote certification course, which is now a requirement by statute that all county clerks and their chiefs, their other chief deputy have to attend this 10-part training. And so it comes in 5 sections. And so this is the 3rd section that I've attended. So I've now completed 6 of those courses. The topics this time were federal election law and media training. And speaking of Dana Van Horn, she has been named the chief deputy in our Grand County Clerk Auditor's office, as well as her. And she's doing a great job picking up elections and really taking on that role as an election specialist. As everyone's aware, the primary for the city council for the municipal elections this year was canceled. There needed to be 7 declarations of candidacy for that primary to be held. And so it'll go straight to the general, which has now been rescheduled to Tuesday, November 21st. It had been scheduled for November 7th, but because of the 2nd congressional district resignation, all those election dates were changed. And but other than the date change and having the election on Thanksgiving week, there isn't a whole lot that's affected here in Grand County. So not really much else to say about that detail. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Question, Gabe. Since the election has been pushed out, will the time period that the ballots are mailed out also be pushed out?
Yeah, definitely. There's a fixed amount of time before election day that ballots would be mailed out. I don't have that
Okay, I
exact
just
number.
was, yeah, I
Yeah.
thought, well, that might be too long between, yeah. Okay.
Right, it doesn't add 2 weeks to the amount. Yeah, to
Okay, that people can
timeframe.
have it floating around their house and forget
Right.
about it.
Right.
Just to lose it. All right. Thank you, Gabe. Mallory, thanks for joining us. And do you have anything to report today?
Yes, I was late. I apologize about that, but I was finishing up a request for proposals to keep Stephen on his feet and hopefully recruiting another public defender. This public defender would actually be more of a system manager, but also needs to be an attorney to cover any conflict cases, but also to oversee all of our contracts and defense resource allocations, as well as resource and mileage reimbursements through the state. One thing I want to say about that is Utah is one of only 2 states in the country that does not offer any direct or ongoing financial assistance or have a state office for indigent defense. So that falls on all of you to provide that funding. But it's really important because it is a constitutional right. And if we don't have contracts in place, then we are charged hourly by attorneys. And we've seen in the past year, without those contracts in place, from start to finish, it's cost us quite a bit of money. So we're hoping to get a contract in front of you all sooner than later. I attended a luncheon with the Division of Multicultural Affairs, and some of my takeaways that apply to us are regarding policy and legislative actions. And of course, it was more at a state level, but at a local level, it just kind of opened my eyes to a few things like information sharing. All of our notices go out in one language, and I understand that that would take time to change, but just doing our best to offer more language options for folks to be aware, participate on committees and whatnot. So the exciting news I have to share, sorry if I missed it and somebody else said it, but we are canceling our July 5th meeting.
Oh,
Right.
yes. No, I did. I meant to bring that up at the head of the meeting and I didn't. So thank you for covering me, Mallory.
Yes, and unfortunately, we will have to have a special meeting on June 28th at 1 p.m. There's just some things that have to be tied up, and if we don't, then the next commission meeting is July 18th. So that's a bummer, but let's see. What Mary spoke to, the endangered fish mural, is something that will also be coming before you all sooner than later. And it's with the Nature Conservancy. They are doing some murals around the state and want to have one on the mix. So that will come to you. And last, we hired a special events program manager, Caitlin Finley, and she started today, and y'all will get to meet her at the next quarterly intent to apply review, which is also July 18th. And thankfully, Mackenzie, who's now with OSTA, did a great job preparing everything for the transition. And so our team has been somewhat overseeing special events, but it's been very easy because it's a slower time of year with processing, and also because she prepared everything and made sure to have great notes. So thank you to her as well. And I think that's all that I have.
Great. Thanks, Mallory. Anything to add to that, Quinn? All good. All right. That's. Oh, I'm sorry. I do see that. Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add on the commission admin report? Do you have a report for us today?
Later.
Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Bye.
Got it. All right, so we're finished with general reports and we will move on to our general business action items, discussion and consideration of approval. And we will start out with the item that everyone is here for, so we won't make you guys wait for very long. And that is a letter of support for Bureau of Land Management Public Lands Rule, the PLR. And Trish is presenting.
Yeah, I am presenting it. And actually, Kent, I'm going to start with one of your comments which was, and this is why I do take notes. I don't mean to be elusive or not have eye contact. I just like to make sure that I'm, engaging with people and getting down what's important to them. And one of the comments that you made was, I would like to see a letter in opposition. And so I want to kind of start with what prompted this letter. So our lobbyists sent down items that are going to go to the interim state legislative session and things that would be of interest to Grand County. I, as one of the commissioners, and we have 7 commissioners, as anybody could have responded, I responded and I said, I think it'd be interesting to write a letter about this rule. And so a few other commissioners engaged with me and we put this letter together. And so I won't read what is on the agenda summary. Everybody has access to that in the packet. I just want to point out a few things about this rule. If you take the time to get on the Bureau of Land Management's website and read the specifics about this rule, and specifically the question and answer, what it will do, what it won't do, I think it would hope to clarify some of the misinformation that is out there. So I'll state with probably the main reason that I felt it was important to address this was healthy public lands are the cornerstone of our economy. Now, if I lived in a different county in this state and the cornerstone of our economy was gas and oil extraction, I probably wouldn't have written this letter, but that's not the case. We live in a tourist-based economy. Some of the individuals that spoke here today are a part of that economy. And so I think we need to have value, or all have value, in healthy public lands. And so what this rule states is looking at healthy landscapes, abundant wildlife habitat, clean water, and ecosystem services. I will state again and again, I'm a wildlife person. I have a place in my heart for wildlife and healthy habitat. And so I really come from that perspective. I want to point out what an ecosystem service is, if you're not clear on that. So provisions, water, timber, fossil fuels, food, all of those things are provisions that we gain from public lands. And I have utmost respect for extraction. I grew up in a timber town. My father was a timber faller his whole life. My brother still runs a delimber on public lands. So I very much respect and value resource extraction on our public lands. And I want to state that clearly. Regulatory services, things that make life possible, clean air, healthy soil, cultural services, and in this country, it's very important, archaeological services, but also modern society and cultural pieces. So what that means, are we supporting outfitters? Are we supporting roughnecks, loggers, miners, farmers, ranchers? We want to make sure we're doing that, not just today, but 100 years from now. And I want to make that very clear, and that's a point of this rule. And then just supportive services, things such as photosynthesis, nutrient cycling, those are all what are considered ecosystem services, and that this is trying to ensure multiple use. And most of you mentioned multiple use. It's not only multiple use, so mining, logging, ranching, outdoor rec, it's also sustainable yield of that use and sustaining a resilient ecosystem. So not using an ecosystem to the point that it can bounce back, and that's what resiliency is. This will also allow the restoration of lands that have been degraded, and we all see it. I've seen it, I grew up with it, I see it here. We do have lands that are degraded, and so it's going to ensure that we have systems in place for that restoration. Are they going to allow conservation leasing? Yes. Is it going to take over existing leases? No. No. If you have existing grazing leases, those will not be lost. If you have existing mining leases, those will not be lost. If you have existing gas and oil leases, those will not be lost. But it does allow conservation a place at that table as what's considered a service to our society. They want to use the best available science possible. Just a couple more things. So I want to point out what it won't do. And again, anybody can get on the site and look this up. It will not stop energy development, grazing, timber extraction, outdoor recreation, and other uses. Those will be allowed to continue. And obviously that's important here for us, not only for our ranchers, for our farmers, but also for our outdoor rec specialists, outfitters, etc. It does not undermine existing rights. It will not take existing grazing rights away, all right? And it will support existing FLPMA, as Lynn pointed out, and other acts. So the Taylor Grazing Act, it will continue to support that. The Mineral Leasing Act, it will continue to support that. So those are kind of my main points. I kind of want to speak really quick to a couple of the comments that were made. I don't know, when people point out special interests, I don't know what they're speaking to, but I have no special interests at this table. You know, if I was back in my home county, I would have special interests. My dad's in the logging industry. That would be my special interest. I don't. I'm a school teacher. I'm a school teacher, don't have special interests. So I do care about healthy landscapes, and I care about sustainable industries far into the future. And to me, this is what this rule attempts to do. What we were asked as a county is to submit a letter in support of opposition. Any one of these commissioners could have written a letter of opposition. It didn't happen. So what I would state in the future is people need to be on the ball when those emails are coming out, which they get fired at us about 40 a day. We need to be reading it. We need to be engaging in them. We need to be working hard if we care about it. We need to be listening to our constituents. Absolutely. So I think I'm done. That's where I'm at. So we wrote a letter of support, or I wrote a letter of support. And it's on the table for discussion.
Thank you. Bill had his hand up first, so I'll give the floor to him.
I'd like to make the motion that we do not support this letter.
Okay. Second?
I'll second the motion and I have a comment.
Sure. All right. So there's been a motion made and a second, and it is open to discussion. So you may start the discussion, Mike.
I left upon Governor Cox of state of Utah in his decision to go against this letter. I also follow the thoughts of Governor Little of the state of Idaho, Governor Greg Gianforte of Montana, Governor Joe Lombardo of the state of Nevada, Governor Chris Noem, state of South Dakota, and Governor Mark Gordon, state of Wyoming. I followed them in their letter that they proposed to the BLM. I didn't take it upon us to follow that letter. I did read the emails. I do understand that fact, that I could have written a letter. They already took care of it for me. I
No,
don't need,
they
didn't
didn't.
need to go against their
Okay,
decisions. or
we
their
all
thought
have
there.
the abilities to write letters, whether in a municipality, a county,
Understand?
you name it. I mean, it's time for voice, right? And so.
Okay.
You can be any size.
I understand that. And in my view, the allowing of environmental organizations, businesses, or members of the public to lease public lands for the exclusion of other use runs completely contrary to the principles of multiple use and sustained yield. Public lands are intended to be just that, open and public. Allowance of conservation leases should allow wilderness advocacy organizations, or could allow wilderness advocacy organizations to lease large swaths of BLM land and essentially impose de facto wilderness on public lands without congressional approval. It was the governor's thoughts in their letter saying this already about the BLM changing its law, or changing this law. I follow exactly. Public land should be in public hands. I mean, not to shorten their entire letter down, but
I had a, thanks, Mike. I had a hand from Mary, and then we'll go to Bill.
I'm always confused or interested when people talk about special interest groups, and most of the people that are talking about it, I'm sure they're referring to environmental groups. And so I spent some time this weekend because, you know, knowing this was coming up, to look to see where does our environmental groups fall in, how much money they spend in lobbying. They don't even make it in the first 50. Most lobbyists. The people that have spent the most money on lobbying are the National Association for Realtors, followed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And it goes on down: hospitals, Blue Cross Blue Shields, different, really, mostly organizations that make a lot of money, who are rich, are the organizations. The Koch organization spends more on lobbying for oil and gas than all the environmental groups put together. So it's hard to say when people are saying, don't listen to it, don't listen to special interest groups. My thought in the back of my head is, what special interest group? Are you talking about Blue Cross Blue Shield? Are you talking about the Blue Ribbon Coalition? Are you talking about Teachers Association? There are lots of special interest groups and lots of money spent on lobbying. But it's not the special interest groups that are being referred to often. They aren't the ones that are spending the money on lobbying. It's more, I mean, our own Chamber of Commerce is the second highest amount of money spent on lobbying.
Not our own, but the National Chamber of Commerce.
That, I mean,
right?
but our own, it belongs to that. So, you know, they have a good voice, and I want them to. I want our businesses to have a good voice, but I also want to protect and take care of our land.
Bill's next.
Yeah, I'll also speak to the fact that we've got 8 states on record here, ours included, state of Utah, from the governor's letter. We've also received a letter from Flipco from Reg Johnson. I'll be the first to admit I'm not a legal authority on this. I'm not a legal authority on a lot of things. Now, my colleague here has made mention that she assures you that you're not going to lose grazing. She assures you that this is not going to affect multiple use on there. And I'm wondering where her expertise in this comes from.
I was pulling it off the BLM's website.
Thank you. Great. So where that expertise comes from is what's a question here. We have legal authority in this state that is against this. 8 other states, and Texas is coming on board as well. Now, all of that aside, let's put all that aside. There's conservation already at the table. They're already there. We don't need to expand what they have, but think about the state of Utah here. Grand County's already down here in a corner by itself, and of all of the commissioners, my budget has been of concern. I've been at the state more than anybody has this year working with it, and the state of Utah is tired of some of Grand County's actions. So when you sign this letter, you're putting another bullseye on this county's back at the state level. It has nothing to do with your opinions or your legal authority over this. It's above us, where it's out of our hands. Your letter is just your opinion. Every one of us have an opinion. You do, I do, you do. Our opinions don't matter. You think they do, send a letter off in your own name. I read those emails also. I sent a letter off as Bill Winfield. I have that privilege to do so as everybody else, but when you put a bullseye on your county's back, you have a responsibility for it. And that's all I've got.
Kevin?
Yeah, let's see. So I'll try to take a big picture point of view. One, what is this proposal doing? It is a national proposal. They're getting huge numbers of comments. States have been mentioned. I think lots of individual counties have weighed in throughout the West. I don't know. I think I saw on a webpage they had 130,000 comments so far. So lots of people are expressing an opinion. So I don't, I support the letter, but I don't think it's going to be decisive because it's such a big issue. And what would this do? My impression is not a whole lot immediately. I think it would shift the emphasis a little bit more. Multiple use management, BLM lands means kind of balancing competing interests, and there's a little bit of everything that happens, and different administrations come and go, and they change the emphasis a little bit, and I think this is part of that. I don't think it's any revolutionary thing. I don't think it's if you missed the headline that this happened and you watched what happened on the ground for the next 5 years, I doubt you would notice a big difference. But I, might make a little bit I'm trying not to get into the legal technicalities. I do disagree. I think a lot of the specific claims of it's shut down grazing within a small number of years. I just think that's definitely not true. But I think Bill introduced a subject that I was planning on addressing anyway, which is, should we be speaking out about this? And I think, yes, we definitely should. Counties are often called upon to weigh in on, we don't manage the federal lands in our county, but, they often ask our opinion. We've written lots of opinion letters about projects big and small over the years. In general, over the last few years, Grand County has tended to weigh in favor of more conservation. I think our typical letters are, for example, opposing oil and gas leasing that's within the viewshed of Arches National Park near Delicate Arch. That's one that comes to mind. A concern about how lithium solution mining is being managed in a comprehensive versus site-by-site way. I think the fact that I don't think this was what's being suggested, but I don't think we should just knuckle under for fear of making the governor mad or something like that. I think it's really important for decision makers to know that there's a diversity of opinion in the rural West, that there are people on lots of sides of issues, and they shouldn't assume that just because the governor of Utah says X, that every single resident of the state agrees, or every single county within the state agrees. So I think the fact that we've got a letter from the state saying this makes it more important, not less, for us to weigh in, because I do think that ultimately we get the better results, better decisions if a variety of different opinions are being heard. A point that was raised by one of the commenters is, well, what about diversity within Grand County? Does every single person in Grand County support this letter? No, it's possible to write any letters on any subject that every single person in Grand County would agree with. But I do think what is happening throughout the West is that, where you have the state legislature is majority Republican, you're getting a letter that goes one way, and when there's a county that's majority Democratic, there's a letter that goes the other way. So in the aggregate, that does happen, and that's just how it works. So I think, we tend to write letters when the majority of the commission has a clear view on it. And I think if you just look at how the Grand County Commission has weighed in on public lands issues over the past few years, it's generally been in support of more conservation. And so I think this letter is very consistent with positions we've taken. We don't need to have an entire public lands debate about every single letter, but it's probably good that every now and then we discuss the big pictures issues like we are now. So I'm in favor of this. I think the policy is not going to be any sort of big disaster for anyone. And I'm glad that we're speaking out and just letting people know that there's diversity within Utah and within the larger Intermountain West. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Anyone else want to comment before I call for a vote? All right, there's a motion on the table to deny or how did you make your motion, Bill? I'm sorry, to not send the letter.
Or do you make motions about to not do something?
I think
just
that's
as a point of order. That's
I think that's fine. Sure. Yeah.
okay.
I think so. And so a motion from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of the motion to not support the letter, raise your hand. And all those opposed. And the motion fails 2-5 with Commissioners Walker, Clapper, Hedin, McGann, and Hadler opposing. Kevin.
So I'll move that we approve the letter.
Okay.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion to approve from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner Hedin. We can continue our discussion, or if Mary.
I just have one comment. I talked to Jacques because after going to Canyon Country Partnership, my instinct was to come back and say, let's just let this lie. Just don't do anything because, the state already, had, they come after us. Let's put it that way. But then I would like to, I have a good relationship with Mike Maurer and different people up in the state. I would like to talk to them about how it's important to be okay with disagreement. It's really important to say, I don't have to have 100% of the people agree with me. It's part of democracy. What makes democracy work is people have different points of view. And I would like to, talk to the state and say, because Grand County may oftentimes have a different point of view, that does not mean that, if you're a good parent and your children disagree with you or say something, are you going to continually punish them? And so, I would not have written the letter because of what Bill said, because I agree with him on that level. But at the same time, I feel there are a number of people in this community and that feel it's really important for us to be better stewards of our land. And this is just another step forward to be good stewards of our land.
Thanks, Mary. Yes. Sure, Steve.
I don't know if the commission's aware, but may add some context to the language that we use in the letter. John Curtis, our representative, put forward a bill, HB 3397. It was done last month on May 17th, specifically to require the BLM to withdraw this rule. That's in progress now. I don't know if there's any appetite to reach out to him or to soften the language on the letter, but I just provide that context. There's a similar bill introduced in the Senate as well, just FYI.
Great. Thanks, Stephen. Kevin?
I think our letter is pretty short and it doesn't criticize anyone. I think certainly, we don't want to pick a fight with John Curtis about this because we have other important issues we want to go on. And I think in multiple meetings with him, over the years, I think he understands that we don't agree about everything and we just try to work constructively on the issues that we Do agree on.
Does the letter state that two of the commissioners don't want it?
And we are not taking public comment right now. If you mute them, thank you very much. Yeah, and I'd add that I think many other counties in Utah have weighed in, most of them against this PLR, and I think it is our county's, not obligation, but our right to put our voice forward, and I'm comfortable with that. I do support the letter myself. I've read through the entire thing. I spent lots of time on the BLM site, and to me, I mean, I don't think that grazing rights are going to be an issue with this, at least for a very long time. And I'll support the letter. Anyone else, Bill?
Just clearly, I want to make sure that it's understood. I do not support the letter.
Yes.
In fact, if my name could be removed from the heading, I'd appreciate it.
I don't, in my time here, that hasn't happened, but I'm not sure if, right.
I'll just, do you mind if I?
Yeah, Trish.
No, Bill, I will state that I have been on more than one vote where I was the dissenting vote and my name was on that letterhead and went out. So I appreciate that. And so make that, and I do appreciate Kevin's comment, and I do want to make that really clear that I do think it's important, whether it's at a federal or state level, for them to hear all sides of a debate. And I will state this, and I'm not trying to, what's the word, like make you feel good, Bill, but you are making me a better commissioner. And the reason being is you bring a perspective that makes me work harder. I have to come to the table with my ducks in a row. And I appreciate that. And I think it's important to have many voices at a table, in this case, this table. And so hopefully they'll respectfully read it, probably not take it to heart, and that's okay. But understand that the entire state does not agree with that perspective.
Anyone else care to comment before I call for a vote? All right, the motion on the table is in support of the letter. I believe Commissioner Walker made the motion and Commissioner Hedin seconded. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And all opposed. Motion passes 5-2 with Commissioners Winfield and McCurdy in opposition. Thank you, guys. We'll move on. So agenda item number 2, independent contractor agreement with Better Destinations LLC for an economic development strategic plan. Attorney Stocks had something he wanted to bring up concerning this.
Sure, we just need a little bit more time to address some of the requirements within the contract. Utah recently required a new provision called a contract prohibition for contracts that are engaged with entities that have to sign in certain circumstances a promise not to boycott the Israeli state and to commit an economic boycott. And so we need signatures on that. Normally we don't trigger it because we're not giving out an amount of $100,000 or more, and that's what it takes to trigger this. And so we're going to need that from that entity, and then they have 2 subcontractors. So we have to make sure that we get all signed off on that. It's not done yet, so we have to do that before we can do it. And it's a prohibition from the state that does not permit us to even contract with them until that's been signed.
So are you saying we need to postpone?
Correct. And this is one of the things that we would postpone for the special meeting that we were going to have.
So we can get this prepared by the 28th.
Yes, that's the goal, to get it done.
Well, I will make a motion that we postpone.
Quick comment for you.
Yeah.
Delusion there. Which is that we do have the contractor, Kathy, on the Zoom today. She's not going to be available at the next meeting. Not a huge deal. I'm happy to speak to anything, but if the commission wants to hear from the contractor when they're deliberating on this motion, today would be the opportunity to do that. She will not be available. You're up on vacation next week, so just wanted to flag that.
Okay.
My understanding is that this legal constraint doesn't have anything to do with the substance of the actual agenda item, the process of the RFP, and any of the vendors. But we also have a long meeting today, so I don't. I just wanted to respect that Kathy is on.
Thank you.
Time out of her day.
Yeah, I was also going to suggest, and I think this maybe applies to other things that are being postponed, that I think it's better to at least discuss the merits in like a regular commission meeting when more people are listening and more of us are here and we have more time.
Absolutely.
But we can delay the actual vote till the 28th in some cases if we need to. So yeah, I think we should.
So we can, someone can make a motion to table and then we can turn it into a discussion item, or?
Why don't we just have the discussion and then at the end, move to postpone it.
Right, perfect. Okay. Sounds good.
And then I think one clarification, Stephen, my understanding is that that law came into effect this month. 5/3. Right, yeah. So just if anybody's listening,
Yeah.
this isn't something that it's still, yeah, that's not missing a bunch of contracts.
It was a really interesting bill that went into effect this last legislative session, and it's May 3rd was the first time that went into effect. I don't know exactly what it was. Well, obviously it was restricting boycotting efforts, but it is new and it's funky.
Right. Okay, yeah, thank you, Stephen. So let's go forward at August if you want to present it as normal. That'd be great.
Yeah, for sure. So this is one of the items relevant to the economic diversification TRT spend. This is in the budget at the end of last year for 2023, pertaining to strategic planning for our office, kind of part of a larger effort to get our department, the county commission, and the community kind of on the same track with the really robust community engagement exercise, getting subject matter experts in the room and talking about, what is the kind of future of our economy in many ways. I see this at a big picture, a huge opportunity to kind of craft the next phase of the conversation after economic diversification is no longer an eligible use for TRT. So just some high level context, really excited that this process to have a really good planning discussion around all things economic development, kind of what kicked this off. Planning for a long time. In terms of the nitty gritty, we issued a request for proposals that detailed what we were looking for. That's in the packet, so I won't go into that too much detail. In April of this year, we received 19 proposals. We had a really robust set of proposals. And, the main guiding questions of the planning effort, I will repeat that because I think it helps to capture kind of where we're going for with this is, 4 main questions. So number one is how do we create a holistic vision, set of priorities, and a suite of programs that drive economic opportunities, support all of our local businesses, workforce, and residents. Second question is how do we manage and sustain a thriving tourism ecosystem that drives economic benefit to our local community while managing real environmental equity, community quality of life impacts. Third question is how do we add resiliency and diversity to our economy so that it is stronger as a whole, provides more year-round, full-time, benefited job opportunities that are less reliant on the visitation curve and more likely to withstand economic shocks. And fourth, how can we work together as a group of individuals with different perspectives to facilitate a collaborative and mutually respectful process in order to develop a representative strategic plan that garners robust and broad-based community support. We went through those proposals. We had a set of criteria that was laid out in the RFP, and we had a really great selection committee, including Commissioner Bill Winfield, Strategic Development Director Chris Baird, myself, the chair of the Travel Council Board, Jenny Gleason, and designate of Economic Development Board, Melissa Jeffers. Scored all those proposals. The top 4 got interviews. We reached out to client references, and after a very long process, a lot of time spent by commissioners and staff and board members, we felt really good about recommending the Better Destinations LLC proposal subcontracting with Nichols Tourism and RRC Associates. So there's 3 firms that are working on this, and Better Destinations being the main contractor here. After we made that decision, I worked with them to develop this actual contract language, which is what you see before you today. In the agenda packet is also a summary of all of the proposals, their initial scores, whether or not they got interviews, as well as the top 4 that did receive interviews, their complete proposals and score sheets. We obviously have the score sheets and proposals for all vendors. I think that's kind of my big picture stuff. I guess the highlight I should say is that Better Destinations they scored the highest, but the selection committee also felt that the quote, this is in my words, thoughtfulness of the proposal combined with the collection of the firm's experience, which included direct work as the tourism director for the state of Colorado and Illinois, consulting work with communities facing similar challenges throughout the West, including Lake Tahoe, gateway communities to Glacier National Park in Montana, Sedona, and Aspen made their proposal particularly strong. Understanding that we're not going to take action today,
but that it's an opportunity to mostly answer questions from Kathy, who's here virtually. If there's any questions on kind of this bid, this proposal, and their perspective and background on this.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, August. So yeah, Bill, you missed it. It looks like we're going to have to table this until our special meeting due to some contractual legalities, but we have decided to make this our main discussion of this item, and then we'll just approve or disapprove at the next meeting. Okay. Anyone have a question for Kathy?
Well, maybe, I mean, I hesitate to ask this, but is it possible to see, I don't want to duplicate what's in the packet, but probably a lot of people listening to this don't even know what, you haven't said exactly what this is yet.
Sure.
Can you say it in like 2 minutes?
Yeah, totally. So at a high level, the challenge we face as an office is basically planning for economic development, which includes tourism priorities, it includes non-tourism priorities, it includes everything in between, includes film and all the rest. And our direction is set by the county commission. The county commission's direction is set by the people that they listen to, their constituents, etc. And so the planning exercise here is we face really complicated and tough challenges with public lands, as you just discussed, with housing. Everything that this commission works on and that touches our department, is pretty multifaceted. And so what this exercise does is works with subject matter experts like Kathy, who's been the former Colorado Office of Tourism Director. They worked in all these different contexts and help us have a facilitated community discussion on not only the big picture of what do residents feel like the future of this economy should look like, visitors, businesses, and have some of these tough conversations outside of the chambers so that we can get to a place of consensus on certain things and just agree to disagree on others so that we can have a strong plan for economic development. That makes sense. So it's going to be a lot of public meetings. It's going to be there's going to be a steering committee that represents the community, is made up of the commission members, boards, all those folks.
Okay.
In one sentence, as it is in the proposal, it's going to be a 5-year holistic community economic development strategic plan that incorporates sustainable tourism, economic diversification, drives actionable programs to support all local businesses, of course.
Okay, so in some ways it's analogous to what we do in our general plan, except the focus, instead of being on land use code, it's going to be on activities of your office or things adjacent to that.
Yeah, and I think in addition to driving our allocation of spend, it sets a vision that all of the various tanker ships in the community, whether it's the school district or other large organizations, this is our North Star, we're pointing towards it. So if you want to point with us, we can leverage all of our collective resources.
Great. Stephen?
Why does the contractor need 2 separate subcontractors?
Why do they need? I guess that would be a great question, Kathy.
And it looks like Kathy's nodding her head on Zoom. Go ahead, Kathy, if you want to speak to that.
Hello, if I may I thank you first of all for moving ahead with the discussion tonight. I would have joined on June 28th, but it would be 2 a.m. Where I am. So thank you for letting me do this at 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. Let me explain. I also would really like to underscore something that August said about the very unique nature of this planning process that you're setting into motion in Grand County, because that really goes to explaining why we've assembled the kind of team that we have. A lot of different places right now in North America are seeking strategies to manage the impacts of their visitor economies and create better outcomes for their communities. Here's where Grand County is different from the rest of what others are doing across North America, and really somewhat different from what I've done and for other destinations. This really is the only planning process that I know of that is combining an analysis of your tourism economy with exploration of how your economy can support other forms of economic development. So this is a really comprehensive, holistic view of what of an economy in a community like Moab can be. And you're also asking for, as August was explaining, you're also asking for an analysis of the potential for advancing sustainable tourism in your destination and engaging your community in this process so that this becomes a plan that is owned, not just by the county commission, not just by the city of Moab, but the people of your community as well. So this is why we've assembled this particular team. This is a first-time collaboration between my consultancy, which really is predicated on ensuring that that plans like this serve community priorities along with developing a thriving tourism economy, almost hand in hand. Mitch Nichols from Nichols Tourism Group brings more than 20 years of experience working in destinations. In fact, he's engaged right now in brokering a solution, a way forward for Sedona, which has been one of the most conflicted, probably, communities that has tourism as its number one economic driver. And we're also bringing to the table this expertise housed in RRC Associates. This is a research company based out of Boulder, Colorado, and they have worked in mountain destinations, in other destinations across the United States. They currently are contracted with the National Park Service to do an ongoing multi-year study of impacts on gateway communities. So they bring very special expertise and a lot of experience from their 35 years in existence to helping us identify, the right research, deliver, strong insights into economic possibilities. But they also bring a lot to the table with sustainable tourism as well, because they've been working in many communities like Aspen that place a high value on ensuring that the way they move forward is by embracing sustainable travel principles. I'm happy to talk a little bit more about how this planning process would work, but I hope that answers your basic question about why this particular group of experts has come together to propose doing your plan.
Maybe I'll phrase it just a different way. Who physically would be coming to Moab to be doing the town halls? Would that be all three, an individual from all three entities, one entity, just physically who would be coming to Moab?
Yes, so I will be the project lead on this particular project. So we're proposing 4 on-site visits. On the first on-site visit, there will be representatives from, I will be there, Mitch Nichols will be there, and there will be at least one representative of RRC and Associates. And then we're planning 2 members of our team to be on site at each of the other 3 engagements. I'll be there for all 3. Mitch probably will be there for at least 2, and RRC Associates will probably be there for at least 1 more. So it truly is a team effort.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions for Kathy or comments?
I'll comment to it.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great, Bill.
The experience, well, just to back up, being part of the team with August was a real eye opener for me. It was a good education in what's going into this plan. So when we came through the scoring process, this and another firm tied on my score sheet. I don't know how it did on others, but after the interview process and seeing the communities that they've worked with that have conflict within, which I don't know if any of you have noticed, there's a little bit in Grand County.
What?
And so that was a huge thing. And especially because I had literally lived there, was her experience and work in Lake Tahoe. And it's just like huge compared to our little 10,000 residents. It's just compounded. And that was a big score on the interview process for me. And then also the national park experience and the problems that we face also right here, which are driving a lot of the conflict. I just felt like it was a really good fit for what August is trying to put together and do there. And that was my part of it. So
thank you, Bill. Appreciate that. All right,
I would-
yeah, go ahead, Evan.
I would just say, separate from this particular proposal, when we first were getting the ball rolling with this, I was originally kind of in the camp of why can't we do this in-house? And we have a department, why don't they have a plan, sort of thing. And I think that with as much as that department is keeping many balls in the air, and I'm hopeful that by outsourcing this, we will walk away with a better product in the end. And so I think that some of that outside experience that Bill was just referencing, I'm excited to see what we get from it. So I hope that it is delivered, and no offense to you, August, but I think it will be a good product. So I'm excited about it, and I think it will be money well spent. And when the time comes for a vote, I will support it.
Great. Does anyone have any reservations they'd like to talk about before a motion to table and then bringing it back in next week? Mary?
I'll make a motion to postpone this agenda item until June 28th on the special meeting.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner McGann and a second from Commissioner Winfield to table this until our next meeting. Any further discussions? All right, seeing none, call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to table? And that passes unanimously. And thank you very much, Kathy. And it looks like, yeah, you won't need to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to attend our.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thanks.
Best wishes. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks, August. And we're up to item number 3 to Office of Tourism Cooperative Marketing Program targeting Canadian, Australian, and New Zealand markets in partnership with Canuckiwi. And we have Melissa Stocks, our Assistant Marketing Director, as well as August.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Melissa.
So
We also have some of the state international partners online as well.
we have Corey, who is the director of Canuckiwi, and Zach, who is in charge of the account for Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Also, before I want to start, last year we approved this code marketing program, and I want to show some numbers that it helped to increase our Canadian, Australian, New Zealand visitations. So if I can share my screen. So this is what happened in 2023. Have this number. So Canada is our top international market. Australia is our 4. And then New Zealand is coming 11. Before that, in 2022, Canada is still the top. Australia was in the number 8, and New Zealand was in the number 18. As you guys can see, the year increase for Canada is 8%, Australia is 136%, and New Zealand is at 1,074%. To compare with April of last year and this day. So this is the visa view, so we can see how much money these internationals are spending in Moab. So for Canada, we can see in 2023, the number is here, almost more than $500,000. For 2022, a little bit less, and 2021 it was $13,000. So our international market is growing just a little bit in Canada. Then we have the Australia. Australia is going really, really up 136%. And I'm talking just with April right now because this is the last report I have from Vista View. And also April is our highest season. And then I want to show New Zealand. Also, New Zealand is a new market that we are focused on, is going really well. In 2021, we have $4,000. 2022, for some reason, we were really low, but then in 2023, it's coming back again. That's the data that I can share right now. Then we go to the contract. We share the contract. So this is the marketing program that we have for this year. So we were thinking, and this is also, we value these programs with the Utah Office of Tourism, and in Canada, we want to focus on the program We Travel with Canada. This is a trade distribution platform that helps to connect with travel tour operators and agents. And the cost for that one will be $3,800. Then we have Expedia Media, and Expedia is a platform that is going direct to the visitors or connect with the visitor. And we're having two campaigns with that. One campaign will be in November, that is Greatest Snow of Air and Winter Road Trip Focus. This is more making the visitors drive visitation to Moab when they're going to the park cities or the winter resort. And then in March of 2024, we have the second campaign. That it will be more like a road trip, dark skies and national park focus, since we are an international dark sky destination. And then the D will be the wholesale trade consumer campaign, is also partnering with the number B. And this will be just for the Canada. And then we have the Australia, New Zealand, Utah partners opportunities. Same we are partnered with Expedia. Same time, Greatest Snow, but this is focused on Australia, New Zealand. And Carry On Australia. Carry On is a platform. Carry On is more focused on retail consumer. It's kind of like Expedia, but this is the way how a lot of Australians they like to book that way using the Carry On. Whole trade consumer campaign, winter stay in national park, dark skies and road trip. And this is more focused in a sustainable promotion. And the last one is the Utah Vitro Sales Mission 2024. And this is when I'm gonna participate. I'm gonna be the presenter for Moab, and I will show all the Moab Destiny and all the activities that they can do, the hotel, resorts, restaurants, everything that we can provide to the visitors. And the total amount is 19,800 is the total.
All right, thank you, Melissa.
Then, Zach from the Thompson Tourism, or Corey from the Canuckiwi Partner Organization have anything to add? Give them a second, or if y'all have any questions. Maybe we'll do that.
That's Corey and what was the other?
Zach.
Corey and Zach. Okay, welcome, Corey and Zach. Go ahead, Kevin.
I don't know who should address it, but just say something briefly about the relationship between, the Moab specific, Grand County specific part of this and the wider state, because my understanding we're sort of funding a segment of a statewide campaign.
I think Zach would probably be the first man.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. This is Zach Fine with the Utah Office of Tourism. I'm based in Salt Lake City, so that's why I'm calling from Zoom. Just to give you kind of a background. So we have across each of our top international markets, we have in-market representation that like looks over the strategy, the marketing. They're basically our like office in each of these top international markets. And Corey is the director of our office in the Australian, New Zealand, and Canada markets. So basically, to have in-market representation, it's extremely expensive. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of resources. And so a lot of our destination partners, they rely on the state tourism partner to kind of represent their international marketing efforts and their presence in each of these markets. What Corey does with his agency is that he comes up with a variety of different marketing campaigns and proposals to make it easy for each of our destination partners to opt in and get involved in these international marketing campaigns. Because I mean, if we had each of our destination partners trying to do this on their own, it'd be very costly, and a lot of them just don't have the resources to do this. So basically, this is one of the best ways for the town of Moab to kind of get that international exposure. Canada is #1 for our destination in both visitation and spend. And I mean, going along with a lot of your responsible tourism, your sustainable messaging, I mean, the Canadian traveler typically is going to be generally a little more older, about ages 45 and up. A lot of them are retirees who are on their way to going to their southern home in Arizona and Texas and southern Utah. And I mean, the responsible messaging is a really big part of their travel ethos. They're a lot more understanding of how to be a responsible visitor. Talking about the Australian visitor, Australia is actually one of the best markets for distributing visitation because they're on the southern hemisphere. Their visitation patterns are typically going to be happening during that winter time frame, that December to March, when they have summer break and we're in winter. And I mean, they're our top international ski market, and we've been promoting a lot of ski plus national park visitation. So these list of programs that Corey's team has developed, these are the recommendations that we have for both Australians and the Canadians to target both their tour operators as well as the direct consumer. With international visitation, it is very important. With the tour operator, they still play a very big role, especially organizing international trips where you're going to the other side of Earth to vacation. They rely a lot more heavily on those tour operators. So that's why it's kind of important to reach both sides of the travel trade and the direct consumer. And these programs are what we recommend Moab get involved in for this upcoming fiscal year.
Thanks, Zach. Any other questions for these, either of Zach or Corey or Melissa in August? Yes, Mike.
High level question here. The bang for the buck looks, I mean, above and beyond. Fiscal impact is $19,000, or we're listed at $19,800 total.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's the budget.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys see any other way that I mean, we could get this amount? I mean, this seems top notch for 20 grand.
Yeah, I think it's a well posed question. You know, we look at all of our various marketing activities and, you know, dollar for dollar, we're getting a great return. You know, I think that we do a good job of ensuring that every investment we make is a worthwhile investment. I think that for all the reasons Zach pointed out, you know, if we were, you know, shooting at some billboards and we spent 20,000 billboards in Canada, how much impact would that really make with our best guess with our media agency versus relying on this trusted partner in that country? We recommend to the state the best ways for smaller markets like us to get involved with their existing campaigns. I think this is a great program. The percentage of our paid media is very, very, very low. Yeah, I think as a department, looking at international return being forecasted in 2026, and making for us is there finding the pump, as it were, in this international relevance for our area. So I do think this is well.
Yeah.
Kevin,
I was going to make a motion. I move to approve the Cooperative International Marketing Program agreement with Canuckiwi and the Utah Office of Tourism.
thank you. All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner McGann. Further discussion. Zach, it looked like you had something to add to that last conversation. I'm not sure.
Yeah, just one thing. So the visa view, it is extremely difficult to measure actual spend in visitation. The visa view is just one of the ways to kind of detect the actual trends that we see, but I wouldn't rely on that directly for the actual spend, because I mean, this is only measuring people that have Visa credit cards. In Australia, the American Express might be much bigger. They might be using a lot more Discover. They might be paying more in cash. So it doesn't get the full picture, but it is a really good way to kind of monitor who is trending as which markets are spending the most and who has the most impact. But I wouldn't use that as an end all be all. This is the exact amount that was spent in the town of Moab.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, Melissa.
I just want to make a comment. Last year I went to Australia and New Zealand, beautiful place. We were working really hard with all the tour operators, and they are so shown with the beauty of Moab. And I was so shown with people how they are very, how you say, like they create responsible. They recycle everything. They know how was to take care of the land. So I was shocked with that coming from another country. It made me understand the value of the nature and how those visitors, they like to come up because of that. So just my comment that I went to visit other places.
Yeah, in my business, I've always very much appreciated Canadian and Australian folks, for sure. I think they represent in far greater numbers percentage-wise of their countries than many countries. All right. Anyone else have a comment before we call for a vote?
Yeah, I sort of process comment. I'm just noticing that we've got like 23 items on the agenda, and we haven't made big progress so far. So even though I'm always very interested in stuff that August and the EDT folks are doing, I'm going to try. I'm usually one of the offenders about asking lots of questions, so I'm going to try to not ask so many so that we can get out of here at a reasonable time.
All right. And on that note, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. We've blown past our 6 o'clock citizens to be heard session at 6:10. So if there is anyone here who would like to come forward to be heard, I will give them the floor, and then we will get back to agenda item number 4. Hi. All right, introduce yourself, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I'm not going to take that long. My name's Carrie Dabney, and I am the chair of the newly restructured League of Women Voters of Southeast Utah. And I'm here today to speak in support of the letter that you are writing to support the BLM public lands rule. In 2020, the League of Women Voters of the United States adopted a position on federal public lands that I'd like to read into the record to support both the rule and the efforts that you're making with your letter to them that you're going to be discussing later this evening.
Thank you. We've actually please comment, but we have already discussed that.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, let me just read this and then I'll be on my way. The League believes that federal public land should benefit all Americans. Land should remain under the jurisdiction of the federal government, with Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management lands managed according to the multiple use sustained yield policy. Most importantly, we support improvements in management and regulation. So thank you all for what you're doing. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dana, did I see you raise your hand? Yeah, come forward and speak if you'd like.
My name is Sana Carey, and I own some property in Thompson, and I've been employed in Moab since 1983. And when people think of Moab, they think of Arches National Park and all the ways you can recreate. When people think of Thompson, they think of junk. We really, our community really in Thompson appreciated last year when the county council paid for dump days. And we had, I think it was a week long, and we filled up 13 containers. Some were just metal, and some was just junk. And I've heard from other people hoping that that will happen again, not necessarily 13 of them, but at least another dump day where we can get some dumpsters, so get rid of some stuff and kind of clean it up a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Santa.
Thanks.
Let me finish with the citizens to be heard. And is there, looks like there's no one left in the chambers who hasn't been heard. Is there anyone online who would like to be heard at this time? And it looks, yep, if you do want to be heard, raise your hand or unmute. All right, it looks like not. So yeah, go ahead, Trish.
Just saying that was money that we took out of the commission discretionary fund, and I thought it was really important too. So I just kind of want to point that out, or those are the kinds of things that we could be using with those monies. So we will do the best we can.
All right, thank you. See, we will move on to agenda item number 4, memorandum of understanding with Utah Office of Tourism Co-op Marketing Grant Round 2022, August.
So this is the first of 2 agenda items relevant to the co-op marketing grant, which is a different type of cooperative marketing the state offers to local jurisdictions. Unlike the international partner programs that we just discussed that y'all just approved, this is an annual program where it allows communities such as ours and event organizers and other entities to apply for one-to-one matching grant dollars to support marketing program. We've applied pretty much every year that I've ever seen on record. Only a handful of years the county hasn't supported this program. I'll kind of talk about the context here and try to make it brief, given Kevin and everyone's notes here on the length of the agenda today. Basically, this item is pertaining to a grant that the commission pledged a letter of support for last year that we were awarded $225,000 for last year. This memorandum of understanding simply allows us to receive those grant funds. So this is not a new program. We've already flown this campaign. In the attachments, there is the campaign report from this. I included some impact metrics. The original letter of support from last year is in here, as well as the full application. So I'll leave it there and open up questions.
Thank you. Yeah, Mike.
I move to approve the memorandum of understanding with the Utah Office of Tourism in order to receive the funds awarded to Grand County during the round 2022 of the Cooperative Marketing Grant Program.
Thanks, Mike. All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner McGann. Any questions on this for August or discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item number 5, subscription with STR LLC for traditional lodging data.
Right,
Back to
I'll
you.
also keep this one as well. So y'all approved a basically a data analytics suite a couple meetings ago that Love Communications helped us develop and is implementing at the moment. One of those required that we be the direct contractor with them on the contract rather than subcontracted with Love. That is this organization, STR LLC. They provide your typical lodging market data, occupancy rates, average daily rates, demand and supply. So this is so that we can complete that basically package of data subscriptions and dashboards that y'all are.
Right, and I remember that well. Kevin?
I move to approve the subscription form with STR LLC in order to provide the Economic Development Department with access to traditional lodging industry metrics at a cost of $5,700.
Thank you. All right, is that a second, Bill?
Yes.
Great. Motion on the table from Commissioner Walker and second from Commissioner Winfield. Any other questions for August on this one?
Are we not already a subscriber to this?
And we get a new annual.
So it's just an annual renewal?
Yep. Yeah,
Great.
It doesn't have an auto.
All right, call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and that passes unanimously. Item number 6, letter of support for economic development's application to Utah Office of Tourism Co-op Marketing Grant Round 2023.
Awesome. So this is this year's version of the co-op marketing grant. So the deadline is the end of June. Melissa has been working with the Love Communications team to develop a scope for the application. That scope is very similar to this year's summer marketing campaign that was already approved by this commission, but for next year. The Travel Council Board was presented that kind of proposal. They approved it. And so basically what we need from the commission for this is, and what is on the table is a letter of support pledging the matching funds that's required by the grant process. Love Communications is on the line to answer any questions about the campaign that is being proposed for next year. It's very similar to the summer campaign. with the exception that there is an international component to it. To be clear, this would not be budgeted for 2023, this would be budgeted for 2024 if awarded.
Great, Bill?
I move to approve the letter of support for EDD's application to round 2023 of the Utah Office of Tourism's co-op marketing grant.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Further discussion or questions for Melissa and August?
Two quick questions. So the overall $500,000 price tag, the state's going to end up covering half of that?
That's the maximum point.
Okay.
So you can be awarded is 250.
Okay. So it's not 500 plus 250. It's okay.
So that's why
And then you said it was similar to the previous one. I assume that includes advertising to fly in markets like, Chicago or Los Angeles or something. That's part of it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, the full strategy is in the attachment.
And this is the same grant, but for 2023 that we just discussed and
Yeah, so the
approved.
timeline is that we turn it in on
Right.
the 30th of this month. July is as interviews, so I can go up to Salt Lake to interview with the board. So it's Utah Tourism Board Subcommittee that manages this grant. We get an award notification in August, and we put this into our budget, whatever we end up being awarded.
Right. And last year we received 2.25 out of a possible 250,000.
Correct. And then, well, 225 technically,
Yeah.
but and then the way that it was set up is this doesn't necessarily authorize the actual spend in the campaign context. When this comes around to the next budget cycle, there'll be an opportunity for the commission to review the details and affirmatively authorize the campaign spend.
Thanks. Bill?
And you guys are writing this grant, right?
Yep. So we're working with Love. They're providing, we have all this technical information, so they're helping us put the context together, but we're actually typing in words and boxes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow we're gonna start working.
I guess I will make a note that if there are individuals, business owners that want to write letters of support for this, that does help us. It is a competitive grant. We're competing against other counties, other organizations in this community apply for this. So, the more letters of support we have in favor, the better. Happy to discuss that with anybody involved, or if anybody wants to reach out to our office to talk about that. We'll probably send out an email soliciting letters of support from the public.
Great.
Chamber of Commerce.
Yep. They're
Yeah. Perfect. All right. Evan?
Just a couple brief notes on the strategy, because it looks like there's some love guys.
Yeah.
Hi.
I would be hesitant to mention too much that there are no longer flights from Salt Lake. I think that with our partnership with Redtail, we'd like to kind of underscore the fact that you can still get back and forth. And I think that if there are going to be flights to Phoenix, that should be included in some of the airport advertising and not just Philadelphia. And so those are kind of the first things that popped out for me.
So actually, we are changing our strategy in the flight campaign. So what we are doing right now is in the strategy that we have is to put a bit more on the inside of the airport, promoting more. So this is one of the in Arizona, Phoenix.
Great.
So I think to your point, which is let's focus on the fact that our flights have changed. We have this flight to Phoenix. Some of those select markets that we're looking at for the actual physical displays would be feeder markets to Phoenix on American Airlines, which is the inline provider with Contour. And so those markets are chosen in mind with the changes that we're seeing, which is, I think.
Yeah.
And I'll make the remark that I always make, which is, there's more than one way to fly to Moab, and you can go to Grand Junction, which as many of us do when we need to get some other part of the country. So, the advertising the fly market doesn't mean exclusively CNY. It's.
All right. Any other questions or comments? I'll call for a vote. Let's see, there's a motion on the table from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McCurdy to approve. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And it looks like that passes unanimously. All right. Thank you, guys. We'll see you in a little bit, August. Thanks, Melissa. All right, on to agenda item number 7, ordinance approving amended and restated development agreement and master plan for Peakview HDHO development, parcel number 02-0027-0024. Jenna Gorney from Planning and Zoning. Welcome.
This item is consideration of an ordinance approving the Peakview amended development agreement and master plan. On June 6th, we had a public hearing for this item, and today you'll be voting on its approval. The requested development agreement, or excuse me, the requested amendment to the development agreement and master plan would allow extensions for the final plat deadlines for the remaining phases 2 through 5, which have yet to be platted. The final plat extension deadlines for each phase would be measured from the effective date of an approved development agreement and master plan, which essentially might be today. The proposed extensions are described as follows: a 6-month extension for phase 2 final plat, which would fall on December 20th, 23, a 15-month extension for phase 3, falling on September 20th of 2024, a 21-month extension for phase 4, falling on March 20th, 2025, and a 27-month extension for phase 5, falling on September 20th, 2025. This is essentially a 6 months between each phase, except for between phase 2 and phase 3. The applicant is requesting a 9-month extension between those phases, as phase 2 includes twice as many lots as phases 3 or 4, and thus more infrastructure is required to be installed. The applicant is also amending their master plan to eliminate the twin homes and replacing them with single-family dwellings, which would reduce the count from 127 to 96 units. The development agreement also is amended to clarify Article 4.7 of the Land Use Code to allow local businesses or nonprofits to hold title to HDHO units if they qualify as actively employed households. Delays in the final plat approval for the remaining phases have been cited by the applicant to include COVID-19 pandemic and associated increased costs and delays for construction, county staffing transitions, and deficiencies within the land use code as to being silent on how the lapse of approval would otherwise be affected by a phased plan. In addition, the applicant has filed an administrative appeal with the county and then a complaint with the Moab District Court challenging the application of certain provisions of the HDHO rules and regulations as related to the project. Such litigation has also delayed the applicant in pursuing further phases of the development, as the litigation is pending the outcome of this request. At a public hearing on May 22nd, 2023, Planning Commission voted 4-0 with 3 absent to send a favorable recommendation to County Commission. And then included in your materials also was 2 public comments for the request stating their concerns with the approval for that, if you saw added. The graphic there just lays out the various phases. The colors are very helpful as opposed to the final plan itself. Answer any questions if you like.
So how does this come at the beginning? What was the, I mean, is it like all the phasings being just moved back 6 months at each one, or is the whole thing taking longer than the original plan?
There would be 6 months between each phase, except for the one phase between 2 and 3.
Right, but before this amendment, like in the original proposal, what were the gaps between phases, or were there any?
It would have been 2 years required for.
Oh, just everything had to happen within 2 years?
That's why it was mentioned that the land use code is silent.
Got it, thanks.
Any other questions for Jenna? Or anyone care to make a motion?
Make the motion to approve.
Thanks, Bill. All right.
Second.
Okay. Motion to approve from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Further discussion on this, Kevin?
Yeah, just briefly, I know it's like the public hearing, or in some of the comments, some people have expressed disappointment that this is, happening slower, but I do think, there's a lot of challenges to building, and there was COVID and there's increased construction costs. And I think the Peakview project, unlike a lot of others, is actually, completed some phases and has some houses on the ground. So I feel good about approving this. I think it's very appropriate, and I'm happy to see them proceed.
Yeah, Yeah, I appreciate the comments, but I personally don't have too much in the way of reservations on this one.
Yeah, at the hearing, I had asked a question about increasing the number of restricted out of the total units, and I'll be honest, I was a little disappointed to see the loss of the total units, but I am sensitive to the developers being adapting to a changing market and trying to create a product that is going to move. And so with that, I'm in support of the motion.
Anyone else? All right, I'll call for a vote. The motion on the table to approve from Commissioner Winfield, second from Commissioner McCurdy. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously. Thanks, Jenna. Let's see. Actually, you're on for the next one, aren't you? Number 8, resolution approving the final plat amendment 2, exemption plat of Puesta del Sol PUD, filing number 3, parcel number S02-0PUE-0021, also 02-0PUE-0020, and 02-0PUE-0019, 02-0PUE-0018. It's a lot of dashes.
Your chair.
This one's fairly simple. This is a plat amendment. It consists of 4 parcels that made up filing 3 in the Puesta del Sol subdivision. The planned unit development consisted of 13 phases. Phase 2 of the development included only these 4 parcels and was approved via resolution 2001-2528 on March 5th, 2001. The plat amendment would essentially vacate the existing lot lines between the 4 parcels and create 1 large parcel measuring 9 acres. The proposal doesn't significantly change the originally approved Puesta del Sol PUD final plat for phase 3. And this portion of Puesta del Sol subdivision was originally intended to be developed as a continuation of the townhome development that currently exists to the south until the property was purchased in 2001. Property owner had developed a single family home on the larger lot, but had not developed the remaining 3 lots. Puesta del Sol Homeowners Association Architectural Control Committee requires that a property owner shall begin residential construction within 18 months of the property purchase or would incur some penalty fees. Without future plans for development, the 3 smaller lots under their ownership, the applicant is moving forward to merge all 4 of the lots with the subdivision through a plat amendment process, obviously creating 1 already developed residential lot in order to avoid such penalties. As submitted, the plat amendment does meet all the lot design standards and subdivision requirements for application.
Bill?
I move to approve the findings of fact set forth in the staff report dated May 5th, 2023, and the proposed resolution approving the final plat of amendment 2, exemption plat of Puesta del Sol PUD, filing number 3.
Thank you. Mary, second. All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McGann. Any other discussion on this or questions for Jenna? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. That passes unanimously, 6-0 with Commissioner Walker absent. All right, I will move on to agenda item number 9, Emory Telecom agreement for airing of responsible recreation videos. Andrea Brand, Director of Operations, Sandflats. Hi, Andrea.
Folks started speeding them up.
we did. And I don't mean to snub you, but I'm going to excuse myself for just a second and hand it over to Commissioner Walker. Thanks.
Okay, take it away, Andrea.
Okay, well, I'll try to make it quick. This is, I think, the 3rd year we've done this. I'm here as a representative of the Responsible Recreation Committee, as well as Director of Sandflats. And so we're asking for approval for the contract with Emory Telecom to have 6 or 8 videos this time running on Channel 6 TV from June 1st. They're actually already running right now through November. I did say December, I see in my thing, but the contract is through November, so 6 months. And the Grant County Responsible Recreation Committee has been tasked with promoting sustainable trail messaging to visitors through media, print, signs, and kiosks. These videos were all shown previously on Channel 6. They're all produced by Mark Finley of Finley Holiday Productions in coordination with Sam Platts and the Grand County Travel Council. And they do an excellent job of promoting sustainable trail messaging to visitors. And they reach over 100 hotels and motel properties in surrounding area and in Moab, and offer another avenue to reach thousands of people with sustainable trail messaging. I hope you'll support this contract. It's $9,600. I was able to talk them down to $200 a month per video, so I think we got a good price.
Thanks. Any questions, discussion, motion? Mary?
I move to approve the Emory Telecom agreement for 8 video segments on ETV Channel 6 and authorize the chair to sign the contract agreement.
Sir,
I'll second it. Unless he's already started.
I'm going to give that one to Mike. I think he did the end gesture before you spoke.
I turned my back. I didn't.
Any further discussion?
I found the videos fascinating, and I learned so much about cryptobiotic soil. It was, I mean, they were very well done. Very they grabbed you, and everyone should watch them. I wish they would be on something other than Channel 6.
Well, they are on the Travel Council website.
Your Travel Council website, you can get to
Our websites.
Any more discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? So it passes unanimously with 6-0 with Commissioner Hadler absent, and happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Good enough. You're up. Keep us going.
Oh, right. I'm waiting for Jacques. Thanks for the pride.
Is it one with a lot of dashes? A lot of dashes.
Okay, so the next item is a ground lease with Redtail Air for their new fixed space of operation building at the airport. And I think we have Tammy online.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Good. So I won't take up too much time, but I'm willing to answer any questions. This is Redtail has they received a grant and are requesting to build an actual fixed base operations building at the airport. This is a huge benefit to the airport because we don't have facilities for our general aviation folks. So this is the agreement that we've drafted up and has been approved by Redtail and by Stephen. So if there aren't any other questions, I'll let you vote on it.
All right, Mary?
I move to approve the ground lease with Redtail Air for their new FBO office at the airport.
Thank you. All right, motion from Commissioner McGann, second Commissioner McCurdy. Further discussion or any other questions for Tammy? Kevin?
I guess maybe it's buried in the packet somewhere, but how large of a building is this? Is this substantial, or is it just kind of more of the same for the buildings we have at the airport?
I think it's under 5,000 square feet. It's not a huge building by any means. We'll have some offices, some bathrooms, a meeting room, and a kitchen in it. So yeah, it's not a huge building, and it's probably smaller than most of the buildings built out there. So I just don't remember off the top of my head. It should be in that lease agreement there. It should have the square footage. I believe it was just under 5,000 square feet.
Okay, thanks. Bill?
Yeah, I didn't pay attention that this Redtail stuff was on the agenda. Disclosure time, I took money during my election from Redtail. Just disclosing that right now, and all of these agendas were discussed in our last meeting.
Right. Okay, thank you, Bill.
The square footage was 6,450.
6,450, okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mary.
That was
Trish.
That was Trish.
Still in your credit. All right. Got it. Any further questions? All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. All right, now it looks like you're here for another couple of agenda items, Tammy. We're on to number 11, lease with Redtail Air for Hangar B, and that's lot 96, southern portion at the airport.
Yes, so this is basically a renewal. This building has been leased by Redtail for many years. The only thing you'll notice a little bit different is it's a longer term lease. One of the ways that we can encourage private investment at the airport from our FBOs is to give them longer leases to help them vest into the airport. So that's what this is, an existing hangar that Grand County owns and Redtail rents out as their maintenance hangar.
Thanks, Tammy. Kevin?
I move to approve the lease with Redtail Air for Hangar B at the airport.
Thank you. All right, motion from Commissioner Clapper, second Commissioner McCurdy. Any other discussion?
So you said longer term, and looking at the contract, it looks like it's for 24 years. Is that correct?
Yes. Typically in the past, the FBO agreements were, I think, 5 to 6 years, and we would have to go through this every 5 to 6 years. But as an incentive to encourage Redtail to invest money into the airport, one of our tools as an airport sponsor is to be able to offer longer term leases. We have not had any interest in the past from other FBOs. So we felt that after 30 some years of Redtail being our FBO, the airport board approved to offer them a longer term lease. And so in turn, they're going to invest in our airport.
Okay, and then the amount, the dollar amount, the annual amount for the lease is just fixed throughout the 24 years?
No, it's if you read through there, it is subject to some increases annually.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right, any other questions, discussion? We have a motion on the table to approve. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. We are on to agenda item number 12, approving ground lease with Alan and Nathan Rydman for building A hangar on lot 16 at the airport.
This item, I was informed just today that these gentlemen would like to postpone this. So if you would like to postpone this on your agenda, we'll submit it at a later date.
Okay. I move to postpone the agenda items at 16. 12, sorry. Item 12 indefinitely. Yeah.
Thanks. All right, motion to postpone from Kevin and second from Mike. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously 6-0 with Commissioner Hedin absent. On to, all right, and thank you, Tammy. It looks like come to the end of the airport items.
Great, thank you.
All right. Item number 13, resolution amending the electronic meeting policy. Mallory Nassau, Commission Administrator.
I think Alicia should have presented. I mean that only in a nice way because she took the lead on this and put it all together. So feel free to chime in or take over. But as you all discussed in a prior meeting, there's the need for a quorum here. And I know there's been at least one time where that was very difficult. So while this still strongly encourages that all commissioners be present here, it does give the flexibility where for the commission, a quorum at the anchor location isn't required.
Right. Anything to add, Alicia? Thanks for your work on it.
Yes, thank you.
Mike?
I move to approve the resolution amending the electronic meeting policy.
Thanks, Mike. That was a draw as far as I could tell. All right, I'll give it to Kevin. Bill conceded, it looked like. So I have a motion on the table from Commissioner McCurdy and a second from Commissioner Walker. And again, I'd like to just emphasize that I think everyone's done a really good job of we've all been coming to the meetings in person when in town. And this just, there have been a few rare exceptions when a few of us have been traveling. This is in no ways or means to enable us to hold remote meetings or anything like that. So I'm very comfortable with this, and I think it would be a rare occasion that we'd be doing that. Mary?
I would think the only time that tends to happen, because we're also aware of the second and third Tuesday, but it's when we have special meetings and special gatherings that's when it becomes a difficulty.
Yeah, I was going to make the same point that it seems like we've arranged our schedules, so we're always here on regular meeting days, but when it comes time to schedule the special meetings, that's tough.
Yeah, and it is a useful tool when we happen to be away. Yeah. So anyway, any other discussion? Call for a vote on the motion to approve. All those in favor, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously with Commissioner Whitfield absent. We'll move to agenda item 14, resolution to respect our neighbors' rights and the rule of law regarding use of fireworks on and around the 4th of July celebration. Commission Administrator's Office. Who'd like to take this?
I'll do it for Quinn. Thank you, Quinn. He prepared that one. So this is something that the commission has done annually, at least since I have been here, just as a proclamation to, as the title suggests, respect your neighbors and to be mindful, especially with fire season upon us. I don't believe that there are any restrictions right now other than the ongoing ban to have fireworks on any public lands, but that has been in place for quite some time. So outside of that, it is just reiterating that conscientious use. And really quickly, I will give this plug. I should have mentioned this earlier, but we are having fireworks on the 4th of July. So just so folks know, the city and the Chamber of Commerce used to do something, and they helped with advertising for this. So they're getting some messaging out, but if members of the public ask or you hear anything, yes, there will still be fireworks launched from the same location after dark.
Great. Steven?
Yep, and then just really quick, later in your agenda, you'll see this on the consent agenda, and I'd also like to thank Quinn for getting that set up. It was a document to give us right of entry to go to the place where we're going to light off the fireworks. Not when I say we, I don't mean, I mean the pyrotechnic.
Yes.
It's thank you then.
Yeah, and I'd point out there are no restrictions, but with all the super wet winter we had, there's serious weeds and especially cheatgrass around that is extremely flammable. Mike,
I just want to add a note that the lawn at Osta, the soccer field area, is a great place during the county fair to watch the fireworks.
All right,
that will be hosted. Just a small plug.
Yeah.
Small plug.
All right. Anyone want to make a motion? Mary?
I move to adopt the resolution to respect our neighbors' rights and the rule of law regarding the use of legal fireworks.
Thank you.
Second.
All right. Motion from Mary and a second from Evan. Any further discussion? Mary?
Just quick. This is one time like when we listened to the public. This started, I can't remember how many years ago, but it was through the public coming to us with concerns. And so this started and we've continued it.
Thanks. All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve, raise your hands. Motion to approve?
Chris, did you?
Oh. All right, thanks. And that passes unanimously. So we will move on to agenda item 15, determination of funding allocation for opioid settlement funds. Gabe.
Thanks, Jacques. Do my best to kind of give a somewhat of a summary overview of this whole process. So it dates back to 2018. when Grand County, along with 26 other Utah counties, entered into litigation in the Moab District Court against opioid manufacturers and distributors, including Johnson & Johnson and Teva Pharmaceuticals, for damages caused by their role in the opioid epidemic in Utah. In 2022, earlier on in the year, y'all might remember that all counties in Utah except Grand and San Juan joined in a settlement with the distributor defendants. And then later on in the year, the commission took action on at an emergency meeting on July 14th last year to ultimately join the One Utah Opioid Settlement Memorandum Understanding, which is an attachment included in the packet. So here we are, after, definitely some administrative actions that needed to be taken to finally get those funds dispersed. They started getting dispersed later last year in 2022. And then we also have had a couple of reports due to UAC, who is helping to facilitate this whole distribution of the settlement funds and the reporting of said funds. I did, in conversations with other sort of email conversations with other counties about the reporting requirements and what that would actually look like. It did become clear to me that it seems like we're doing a good job in terms of taking urgent action or not dragging our feet in terms of distributing these funds. I got the sense that there's a lot of uncertainty still, or just inaction amongst other counties. But I think we should pat ourselves in the back in prioritizing getting these funds into the community so they can start making the positive impact that we'd all like to see. I'm going to pull up the agenda summary real quick and make sure, just for the public, if there's anything else. The annual settlement disbursement ranges from approximately $15,000 to $28,000 per year. And there was a process that I led whereby requests for the use of the requests for proposals for the use of these funds by community organizations with already existing qualifying programming could submit such proposals for the commission to consider in allocating these funds for the qualifying uses. We received 4 proposals for the use of the funds from 4 different organizations, which were the Utah Supports Advocates for Recovery Awareness, the Wellness Collective, Moab Regional Recovery Center, and the Southeastern Utah Health Department. So I think that's the whole overview. There's one big news flash I need to add. I today, just sort of in the interest of trying to get all the best information possible for you all as you make this decision, I reached out to a representative from UAC to inquire about the possibility of further settlements, because that was something that I had been aware of, but ultimately hadn't gotten any updates on recently. And I did actually at let's see, when was that? Let's see here. At 4:28, so while this meeting was underway, I did reach out, or I did get back from someone from UAC and said that there actually was another settlement that was finalized that will become a part of this distribution. And so Teva, Allergan, CVS, and Walgreens are to distribute, as part of a settlement, another $209 million to Utah over the next 15 years. And so what that means for us, that's 50-50, that goes 50-50 between the state and all the counties. And so 209 divided by or cut in half. And then Grand County, based on the previous settlements, is allotted 1/3% of that half of 209. And ultimately that comes out to $317,000 over 15 years. And then also accounting for legal fees. My best estimate, this is an approximation, please, but it amounts to roughly somewhere in the range of $15,000 to $17,000 of additional money to allocate every year. And that's an approximation, but that's the best I can do.
But you said the total amount was 2 million? Is that the number you were saying?
209.
209 million.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So half of that, third of a percent of that. Yep. Okay. So anyway, so what's proposed in the agenda packet, and you may decide that this changes your ability to act at this meeting. But what is approximately $15,000 to $28,000 annually would be increased by something around 15,000. So maybe it would be something more like $30,000 to $45,000 annually. So it's great news in terms of supporting these really important efforts in our community.
Did we get an idea about when that might start?
No.
Okay. So it could be a couple years from now. It could be.
Oh, no, I mean,
a couple of months.
Based on when the last settlement closed, I would have, I would say definitely by this calendar year.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
And then one thing too, I do notice that there are at least a few representatives of the organizations that submitted proposals. I made sure to let them know to be, recommended that they be present in case the commission had any questions. But otherwise, if you have any other questions for me about process or details, be happy to try to answer them.
All right. Bill had his hand up.
I just want to apologize for interrupting the previous vote because I was asking Trish. I thought we had already decided this was going to USARA, and so it was my mistake for interrupting you. Just
okay. Thank you, Bill.
Making you aware.
Thanks. Trish.
So I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the allocation of opioid settlement funds with the following allocation percentages. USARA 60%, Wellness Collective 20%, Moab Regional Recovery Center 20%. And direct staff to draft a funding agreement with each entity to be approved at the future meeting.
All right, thanks. I have a motion from Commissioner Hedin and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Discussion, and I'd like to hear what you're thinking behind those numbers is too.
I guess, one thing, and I hate to kind of put it this way, but I think of it as a give and a take. I mean, the county in theory could have kept this money and developed our own program and attempted to run our own program. And so I really, for myself, and I spend quite a bit of time with some of these entities. I know Dr. Cook is online. I've spent time with her in the jails. She works in the jails. I've spent a lot of time with Lynette. And I think all three of them work together. And so I really appreciate that. I do, from my perspective, USARA is on the ground, and that is specifically their agenda, and they're working very hard. They work very hard with individuals that are incarcerated, coming out of incarceration, making sure that they're attempting to stay clean, helping them, find housing, find transportation. I mean, they do it all. Wellness Collective, I know, aids USARA in providing, yoga and all kinds of constructive programming. So that was kind of that's where I'm coming from. But if you guys want to hear from, the other entities, I think that'd be great.
No, I appreciate your perspective, especially working with these organizations.
Yeah, if you ever take the time to look at USARA's calendar, it's packed.
Yeah.
They are on the ground every day working super hard. So
yeah, and I did see in the packet that the organizations work together also and support each other, which is very good. And the amount of extra money that Gabe was just discussing doesn't affect any of your percentages. Obviously, that's a good way to look at it. Anyone else have a comment on that? Mary?
Make it quick, but I'm really excited this money's coming to Grand County. But I'm also frustrated because I feel the pharmaceutical companies have gotten away with murder, literally. When I did my research, they are the third highest as far as paying for lobbyists. And they also make huge profits. So I'm very glad this is coming to us, and I think it should have, but I think the amount that we received as a state and as a county is far below what we should have received.
Stephen.
So for this award, my understanding is it goes for 15 years and it's roughly 30,000, correct? Roughly, yeah, okay. Is the request that we're making for Trish for your motion, Commissioner Hedin for your motion, is it a reoccurring?
Yeah, I would like it to be reoccurring. Gabe and I spoke briefly about, I don't know what we could put into the contract, Stephen, or sorry, Attorney talks about, you know, if we do a bi-yearly or a yearly checkup, if one of these entities dissolves, it gets reabsorbed and reallocated, however, you know, that's put together.
Okay, I just want to make that clarification.
Yeah.
Didn't know exactly.
That was my thought.
Okay.
So, well, I mean, your thought is that this is the percentages for the indefinite future? Is that
it's a
more than 1 year? Is that
15 years?
Oh, sorry. I would like to see it for 5 years, and I didn't make that clear, and that was something that Gabe, I think, put into the email.
I'm just wondering, I mean, like,
might want to make that recommendation that we don't do a yearly, if it's 3 years or 5 years, whatever number we want to come up with.
I mean, most of our budgeting, we never do more than 1 year because future commissions might want to do something totally different. So
we just
to
do
me,
it
it
in the
seems a little
budgeting section.
weird.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm fine with that.
I think there could be the assumption that we're not going to change the percentages,
Right.
or at least not
Okay.
do a serious re-examination for 5
Okay.
years, but I
I'm
think
fine
it should be
with
a vote each year.
That's
I wonder if for long-term programs that the applicants are engaging in, if it would be beneficial to them to know that the monies are coming for more than a year. A lot of those programs last longer than a year.
I mean, I think it's each year we allocate mineral lease monies, you know, there's a lot of revenue streams that we,
Like just a line
Yeah.
item.
yeah, so I would treat this one the same as we do all the others.
Yeah, the intention here was to sort of hash out these allocations so that the appropriate contracts can be drafted for each recipient, and then perhaps in the contract terms that would be proposed at a future meeting, there could be a choose your own adventure type discussion that could take place about whether it might be 1 year or for multi-years, but that seems like a valid
option
discussion.
for renewing the contract or something like that. So a year from now, we could just say, let's keep it the same, and it'll be a short discussion.
And with the health department, was the thought there that the half that's going to the state could fund them? Or?
I felt like the application was fairly incomplete, and they actually don't have any current programs on the ground. If you looked at the application, it basically said we can do something. You know, it said we don't have any current program. We could. So I think I'd rather give it to entities that are on the ground and running hard already. So that was just my thought.
Especially if you cut those percentages down and say they got 10 or 15%, that's just really nothing to start a program.
Yeah, right. Yeah, pretty shaky ground.
Yeah.
And if
Yes.
I just 2 cents. So from my involvement of drug court, UMTRA has always been there for drug court. So I'll just give them a plug. They've been really a strong resource for a lot of people in the community. They put on recovery days. They've done that at the old city park. They've really gone above and beyond. And from my vantage point with the legal field and a lot of the cases, they've been really, really helpful. Not to say that the others aren't, but they've definitely been exceptionally supportive.
Great. Yeah.
I've got experience with several of those too. And you saw it, so.
Great. Yeah. All right. Any other question or comment? I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Hedin and a second from Commissioner Winfield to distribute the money 60% to UMTRA, 20% to the Wellness Collective, and 20% to the I'm sorry, missing the
recovery.
Recovery Center.
Moab rate. Yes, exactly. Thanks, Trish. On an annual basis, right? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And thanks for everyone who joined online. We appreciate you being here and appreciate everything that you do, and thanks for stepping up. All right, we're on to agenda item 16, 2023 certified tax rates for Grand County. Back to Clerk Wojtek.
Thanks. So yeah, I tried to front load this agenda item more than I had in the past with as much more detail as I could for anyone who wanted to get in the nitty-gritty about how the certified tax rate is calculated. Because ultimately I can see if you look at, I think in the past, we've just kind of presented this form PT 693, which showed proposed tax rates, auditors tax rates, and just like, hey, yep, this is the number. And ultimately it is kind of like, hey, yeah, this is the number, because the property tax division, they have experts and specialists that analyze our numbers, factor in new growth, see how values have changed, and then they, kind of basically spit out a number for us to verify and approve. So in the packet, I included that standard from the property tax division that really gets in depth about how that rate is calculated. And then I also included a screenshot from the website that I use to access and ultimately give my approval for them to move forward. And so after this action, we'll be able to be a pretty one step closer to sending out tax valuation notices within the next few weeks to Grand County property owners. One thing I saw that Treasurer Kaufman sent out an email to everyone at 3 this afternoon. And I really appreciate him providing more background. I think it's relevant for this action item and probably and a good summary for the sake of the public and the commission alike. And so I'll just read, maybe, I don't know if I should just read it word for word. But central assessed values did change with the overall valuation in centrally assessed dropping this year by 78 million, which is quite a bit, and definitely has an effect, a negative effect on that tax rate in terms of it being a higher tax burden on Grand County Grand County property owners. And that was the largest decrease, was almost 60 million from Mid-America Pipeline. And so the decrease in centrally assessed values will put upward pressure on tax rates and increase the relative tax burden on residential and commercial properties. However, the big story for 2023 is the increase in value for commercial properties who are up for reassessment in the typical 5-year rotation that we go through. And so that valuation of commercial properties increased by about 500 million. And so making the total valuation of everything in the county in 2022 about 2.7 billion. So that's a dramatic increase. And that figure you can see reflected in that screenshot detail that I included in the packet, where you see real property values, and that in shaded in purple, there's that 2.7 billion there. We're talking billions. Additionally, some residences also had increases because the state mandated them outside of the 5-year rotation because they felt values were too low. And so that's built into that somewhere in there, into that 2.7 figure. So long story short, what Treasurer Kaufman summarized in that email was that overall residents should see a decrease in overall tax burden this year due to that shift, due to the shift in the tax burden to commercial properties and that higher valuation. So many commercial properties will see dramatic increases. And yeah, I'll leave it at that in the interest of moving along. Any questions for me?
Are those commercial entities throughout Grand County, including in the city, or the ones in the city part of the city revaluation from last year?
That would be including the city.
Okay, so yeah. Commercial entities across the board in the county.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So since you and Chris are overachievers, it might be nice in future years, like, there's this new growth number, which looks like it's a little over 2% this year, that our revenue actually grows because new things are being built. It'd be interesting to see that graph from year to year, just to see how that's been changing. So
yeah, noted.
Kevin's a graph guy, line graphs specifically.
All right, any other questions or comments? Bill?
The final tax rates as presented on post forms. PT 693. For Grand County operations, library, and assessing and collecting.
Thank you. Second, all right. Motion from Commissioner Winfield and a second from Commissioner McCurdy. Any other discussion on this? Seeing not, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously. We are on to agenda item 17, resolution supporting the 2023 update to the community vision for the future uses of the Moab UMTRA project site. And that is Commissioner McGann.
This is a long meeting, and so I could go through the presentation if everyone wants. Otherwise, this is a project that we do every 5 years. We bring in a huge amount of public input through having surveys, having public meetings, having workshops. A huge number of people are involved, and they were spent hours and hours on this. The main takeaway is that there's huge support for a event center. Strong support for event center, trails, on a boat ramp, and transit center. Those tended to be the areas that people were most interested in. The big change from the other years was there wasn't an art. In the past, they wanted to have an art center out there, and that didn't get much support. They have pickleball courts on part of the project now, and a pavilion for other types of sports as well, and ice skating.
Ice skating, I was going to say.
And the way that would work, is we want to have they want to be really water wise, even though we're right next to the river. But there's going to be a shallow splash pond, for kids to play with and such, that will be shallow enough that it most likely will freeze for a portion of the winter. So, but there will not be any money put into, unless the next future sites change their mind, there won't be any money put into refrigeration. But so do we want to go through or do we want to just approve it since our agenda is so long?
I certainly read through the whole thing in the packet.
And the map is really fun, and
It is fun.
and it's really, if anything, if you see any of the members that were on this team, thank them. It was volunteer and they put in hours.
Yeah.
So, when you see Norm, say thank you. When you see Ben, when he's home, say thank you. And Nicole from she worked really hard. I want to give a shout out to the people who worked on this. They deserve a lot of credit.
And so my understanding is that in terms of actual planning and implementation for the site, this is still in the very, very early stages. We're not locked into this at all.
Because we're going to know a lot after the site is completed. And once all the tailings are removed, then we're going to have a better idea of where things can go. We've worked with the project so that, we're trying to make sure that where the map is, it will happen that way. But something could change. There could be an area that they say, this is going to have to just be closed off. Right. We didn't have anything in the floodplains and such as that. So yes, this is a vision. It's exactly what it says. It's a vision for the future. It's what the county would like to see. And it helps us a great deal when we're going and talking about having it transferred to the county and city, and to say, we really want this. See, we have put this kind of work into it. We have a resolution, we have a map, and it helps a lot when we go to Washington, DC, to have that type of vision. And it will help a great deal when we start to fund for it. If the county gets it, it's going to take some funding, and we'll have to do a lot of grant writing and such, and say, we have been planning for this many years. We've done this many visions. This is something, it'll help in the future in lots of ways. Yeah. Does that answer? Probably more information than you needed. Any other questions?
No, I just wanted to make sure, did you see me roll my eyes when you mentioned pickleball? I just wanted to-
Yes, I am.
Oh,
That was a big deal. That was a big deal when we had the thing. There's a whole bunch of stickers up there, not just me.
All right, any other questions for Commissioner McGann?
I would like to see a whitewater park and Moab wash fed by the existing pond, but I'll wait till a later iteration of this.
You know, talk to Tony Mancuso, because we really talked about that, but the way, because they kind of do that over in Grand Junction, if you go and look, it's really cool. And I saw that, and that's what I wanted.
yes.
But it's the implementation of it in our site by the way, because of the way that the river flows would be a much.
But I mean,
greater
the Moab wash, like coming into the river.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, well, get on the vision committee next time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do think there in the hot time of year here, there's a huge demand for wet places, and Mill Creek is getting overrun, and a lot of the beaches on the river are already heavily used. So I think as we go, I wouldn't want to abandon the idea of inland, some of
And
those
there's,
things.
and they do have access to the river plant.
Right, but I think one could maybe try hard at that, but this is early, so people will have a chance to advocate for that later.
You have a lot of time to get on the committee and advocate for it and get your information out there.
Do you have a motion on here?
I don't, nope.
Okay, I move to approve the resolution supporting the 2023 update to the community vision for future uses of the Moab UMTRA project site.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Dean and second from Commissioner McGann. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands, and the motion passes unanimously. We're on to agenda item 18, Star Business Grant Award Contract, ABC Thompson LLC review and approval, August.
And I'm back. You want to start?
Take no, 2 seconds. Do they have? Oh, sorry.
AC. Oh, it's getting warm.
Do we have the new version of the contract?
I've sent it to the staff. I don't know.
Okay. That was all I wanted to add.
Okay.
We haven't. Yeah, it is.
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
This is ready to go. It's just, we don't know if the commissioners have been able to see the new version of the contract.
Great.
I don't think they have.
Okay. Then I can, when you walk them through it, I'll just read the one additional paragraph.
Okay, great.
I'll just do high level agenda and you can cover legal then. Okay. So well, do not. ABC Thompson LLC was one of the original awardees for the STAR grant program at $100,000 to support the development of a restaurant in Thompson Springs. It's favorably recommended by the scoring committee. The commission approved this in November of last year, conditional upon the grantee receiving 4 ERUs of water from the TSSSD. They received the motion that was passed had that specific stipulation attached to it. The grantee was given 2 ERUs from the TSSD, and we have followed up with staff and planning and zoning, health department, building, etc. Obviously, 2 ERUs would be prohibitive to the scope of work proposed in the grant application, and we haven't received indication that it would be prohibitive. And so, given the kind of sunset of the economic diversification eligible use being on July 1st, wanted to bring this back and have the commission consider affirmatively approving that approval, approving the grant under the water allotment that they were invited. Yeah, that's the big picture. And then we worked with Stephen to draft a grant contract that is reflective of the ERU kind of considerations.
Yeah, go ahead, Stu.
Yep, and just in the new version of the contract, we added paragraph 11, grantee is responsible for permits, licensing, and other requirement. Grantee has been approved for 2 ERUs from the Thompson Special Service Water District Board. The county provides no assurances that the number of the ERUs grantee holds is sufficient to complete the grantee's project. Additionally, the county does not guarantee additional ERUs. Grantee acknowledges the obligation to obtain all necessary permitting, licensing, and other authorization to complete this project. This includes, but is not limited to, building permits, water rights, food handlers permits, sufficient ERUs to build, etc. grantee is required to obtain those, and failure to obtain those or these will result in the grantee's forfeiture of the grant. The reason why we add this language on, although we're in a unique situation where we're the government entity, we're also in a way the entity that approves some of these things. We just want to make it clear that it's her responsibility to do these things. And these are two different parts. From our understanding though, that's what the building department is saying. So we don't want there to be any mixed signals. We're not guaranteeing that she can build. That's not the call of the commission. It's the call of the building department, whether that's enough water or not. There's other factors outside the commission. So we just wanted to note that. That's everything that I have.
Great. Thanks, Stephen.
And then I just forwarded the additional contracts to the commissioners. Okay. If they want to go in an email.
Great. Trish?
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the grant award of $100,000 to ABC Thompson LLC.
All right, I have a motion on the table from Commissioner Hedin and a second from Commissioner Winfield. And yeah, and I'm in favor of this. I was on the original scoring committee for the STAR grants, and this was just about the most popular item on there with the scoring committee, and everyone's excited to see this project go forward in Thompson, and especially the folks out in Thompson.
That's great.
Yeah,
it's great, Santa. I'm really excited for you.
Any other discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand, and that passes 7-0. All right. So at the request of Attorney Stocks, I would like to move agenda item 21 up at this point. So we'll get to agenda item 21, and then after we finish with that, we'll return to 19 and proceed with the rest of the agenda. So agenda item number 21, contract Redtail Air Charter Service to Salt Lake City, August.
Yep, so as y'all know, you approved the consideration asking me to come bring back some contract language on this. Just emailed you the most updated contract with Redtail Air. Stephen has reviewed this and speak legal stuff. There is basically one last second consideration from the Redtail folks that they wanted to make sure was considered. It's not in language right now.
So August received an email. This is a requested change to the contract, and it's one I think all of you would find important to consider. They looked at the numbers in their contract or in their proposal. They had given us prices, $150 for a single flight and we're $300 for a round trip. He stated, quote, "We need to make one change to the contract, removing the first full sentence on the top of page 7 that reads, quote, we guarantee not to raise this price for 1 year," end quote. Continuing the other quote, "We plan to keep the ticket price at a level that is attractive and affordable, but there are unpredictable future costs such as fuel, which could impact pricing and thus require some adjustment in ticket price. I realize that the price guarantee was in our initial proposal. However, I had removed this guarantee from subsequent drafts of the proposal. Thank you. Please let me know if you have any questions." Randy is here as well, I think online. The reason why I wanted to bring this to your attention is this is something that originally I had the opportunity to talk with August, talk with Randy, talk with Commissioner Walker and Commissioner Hedler about originally the idea from them was that if this became profitable at some point, it would be profit sharing, or they'd repay the funds from the grant originally. After further discussions, we believe that kind of the intent was just to do a grant. So we went to that route and we're just going to do a grant. This additional information means that there's no price lock or any guarantee with the price. I don't know if that changes your guys' appetite for granting these funds. That's why I asked for it to be ahead of all of the other grant issues or all the other granting mechanisms. The contract won't be ready to draft or sign, or won't be ready to sign tonight because it's not complete drafted, and we'll come back and sign it next week. But we just wanted to bring this up for your consideration and make sure we're on the right path for what the commission wants. And August, anything that I've missed?
Nope, I think you're right. We worked with the Redtail folks to draft this grant contract kind of in this very quick flurry of contracting.
Yeah,
Stephen's a really great partner on. But no, that's kind of why it's.
And this is for 1 year?
Correct. It's 1 year for the timeline, and that was one of the pieces was the price lock for the 1 year.
I wonder if there could be something in the contract about just tying that price to the cost of fuel. Were there any other?
So, I mean, really tying this down, it's going to be really expensive to do that. These are only 8-passenger planes.
Right.
So if there wasn't any restrictions on price, it's an 8-passenger plane. I don't know how popular they're going to be, but there's no, how do I put this? The county is giving a grant for these flights to exist, and they will probably want to make it as close to break even or profitable as possible. So I don't know that their mission is right out the gate is to just raise it up, but there's no obligation that they have to the county to keep the prices anywhere.
I mean, I just,
One thing, sorry, just
Go ahead. No,
one
go
thing Redtail was gonna said was they're willing to talk with me and Stephen after this meeting to come up with something that meets that spirit of public access, affordability, attraction, and still allows them to not act. I think their concern is locking themselves into a situation where they're driving themselves into dirt because they had this price lock guarantee.
Price of gas triples for some unknown reason. Right?
So it wasn't coming from a perspective of last minute change to make money. It was, we want to make sure this works right for us so we can do the service effects.
So I'm curious, I guess another thing that might change is that they might do this and they find that, no one's interested or just very few. And so are they obligated to keep doing it for a year, or can they say this isn't working?
It does say in the contract that it would be for a period of 1 year that they would provide 2 flights. I mean, it's specific to that, but at the end of the day, if they didn't comply with it, we could just get the money back is really the only thing that we could do.
Okay.
But it's kind of, it has other clauses in there that sets up for different contingencies, like weather, for example. Weather permitting, they'll do 2 flights. They're smaller planes. I mean, 8 passengers, it's not a lot. And I think during the winter months, likely it's not going to be very full, but in season, I mean, a lot of people would drive $300 not to drive 8 hours.
Although a lot of locals in the wintertime would prefer not to drive because those passes can get kind of gnarly, so they might actually. Yeah.
I guess I'm, since it's only for 1 year, I'm inclined just to, not insist on the price guarantee. And, if we a year later, we can reevaluate, if we don't like what happened with the prices, then we don't have to do it again, but.
We can't do it again.
All right, well, we can work general fund money,
What time money?
Does I see Randy's unmuted himself and he's online. Anyone care to hear from Randy? I think that'd be appropriate. Yeah, go ahead, Randy. If you want to speak to this.
Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, great. So there was a lot of back and forth on this over the last couple of weeks with August, Stephen, and myself, and I apologize that I missed this guarantee. The only way we would raise prices is if there was a substantial increase in fuel prices, as there was last year. Last year, when the Ukrainian war broke out, our aviation fuel doubled in the price of in the time of 30 days. So we needed some protection should something like that happen. It's certainly our intent to keep that $150, $300 price point for our locals. But we just needed some guarantees should there be a substantial fuel increase. We're not anticipating that. We don't expect that. But should there be, we just need some, and it's certainly not going to go from $300 to $600. We would never look at something like that, but maybe $300 to $320, $330, something like that, just a minimal increase to be able to offset some of the increased fuel costs.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
And I just did a quick Google search, and jet fuel has been declining, since a year ago. It's down $1.38 a gallon. So kind
Correct.
of trending in that direction.
It has been, and that's why we're able to offer the $150 and $300 airfare, which is right in line with what Delta's charging right now for a round trip to or one way or round trip to Salt Lake City. But yes, you're correct, Trish. It has been trending down for the last few months, certainly.
Be nice if auto fuel would do the same.
Yes.
Yeah, it would. Anyone else have a question for Randy or a comment or? Yeah, I agree with Kevin. I think I think that's a reasonable concern.
So if you want to move forward and not move this on a meeting next week, you know, I could read the specific language that's in the contract and say have a conditional approval that takes those specific words out, or you can have us take this to Randy and Redtail team and work something out.
Randy, have you received approval from your council?
Yes, yes, just this afternoon when I got the final version of the contract, I reviewed it with our CEO and he's fine with it except for that one sentence about the guarantee.
Okay, so you feel comfortable that you've had sufficient time to consult with legal counsel regarding this?
Yes.
Yeah, I think if the county wanted to move forward with it, they could strike that language and make those edits and sign it, or we can bring it back next time. That's what the commission would like to do.
I mean, we're having a meeting in a week anyway. Is it easier to bring it back next time?
It's probably cleaner.
Yeah.
Although, and we're talking about bringing it back at the special session on Wednesday, right? Although it looks like there's going to be probably a maximum of 5 commissioners here, so there wouldn't be all of us. And
I'm assuming. I mean, I think at this meeting we should get the direction of what we want to do. So
okay,
that
right.
You know, we're only doing
Anybody accounts.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. Sorry, I missed the point there. All right. So do we need an action on this?
So should I move to postpone?
I think so.
Okay, so I'll move to postpone this agenda item until our special meeting a week or so from now.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, motion to postpone from Commissioner Walker and a second from Commissioner Winfield. Any further discussion before we vote? All those in favor of the motion? And that, Mary? That's right. Passes unanimously. Great, thank you, Randy. Thanks, Stephen and August also. All right, so that was 21. We're gonna skip back to agenda item 19, amendment to cooperative agreement between Utah State University and Grand County for implementation of business consulting practices.
Yep, so another one that was recommended in a motion to have me work with a partner to get some language. We're basically still waiting for the USU bureaucracy to do a thing and approve the legal amendment. So this would be in a position to be postponed to next week.
Okay.
But there was no the actual back and forth of the people managing the program were very excited about the context, minimal changes except for ensuring that the program has what it's needed to be sustainable as long as possible with the additional 100,000.
Great.
So I move to postpone agenda item 19 until the special meeting on the 28th.
Great, thank you. All right, motion to postpone from Commissioner Walker, second from Commissioner McCurdy. Discussion, all in favor of the motion, raise your hand. And that passes unanimously, 6-0 with Commissioner Winfield absent. We will move on to agenda item 20, contract with Grand County School District Student Career and Success Center.
This one is ready for action today.
Great.
So, Stephen has reviewed this contract. I worked closely with Kari Taylor at the school district, develop a grant contract for the $221,500 as moved by this body at the last meeting. Stephen feels good about the legal language. Just made sure that there was some constraints on making sure that the school district doesn't spend these funds on other projects. So it's specifically pertaining to the staff costs of this project for 1 year in their fiscal year, July through June. Kari also gave thumbs up for the legal language as by the school district. So this one's ready to go.
All right, thanks.
I would move to, oh, wait, there's an or. Make sure I'm motion.
What did I put in the motion? Do bad things.
No. We got the final review from the county attorney.
Yes.
Yes.
I move to approve the contract with Grand County School District for the Grand County School District Student Career and Success Center.
All right, motion from Commissioner Clapper, second from Commissioner McCurdy to approve. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. And the motion passes unanimously, 6-0 with Commissioner Winfield absent. And we've already done 21, so we're moving on to 22, contribution to a capital fund for Grand County businesses.
So this is kind of going to be the catch-all for the balance of the diversification dollars as recommended by its body last meeting. So based off of the budgetary forecasts and budget amendment that I worked with Chris on, the recommended amount of money, I think it's $390,000 plus or minus a little bit there. And so y'all directed me to go reach out to the various entities, including the Southeast Utah Association of Local Governments, the Utah Micro Enterprise Loan Fund, and the Wildcat Fund folks to figure out what would be best terms and kind of make a recommendation to you. So we got to the point where we have basically pretty close to legal agreements with both parties, but there's a handful of details that need to be worked out before something executable by this body can be considered. I think that the main thing that I've taken away from working with both entities for this, or that generally, and this is food for thought at the next meeting, is that I think that the microloan fund, I don't think is a good use of this money at the moment, because I think there's other ways to fund the staff and capacity necessary to unlock those dollars. And then I think the main difference between the AOG funding, so that's the Southeast Utah Association of Local Governments, for the revolving loan fund, is there already are funds that exist within our area that our businesses can get access to, and that those funds are typically serve as collateral to get bank loans. And then they also do real estate deals with that money. The other piece that I think is really intriguing about the Utah Micro Enterprise Loan Fund is that the way that they would use that contribution is, rather than saying, here's your contribution is your capital, the contribution is leverage. So with the Utah Micro Enterprise Loan Fund, what they're recommending is basically taking the contribution, using that as a first loss cash reserve account, and then they would go get private lending, SBA lending off of that, which would basically be saying to these private lenders, oh, there's about $400,000 of collateral for this entire county. You can go get all, 5, 10, somewhere between 5 and 10x of that dollars in a loan fund for local businesses. So it could be levered at a much bigger multiplier than with the AOG. I think that's the biggest attractive factor for me to working with the Micro Enterprise Loan Fund. The main difference is that for them, they do up to $50,000 per loan at the moment, and they work with those folks who can't get funding any other way. They don't do real estate, but as pointed out by the person that is what AOG does, and they already have one. So I think my general instinct on this is to lean towards Utah Micro Enterprise Loan Fund. With this, however, we still are working out terms with each of those bodies. And we'll have a final dollar amount as well, or a more final dollar. So this would be another one that should be postponed. But Stephen, did I miss anything on the legal side, or any other considerations you wanted to bring up?
So if we break the two of them apart, that might be helpful. So starting with the micro loan, it's different. And this is something that we've kind of grouped it in with the revolving loan fund. It's the loan loss reserve fund is curious in the fact that they're seeking loans based on our dollars that we're leveraging. In the event that the borrower doesn't pay off, we lose those funds to whatever entity to make them not profitable, but whole. So if they lend out $100,000 and the borrower only pays back 90, we lose 10 grand out of our pot. The other thing is they charge us 5% of the funds that they manage during the time period. So if they manage 100,000, they take 5% and they put it into their fund. Our identity of our funds. So if we put $300,000 into it, it stays funds that will remain in Grand County. Currently, the contract says 5. There's negotiating room up to 10 years. After that point, those funds lose their identity and they go into the fund to be utilized for other counties. Theoretically, it could be for Grand County, but it also could be other places in the state. So we wouldn't have that after a period of time. But also after 10 years, we lose 5% annually off of that amount of money anyways. So that's something to consider. We talked about interest rates. They range from 10 to 15%. That's what they charge the borrowers. And they go 1 to 6 years. Their loans range from up to 50,000 up to 250, depending on how much equity they have or how much protection they have for the lenders. The other thing to consider is how these funds are awarded. When somebody applies, there's a board that can review them, whether the county wants to look at having membership there as well. That's something that you guys would probably want to consider. They have a credit committee reviewing the funds, and then they do orientation on the website, a credit process, and then they usually get their funds for the bigger loans through SBA or through private lending. So I think that's important for the commission to know. They're really good about providing accounting. They say they can do that quarterly. They can provide technical assistance, and their seek was $200,000 or above for the amount of money that they would like out of the diversification funds. In the contract, the things that I thought the commissioners would be care most about would be that loss of identity for the funds. The fact that the 5% that they take for their fee, that may be negotiable, but it's something for you folks to consider. And then losing the funds at the end of the day, it says once the relationship terminates that those funds would go to their microloan fund period to be given out. He did say in the meeting that we could theoretically extend this longer, but it seemed like 10 years was kind of the cap on that. So it's not akin to the idea of a revolving loan fund. Instead, it's like August suggested, it's leveraging, $100,000 to go get a loan for $1 million, which can help. They don't take down collateral. Our funds are being utilized for collateral. And so really what it's supposed to do is it's gap financing for somebody that doesn't have collateral of any type. And we're kind of just lending our funds to them to be the collateral. That's different from the revolving loan fund. The revolving loan fund, we have a contract. The one term that we're missing from them is the percentage that they're going to charge us. This is more akin to an actual revolving loan fund that it does what it says. Our funds go in, they stay and maintain the identity for Grand County in perpetuity. The loans are generally 10,000 to 150,000. The time frame ranges from 1 to 10 years. They have good record keeping. They always have collateral, either property or equipment, or they do what's called UCC filings. The other really cool thing that they do in the revolving loan fund is when they have a borrower that comes, they apply, they go through that process. When they cut the check, they pay the entity directly. So it's not the borrower that gets the money, it's they pay off the snowmobile or canyoneering equipment or whatever it may be. They've done this before. They've had geographically restricted loans for San Juan County, Monticello, and Blanding. They hold $1 million in funds right now, and an additional 400,000 that are available. Their interest rates are prime plus 1 and 1.5%. It's generally what they charge. And then lastly, for the county to be involved, it's an option. It doesn't have to be, but it's an option for the county. They apply. They have an individual board that designs and selects which applicants receive funds.
You said involvement involved in approving the loans.
Sure, correct. Involving, yeah, and being able to approve the loans.
Bill and I are both on the Carla board.
Perfect. And they said it could be increased even further if they wanted to have the full county. That way you guys would have even more control over it. So just some pointers on that contract. Like I said, we're missing what they want for the administrative fee on the microloan fund. If that's something you guys would like to do, I can walk you through the terms that I think we would need to consider negotiating on. So if there was direction from the commission on those two, then we can kind of help narrow it down and then figure how do we allocate the 390,000.
Great. So just to make, so the summary is the SEU SUALG is more like a traditional revolving loan fund. as lower overhead, we have the option of being. I think you didn't. I think you said this in a previous meeting that there would just be a Grand County board that consists all of Grand County people who would. We have the option of doing that.
Correct.
Or we can let their bigger board do it. And then the microfinance one is it's not a traditional revolving loan. It's basically just putting up the collateral, and the administrative fees are higher, the interest rates are higher, and eventually the money would just not be Grand County specific anymore.
Right. It's basically like the second one would be to jumpstart construction. You could all of a sudden in 5 or 10 years have exponential growth because you can take $100,000 and turn it to $1 million and have a lot more flexibility. So if you wanted a business to be able to apply and build a building, for example, you could do that with the micro fund, whereas you would have no ability to do that because you don't have the money if you're doing a revolving loan fund. So I think if there is some massive, not necessarily massive, $1 million isn't as much as it used to be, I guess, but having a larger project, if there were those in the community that we needed to do, it makes sense to look at the micro fund. If we're looking at helping small businesses kind of grow and create themselves, then the revolving loan fund seems
I have a slightly different interpretation of that.
Sure.
And maybe that's
no.
my misunderstanding, but I think the crucial piece that I think you didn't mention is that the max loan amount per entity is $50,000 for the enterprise fund. So I think the analogy for jump starting it, a huge multiplier, I think is relevant to the collective impact across all of these different entities. But it's more for the Utah Metro Enterprise Loan Fund. Think of maybe a high school student who's wanting to start the biggest lemonade stand in town or whatever, and all they need is a $25,000 crate or something like that. They have no collateral, they have no money, they have no bank, they have no credit score, whatever. So for them, they're eligible to get 25 grand. Yes, it's 15% interest rate, but 15% on 25 grand is actually not that much thing. And they wouldn't be able to get an edge funds. They have their credit score is bad. They have no relevant experience. So for my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that the micro enterprise loan fund really is for those more startup, first stage, no collateral businesses, and the total amount of money because of the multiplier effect of leveraging our funds to get private market funds has a bigger impact. Whereas for the RLF, you can get more money per loan, and it can kind of bridge that gap between I already have something established and I need to get a loan to get into a new building, I need collateral to get into a new building, and you get more money, whereas you can look at up to $50,000 micro. And that's my understanding. And that might be a misunderstanding. It could be a place that we need to get clarity on. Sure.
So your understanding is it's up to 50,000, but Stephen, per loan, right? And
yeah, and I had a higher amount because then it really doesn't make sense why their ask is so high, because their ask literally is a minimum of $200,000. Right. So that means they would be able to give out, if their maximum loan amount is 50,000, they'd only need $5,000 in collateral. Mm-hmm. So it really doesn't. I don't know why we would utilize that if their seek amount is really low. So they're only seeking 50,000, and we had 390,000. Why we wouldn't go with the revolving loan fund? Because otherwise, although they're small businesses, 15%, 10 to 15% is a substantial sum for interest. You're close to credit card rates at 15%. Credit card rates are 22%. Yeah. So I don't know. I could be wrong, but how I was envisioning, I really don't understand why his ask is so high then, because our conversation with him is 200,000 was the floor to make it worthwhile.
And we have to make all these decisions within a week, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just throw an idea out. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess my gut instinct here is not try to be too fancy, and I think so. I guess I just feel more comfortable with the SUALG, boring revolving loan fund. It just seems less risky. So I just wanted to throw that idea out there. There's also the idea of splitting between two things, but that kind of dilutes both of them, and I think also increases the administrative burden for the county, because we've got two different programs that we have to be keeping track of. So
Bill?
Being on the board, I can speak to the SEU ALG, and I think they do a great job. I've been a part of, I think, 3 or 4 different loans, 2 of them here. You know, that they're doing for businesses here, and one of them's a very successful little coffee shop that was able to get money and to get started here. And I don't know that mentioning the name makes any difference, but I've also seen the other side where they've had to go and recoup their equity on a different business, and you know, they're very good, they're very professional about it, and I appreciated that. And then on the most recent one, I don't know if you were on the meeting, but they did a very good job, everybody in the meeting, of breaking down and realizing that they were helping this young girl start a salon, and that it was going to get it off the ground. And I thought that the team did a very good job of bringing it all the way around to approve that loan for her. So the only thing I would say is what Kevin said also, is that the risk factor to me seems safer with the RLF. So.
Yeah, I would say that because the program's been in existence and that there have been numerous businesses from Grand County over the years taking advantage of that, I think it's kind of on people's radars, kind of like have a little more familiarity of what we're getting into with you know, contributing to that. So I'm kind of leaning towards that one as well.
And Bill, I just want to make sure, does the anecdotes you were telling that was for the RLF? Okay, not the micro. No, the RLF, speaking for the RLF. Yeah, I don't know anything about the micro, and I'm not in any way trying to put it down, but I feel very comfortable with the way the staff runs the RLF, and the board there's a lot of people on that board, so it isn't like there's 3 or 4 people that are deciding and gambling on money. It's spread out pretty well, and a lot of people weigh in topics that I would have never even thought about as I'm sitting there watching. So
When do you make those? Did you make those decisions regarding the loans at the regular meetings? Then yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I think if there's any consideration of both and not purely just one of them, I think we would invite that and people involved to present and get clarity on the details. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're right on those. I think that at that point, legal language would have to be done, but
it would be tight. I mean, if there's an interest in doing both, if the microloan fund, if there's interest, whoever is interested in it would need to we'd have to talk to them today, because literally what's going to happen now is we'll set up, if I'm not assuming that the revolving loan fund would be the choice, but if it was that, I just need to fix 1 or 2 terms and we're ready to go. On the microloan fund, I do think there's more work, because I think there would be more things that, so is there anybody that has interest in that? We can look at drafting some of the clauses.
I'm definitely interested in either or, probably not both, but the safe bet to me definitely seems like the revolving loan fund. The other foot, it sounds interesting, and it sounds like it could be a really cool. It's a really cool concept, and maybe something to pursue going in the future. And I appreciate you're all looking into that, the background on that too. Yeah.
So should staff abandon going forward with a microloan fund?
Leaning though.
Well, I appreciate leaning, but we really need.
Yeah, right. So can I, I'll just move that we instruct staff to go with the RLF and forget about the microloan fund.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Second. And so now we can vote and see where we actually start.
All right, all those in favor of Kevin's motion? Yeah. Okay, so I think that's pretty clear.
Yeah, I think then moving forward, if there's an inkling of interest, there's always the road to the rural county grant funds, for example, that will get us to one time. If exploring the Utah micro enterprise loan funds outside of this legal window that we have that's very tight, I'd be happy to follow up with Doug and have him come over, not so stressed out about time.
Yeah, right.
To get clarity on what that program is, its potential impact, and put money from a different source into it.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, I would outside of this time crunch, if you think it's a good program, then I would definitely be open to hearing more about it in the future if we have ways to fund it.
Yeah, and if it's something that residents could be eligible for now without a contribution from us, I think some promotional kind of stuff from them would be great to have around.
Yeah, I mean, they mentioned explicitly during our conversations that they utilize the various business resource centers, the technical assistance component of the program. We've stood that up and continuing to admit to that component of it. And so that person will be and is already plugged into this program. So
All right, great. We'll move on to agenda item 23, last of our main action item agendas. Sponsorship of a business column in the Moab Sun News.
right, so this wasn't in kind of like the original allocation of economic diversification funds. It was presented with y'all and moved for us, but in looking at the budget that we had approved for 2023, we had 45 grand allocated towards program marketing and really communicating to our community the value of what we're doing with economic diversification dollars and generally communicating to the public what we're doing as an office. And an opportunity to work with the Sun News to have a weekly column that's related to either spotlighting a business or highlighting a program that we've done or having a piece on a grantee of a STAR grant, for example, for the next year. Was brought up to me, and so I'm putting this on there. I think this would be a really good investment of these dollars that are going to go away to kind of tell the story of this program for the next year at least, and see how that goes. And I think a fairly low rate. The Sun News is committing to actually create the content, shoot the photos with direction from kind of our department. So I just wanted to put this on there as this wasn't affirmative on the table at the last meeting, and we want to make sure all of the budget is tightened up to make these allotments here before the closing days of diversification. So that's kind of that. My brain is running at a
Right. I hear you. Me too, August.
I have a question.
Yeah, Mary.
So where's the Times Independent? So they approached, or was this just?
It was kind of a last minute opportunity that I followed up on. So
See, that concerns me because we have two pretty viable papers in town, and
sorry.
So just because of that, I have no idea if they'd be interested, but I think to as a county agency to not open the possibility to the businesses in town that are capable of doing this, to give one entity some funding without seeing if the other entity could provide as much or more. It just concerns me.
I guess I do think it's important that we, support both local papers, and I'm more a TI reader. On the other hand, like all our public notices, which is a fair amount of money, go through the TI. Our commissioner corner columns have been to the TI. So I think we do want to kind of be even and fair, but that doesn't mean every single project has to be split down the middle. And so I'm okay going this and just making sure in the future, next time we do want something similar, we can.
I didn't think of that.
Well,
I think I wanted to add to that. Our purchasing policy is written in such a way to avoid that kind of stuff. It's tiered to balance, the efficiency and effectiveness and time spent by staff on these kinds of things. Because I think, $100,000 contract, trying to make sure that that's being spent right, obviously is set up that way. For things less than $5,000, this technically I could just approve this with the department and sign off on it budget, right? And so we are kind of going above and beyond bringing this to this commission in this way.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to, purchase supply is great. I want it, if we could approve every single thing here for the public, we do it. But I guess what I'm saying is that relatively low impact to the budget is the way it is. But I'd also be happy if we wanted to reach out to Patty.
And August, I just wanted to clarify, so the ask here is from diversification funds, the funds that are gonna be running out in a
And
couple of
that's not to say you
days, right?
could do a different
Yeah,
program. This is what this would have been urgent. If I didn't feel getting us done in this way would give us the kind of coverage to do material that is, that I'm not asking every single time we're doing an article. Is this a tourism business or is this not? Is this an economic diversification program? I mean, this gives us the cover to have everyone be about something we care about.
And so what we've talked about here, so so this money would essentially for the diversification come out of the revolving loan fund. Because everything, right, so it just
So
be.
the 390 is actually baked in. I
Yeah.
put that number in.
Right. Okay.
So if this came out, it would go to 395.
Yeah, got it, right, okay. Steven?
Well, and also just because it's fresh and we have Chris here, we were talking also about previously about trying to maximize the amount of funds that are able to go into the revolving loan fund, because we won't have the full most accurate number possible. So we also were kind of brainstorming on how to make sure that that does happen. And so I don't know how close 390 is to.
I think it's already more than that.
So, I mean, if it's possible, or just find such that whatever the remainder is, we want to know that.
Right.
Right. August.
Yeah.
We could just draft like the agreement to just quantify the remainder, whatever it is. We'll know in August. But I did come up with a very good projection. It's nice if you're at a percent of 2022 instead of.
Oh, good point.
So yeah, I think I ran a new projection based on 95% of 2022 for the remaining 2 months of the beginning of the year that we haven't got a TRT in for. And it bumped it up, I think, from 481,000 to 520,000. So that's 50,000.
And that's the remainder after all of these other things are pulled out.
Well, that's the total amount that we have to work with for this year, adding it in. So, you know, if we were, like I said, if we were to bump up the remaining 3 months that we haven't collected TRT for yet, from a projection of 90% relative to 2022 to 95% relative to 2022, then it would add about another 50,000 to the total that goes into this year's contribution. It's a little complicated because we're also pulling diversification money from the last 2 years out of the fund balance, also factoring that in. But, you know, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is if we can draft a contract with ALG for the revolving loan fund such that the monetary amount, we could give a minimum, you know, like the more conservative projection is minimum. But then also commit to just providing the remainder, whatever it ends up being. You know, and then that way we don't have to worry so much about nailing the projection.
Right.
Just that floor.
Yeah.
Right,
So
whatever.
before we, so the agenda item we're at right now is just this business column, so.
Yeah, great.
So
I was gonna say, gosh.
The reason why I wanted to point it out is because I don't know the beginning number that we have. So the starting number, because we have at least 100,000 for USU, 221 for the school, 95 for Redtail, 150 for the contractor.
I share.
Okay, perfect. I just want to kind of get us close to where we're at with all the numbers. So if it's that's 550 or 566 at that point.
Yeah, it's like I said, yeah, we're pulling in money from prior years also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I just have it all on a spreadsheet, so we've got it. I think we've got it.
It will totally cover that.
Now then, pretty much.
Section.
But I think what Jacques said was accurate, which is the practical effect of this is take almost $5,000 out of the revolving loan fund and put it here instead.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that, so I'm gonna move to approve the sponsorship of a business column in Moab suburbs.
I'll second that.
All right. Motion approved by Commissioner Walker, second Commissioner Hedin. And yeah, I think it's a reasonable ask, and it's a way for diversification to kind of continue on after after the July 1st deadline and in the form of discussion and information. So,
And this addressing at Mary's point, I mean, rah times independent, that's a paper I like, but I do think that we can be, even handed without splitting every single.
share the love, as someone said at a meeting a few weeks ago. All right, so I have a motion on the table to approve. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. All opposed. Motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner McGann in opposition. All right, so we have reached the end of our regular action items. We're on to our consent agenda. So this consent agenda will consist of approving meeting minutes from June 6th, ratification of payment of bills, total bills in the amount of $948,208.93, total payroll in the amount of $364,435.10, total bills and payroll in the amount of $1,312,644.03. It also includes independent contractor agreement for the 2023 Grant County Fair Scales and Tails exhibit and stage shows, as well as ratifying chair signature on the rate of entry ROE agreement between Lions Back and Grant County for 4th of July 2023 fireworks display.
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented and the bills as presented.
Thank you. All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Dean, second by Commissioner McCurdy. Any discussion on consent agenda items? And we'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that passes unanimously. Awesome. We are on to public hearings. So our public hearing to accept input on a 2023 mid-year budget amendment. And that is our Strategic Development and Budget Director, Chris Baird.
Okay, so I'll give an overview before we call for public comment. Share my screen here. Okay, so I'm just going to run down the list here. We'll start with the general fund. And so we'll start with amendments to the general revenues. So we just recently got our federal payment in lieu of taxes, and it's about 65, almost 66,000 more than we budgeted. So I went ahead and adjusted that to the actual. We do have a public defender grant amount in here, 128,000. When we get down to that part of the expense, I might turn it over to Mallory so she can kind of discuss that a little more. But we did, right now anyway, we plugged in some revenue for defense resources from the what's the state? IDC.
Indigent Defense Commission.
Okay. Then Tammy wanted to budget for the possibility of doing the ARP training in Moab. And so there's a revenue side of that. They charge like $970 per person. And rough calculations is that the revenue and the expense are probably gonna be around 30,000. So it's just gonna be a kind of a wash. So I added that into the general fund, and then when we get down to it, you'll see we added 30,000 expense also. Davidson asked to increase the amount for movie sport security details. Partly because of Horizon. I don't know. There seems to be like some rumors about that. I don't know. But anyway, we did increase it by 85,000 because it was looking like we were well exceed what we had budgeted.
So I wasn't aware that we were footing the bill. I mean, don't the student movies pay us back for that kind of thing?
This is revenue.
Right, but it's a positive number. You don't have a negative sign.
Oh, well, that's let's see. Oh, you're right. So
that's a typo.
Yeah, just on this, and so I'll go double check. It does happen because the very next revenue line item I forgot to put the negative sign last year. And so, but it's actually, you know, beneficial in the case of revenue because,
Okay, but in any case,
yeah.
so regardless of what I see in front of me, we're planning on taking in more money because of film, right?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and double check that. You're probably right that anyway, it should have gone from 50,000 to 135, and so that would be it should just read negative 135.
Really, I was thinking that 85 number should have been negative, and so it should have been a negative 35.
Yeah.
It's a less drastic change.
But anyway, I mean, that's kind of very speculative regardless, but and it will depend a lot on what movies, you know, are happening. So anyway, with this next one, yeah, I forgot to put the negative sign, caught that. So that actually increases our revenue by what is that?
96.
90, yeah, whatever it is, 48 times 2. So that alone, you know, just bumps up our revenue. It's just an error correction, but it does bump up our available revenue. But then we added in all these different grants. Most of these are search and rescue or sheriff related grants, UTVs, Forest Service agreement, internet crimes grant, body cameras, partial search and rescue grant for mental health services, and another UTV grant. So all of those factored in and then added up. So that was fairly significant. Sell of fixed assets, I also adjusted. We're pretty close to I think $130,000 this year so far, just selling off our old vehicles as we bring on the enterprise fleet. So that's revenue that I bump up considerably. I did also budget a draw off the general fund balance, but I've just zeroed that out and decided that it would be easier just to reduce our contribution to capital projects instead. I mean, you could do it either way. This is a little more simple, and it gives us a little bit better idea of what our sort of bottom line is projected to be, because the amount of money that we send to capital projects is not just what we budget for capital projects, but also any remaining revenue over expense. And when I get down to that, I'll show that to you. So then we're moving into the expense side here. Start off with the commission's budget. Proposing to bump up the subscription memberships by 5,000 to pick up the EUTV invoice that we got from the ALG. Bumped up just that notices are looking like we need to bump that up. Increase Jacques allowance to $900, bills to $7,000, Mike's to $2,000, and then we added $3,000 in the discretionary at the request of Kevin for Dark Skies educational materials, right?
Actually, it was more. It looks like it's where the county coming into compliance.
Oh, okay. So
which is probably more than
our
yeah, I'm just trying to set a good example as the deadline approaches, which I think had been in the budget in the past, maybe.
Yeah,
But-
I took the 3,000, that's the same amount as we got last year. But
It sounds like that was for educational materials, which is.
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
Well, I thought the 3,000 was for education material. I thought we mentioned more like 30 or 40,000.
That's just what I remember. Yeah.
I guess we'd have to. I could touch base with Sean.
It might be
Get
in
it.
Sean's budget.
So yeah. Anyway, I think I can kind of check up on that, and we can. I mean, we can still tweak this after the public hearing, and it looked at Mike we're here to be improving this budget amendment July 18th. So there's time to think about it and tweak it.
Is there, I don't plan on traveling. Is there value right now in decreasing that small amount, or is it increasing my 750?
Oh, you want to, I mean, I would just, well, it's not a, I mean, I guess it would be that would be something generally pick up at the end of the year.
Okay, that's,
You
that's
know,
why I didn't.
there's a handful of like smaller amendments, but the whole point of this amendment is to pick up the big changes.
Yeah.
You know, and all the little, changes, I don't think we need to really worry about right now. Because we're not gonna go over budget, we're only halfway through the year, and so, this is mostly for planning purposes and to sort out predominantly the economic development department, but, we're picking up some of these other things that we can clarify.
Chris, for the commission's discretionary, do we need to add something at some point for the charging stations, the grant match?
No, I mean, I think if that grant comes through, it's gonna be a lot more than we want to pay out of. It's gonna essentially be a capital project, so it'll be coming out of Fund 34, just our capital projects fund. So, but in discussing that potential grant with the company that might provide the service, they indicated that there's some other revenue options for actually making the match as well. Right, so it's kind of up in the air. I don't know what to put in for the EV charging stations. I mean, we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. But it could be, pretty substantial if we have to make the match ourselves. So next up is a public defender budget. Did you just want to explain that one, Mallory?
Yes, I will try. It will get a little complicated. So initially we had $25,000 for a conflict contract, which would mean just an attorney who could pick up cases if, it's a conflict, we'll say that. And we put that out for an RFP back in February and we didn't get any. So we've just kind of let that money sit. And I am asking that we take that $25,000 along with a piece of the defense resource spending and put it together for, it says public defender admin. I wasn't sure the best way to state that, but in essence, a managing public defender. And then with the IDC, they would not give us grant funding for a managing public defender this year because there were only 2 attorney contracts in place. However, they will reimburse defense resources. So we need to shift some money around. And
did you plug that into the budget software? So I'm gonna just change screens so we can just look at that real quick.
And the reason why that occurs, just for the commissioners, Grand County has a lot of cases where we have, let's hypothetically create a scenario. You have 3 individuals with a lot of narcotics in a vehicle. Each one of those individuals, if they're incarcerated, they can't work, so they can't hire their own public defender. And so then they each get appointed a different public defender. And right now we have a main one, which is Joe Alamia. And then we don't have 2 others. So what's happening now is the judge is going through round robin style and picking attorneys, and the county's paying $150 an hour or whatever that rate is. And it would be way more beneficial for the county to hire somebody full-time to do that. Otherwise, we'll just bleed out funds. And it's really hard to audit attorneys' hours because they just report it. They just send us the bill. It's not my job as a prosecutor, not my job to tell defense how much they should spend. And that's why it's slightly separated in the county structure, that the county drives that. So just a little bit of food for thought.
And the managing defender would actually be charged with implementing really a standalone office, because you shouldn't have that overlap. We shouldn't necessarily, y'all shouldn't control the public defender system. The county attorney's office shouldn't. They should really operate somewhat independently, because it's kind of like 2 teams fighting.
Right. And as much as the judge can, what happens a lot of times, and this is a nightmare, depending on the court, parental defender as well exists, and we provide resources that the county does. You'll have families that have, let's imagine 4 parents, because people get a divorce and they have kids and they have another family. So you'll have 4 different individuals. Well, sometimes if the judge appoints the attorney to represent person 1, it might trigger almost like a Sudoku puzzle where, but for the appointing of that person first, they could have had these people covered in a right process. But sometimes what happens is the judge appoints, and then we end up having to go even further out of the county because of so many conflicts, because the longer an attorney works here, the more conflicts they pick up over time.
Yes, and the managing defender position would carry a conflict caseload. So it would kind of cover a few things and provide for some oversight, especially with attorneys that are appointed, the data, their contracts, which has been the process. So I do think this will pay off quite a bit, and that we'll see the actual hourly invoicing from those attorneys go down quite a bit.
Okay, so just to clarify that, this 56,000 that we moved over to matching public defenders for the remainder of the contract, the remainder of this year, right?
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, this green column right here, at this point supersedes what was packaged.
Okay,
great. Tweak that today. So let me go back to the other document. Okay, moving on to assessor's department. Plugged in their enterprise vehicle lease annual amount, $6,472. The appraisal came in quite a bit over the commercial appraisal. So we had to add 72,000 to that. It ended up being a lot bigger job than we were anticipating. So we had to add some money in to cover that. Of course, all the new growth and everything is going to, pay that back. Then in non-department, this is, I added 8,810. This is for the two fleet vehicles that are just general purpose. So this would be two vehicles for 8,810 would be added into non-department. Planning and zoning, so we had to make some adjustments relative to the hiring of the new engineer. So salary went up, benefits went down relative to the original budget. Then moving on to the sheriff's department, I think Jameson's on. I'll just start off with some of the salary stuff. So Renee did revise some projections for salary, benefits, on call, and so you can see those revised projections there, mostly going up. And then Jameson, did you want to just kind of cover some of these other things like equipment maintenance, vehicle lease, inventory? And we've also made some other adjustments today, which I'll switch back to the other budget software and show that there's a little bit of tweaks also. Is Jameson on the?
Yep, I'm here.
So anyway, yeah, did you just want to maybe go over some of the adjustments that we've made to equipment maintenance, vehicle lease, inventory in your budget?
Yep. Yeah, you bet. So the equipment lease that we lease with Enterprise, when we originally went with Enterprise, we budgeted for $180,000, and that was for 9 vehicles. We're currently at 23 vehicles. And so in one of the previous slides Chris was showing, Cody has been selling some of our county-owned old pickup trucks. I think we netted like $120,000. Don't quote me on that. And as you've known, and I've made it very public, we don't have any spare vehicles. And so that's why you see the adjustment to the vehicle lease. The other thing with leasing a vehicle is it requires so much money to outfit a vehicle. Per each vehicle, I got a bill from Premier who outfits our vehicles. They're about $21,000 a piece to outfit. That's not even dash cameras or radios. That's like lights and cages and sirens and stickers and all of that stuff. So that's why the vehicle lease is $165,000 to be adjusted. 60,000 of that is just for the equipment that goes inside of that. What we're finding is when we get one of these brand new vehicles and we keep the stock tires on them, we all know that we have one of the busiest search and rescues in the States. And our patrol deputies are off-road a lot, and so they damage their tires. And so we're trying to put all terrains on our vehicles so we don't pop so many tires. With that, we We just recently had 2 vehicles crashed. Now we're down 2 more vehicles. So it's always something with the vehicle thing. When we've tried to cut back on our on-call time, but what's happening right now is we've got all these new employees and we have to pay the FTO deputy 1 hour of on-call a day to train a said employee. I mean, that's how we do it. So even though we've been cutting back on that, we have all these new employees, and in theory, the on-call pay should go down a little bit. But it's because we're having to train all of these new employees right now is why that's up a little bit. Once we're done training people, that'll go down. Our inventory we're getting $15,000 from the Forest Service, and that goes towards our equipment. $15,000 can be spent on gun holsters. It could be spent on bulletproof vests. It could be spent on a lot of different things. And we've had a lump sum of money from the Forest Service that we haven't spent. And so we've signed that contract earlier this spring with the Forest Service. And they're willing to pay $15,000 to equipment as well. What else? Our salaries, I guess we've when we originally budgeted for these positions, we budgeted at like step 3. Maybe Chris can talk more about this, but we're getting all of these experienced deputies that are coming in, and they're coming in at max pay. And so that's why you're seeing the salaries over on that. Overtime's hard to adjust and to plan out, because it's like today I've got an inmate that has to go to Utah County for surgery, and I have to send 2 deputies with him. And so you can't really plan for stuff like that with the overtime, even though we're trying to cut back on that. And the same thing with the jail salaries, same situation. We're bringing in experienced jailers. And so they came in way more than the projected number. What else?
So, and then we bumped up equipment maintenance by $22,766. Remember what that was about?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my papers. Hang on. I think that has to do with the tires, Chris, and when we damage vehicles. Hang on.
So just a revised projection then.
Yep.
Okay.
Could you go back to the vehicle lease with those numbers? I kind of lost you there. With the number of vehicles in use.
So the $180,000 when we originally signed enterprise lease, that was for 9 vehicles. And we haven't adjusted that throughout the years, and we should have, but we haven't. Currently, I think we have 23 vehicles now. So that's the need for the jump there. And then when you pay for those vehicles, you have to outfit each one of those vehicles with lights and sirens and all that stuff. So
it's because the fleet is decreasing that we own, or
yeah, we've been selling all of our older fleet, and the fleet that we've had for several years that we've sold that and made money on that. And we're trying to go towards these leased vehicles so we don't have so many problems.
So the total fleet's similar. It's just a split between leased and owned.
Well, there's a significant increase, from
9 to 20.
the original budget. So I mean, added quite a few vehicles, and then the new vehicles, as sheriff indicates, all require $15,000 to $20,000 for equipment. So we picked all that up. I think trying to find where.
How long is the lease on those? Like
It depends on the market value. Enterprise says sometimes we'll keep them for 1 year, like the F-350s. And then when we go to sell those, we make about $10,000 off of those vehicles because we buy them at the government purchasing power. And then some of our other vehicles like the F-150s and these Tahoes, it depends on the market value. So we could keep those up to 3 to 4 years, and we sell them when Enterprise recommends that we're going to get the most bang for our buck.
But what about the 20 grand and lights? So is that just kind of out the window at that point?
So you try to roll over that equipment into the next vehicle so you can
Gotcha.
So if we try to keep an F-150 for 4 years, we try to keep the equipment for, if we keep an F-150 for 2 years, we try to keep the equipment for 4 years, and we'll rip out that equipment and put it in the next vehicle.
So Chris, then if the leasing program is working as advertised, we shouldn't worry too much about these leasing budget things because, within a year or two, we're going to get it back as a sale. So.
Well, that's the idea, but it's not working as we originally intended because of the commodity shortage. Okay. And so we didn't anticipate COVID. We didn't anticipate difficulty in procuring vehicles. A lot of the dealerships stopped giving government discounts. This whole program is kind of relative to those government discounts. And so basically what happens is you get a big discount purchasing these vehicles in a government cooperative, and then you keep them until you kind of eat up that discount. And then there's a parity between what you owe and what the vehicle's worth. And the perfect time to sell is when you hit that parity. But we haven't been able to do that as much as we hoped because of the lack of availability of vehicles and some of the dealerships not providing government discounts. Then there was a time where we couldn't get any vehicles at all, and so we had to get them locally, and those were really expensive. We had I think 6 trucks or something for a while there.
Yep. Yeah, we're trying to get rid of those 6 trucks that we currently have, and we're trying to do the government purchasing power. So that'll also go down when we get that. When we do factory orders, we typically get $10,000 to $20,000 off of a vehicle when we do factory orders from placing it in a big order. But like Chris said, there for a little bit, like during COVID, no factories were accepting orders, and so we had to go down to the local dealerships and buy cars at the same market value as what you would get it off the street. So that really hurt our program.
But hopefully that will, pan out as that whole supply shortage gets resolved. Hopefully. But anyway, obviously we have to increase. So I just looked at the revenue. So we've got about $146,000 this year so far in the sale of the motor vehicles. So, we increased it by 165,000. We also, brought in almost 150,000 and selling off the other vehicles. So it's not as bad as it looks.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Then with the jail, this trustee incentive account, this is the money that we use to pay the inmates to work. I want to. So, switch back over to the budget software and just cover a few other little tweaks that we made today to the sheriff and the jail budget. So we'd originally in our capital projects fund budgeted to spend, I think, like around 34,000 on some speed trailers. But there's, I believe a state agency that's going to purchase those for us. So Jameson asked if he could not spend, we're not going to spend the money on capital projects. And so we added that back in, that same amount of money back into his budget to cover some other possible expenses. So Jameson, we've got 3,500 going to professional and technical services. If you have any explanations that you want to give, feel free to just chime in. Might have been something that Shan put together.
I can talk on the 23,000 that we budgeted for the speed trailers. I applied for a grant. It sounds like we've got it. We just haven't got the official document. But what we're finding is we're finding bills that just appear out of nowhere. Like we got one today for fingerprint software. It was, let's see, the jail's fingerprint machine of a yearly expense was $6,200. And then the sheriff's office does fingerprints for the public. That was $3,500. And then another thing that we're finding too is when we hired these deputies, we didn't budget for the vests that go along with them, nor their laptops. Like a laptop's $2,500. Each deputy has to have a laptop. And so my idea is to take that $23,000 that we had allocated for the speed trailers, paid for the fingerprint software that we were required to have, and then put the rest of the money back into my 800 account so I can buy things like the bulletproof vests and the laptops for the guys and those little things like bulletproof helmets that we didn't budget for, those things.
Yeah, and then there was also a little bump to like 6,200 to professional and technical and jail also. So that's probably is that fingerprint related as well?
Yeah, and then we Spillman as well. I mean, they wanted another 14 grand for this mapping system we have to go to, and now the city's on with our Spillman. And so we budgeted for that as well. It was 14,836 for the mapping software for professional and technical.
Okay, so anyway, those three accounts that I just showed, it's a wash because we're not going to spend it out of capital projects. So once I reconcile this, I'll just, it's going to increase the Fund 10 bottom line, which means I'll just decrease the amount of money that we're sending to capital projects by the same amount to zero back out. That makes sense. So it's not really an increase to the total amount of money spent. It's just being moved around. All right, I think that covers it for sheriff and jail. Back to my other screen. Thanks, Jameson. I think, does anybody have any other questions for Jameson before he takes off? All right, thanks, Jameson.
Thanks, guys.
So then another little salary and benefits adjustment in the building inspector's office. Again, it was just related to, we tend to try to budget sort of middle of the road. I think with the sheriff's deputies, I budgeted around step 6 or 7, which is kind of middle of the pay scale. But they ended up hiring step 15 for a lot of them. So we had to make that adjustment. It's kind of similar with the building inspector. Building inspector we hired had more experience than the budget for, so we had to bump up the salary and benefits to catch up with that. In emergency management, Tor has been clocking some overtime, which didn't have a budget, so I had to add that in. Jameson actually requested 10,000 overall, so we split emergency management between general fund and fund 17, I think. So we'll get down to that a little bit, but that's adding overtime budget. At the Grant Center, I just noticed that our budget for their 2 vehicle leases was not sufficient to cover the actual annual cost, so I bumped that up to just what the actual is for the lease. And then with Spanish Trail Arena, there's a few little tweaks. This is just, more or less relative to some actual needs. We took one of the line items down a little bit and transferred it over to lease payment to help cover, again, the actual lease for Puesta's vehicles. Just a few other adjustments to maintenance and inventory projections. Then next at the airport, we got the 30,000 on the expense side for the armed training. Then here you can see the original transfer to capital projects was about 3.4 million, and it's been reduced down to 2.6 million. But again, most of that change is relative to eliminating the revenue from pulling out of the general fund balance, so that accounts for about 507,000 of it. So it's not really as big a reduction overall. The bottom line is that it's in the books because I canceled out the draw of the fund balance for the general fund, and then made up for that by just decreasing the transfer to capital projects. Okay, so now for the big money. August. So, I mean, this is really the main reason why we have to do a big mid-year budget amendment relative to HB 416. So I'll just start off with the revenue side of it. So obviously we're transferring what we're calculating to, to be the second half of the year of what would have been diversification funding. Actually, a slide on this. Okay, and then just moving it over to, if you just want to
You have to stop sharing.
Okay. I'll just let August roll through this.
Okay.
I don't know if we have to go through every single line item. That might take a long time, but maybe just hit the high points.
I mean, I think I can go through each of them really quickly, and that way we can get through this, but also make sure that the commission knows it's in here. It's comprehensive. Because I have it all on the slide, so we can shoot pretty quickly. So, and look at your, actually. So just like quick revenue changes as shows in here. That 481, 170, up to the tourism promotion and down from the diversification side represents July through December 2022. Total TRT revenues, do the math, that's what is left over in economic diversification. So that's the number that we're using as the estimate there of what would be spent on diversification, but it cannot be because laws changed. There's a co-op marketing grant that I'll explain at the back end of this. And then for the contribution to the fund balance, I assume, Chris, that number came from this 947231, which is making it balance, basically.
Yeah, so we'd originally, I see that. Yeah. So if those who are involved in the budget process last year, you recall that we budgeted to pull more money out of fund balance for several different things. And it was 385,000. And so we've increased that by 947,000. And that's taking all of our diversification money out of the fund balance, spending it right now. So we increased that, draw off the fund balance to take every last cent of our diversification balance so that we can spend it again.
And yeah, and that you know, that those numbers come from, we shared this at the last meeting. There's some conversation about where does that kind of changed forecast come in. It's right here. So the 2023 revenues. So this 500 number is the previous forecast. First quoted at 529 number, I believe. So we provide an additional 30,000 to those capital fund programs. So what we've been discussing today on the diversification side generally today and in this next meeting is this additional not yet committed dollar. So this all balances out. So you've taken all the revenues, all the expenses, and that's what I plugged into this whole thing. Yeah. Okay, so revenue changes. Here we go. And then I'm just going to really quickly go through these changes to salaries, overtime, benefits. It's just reflecting basically the forecasted numbers that Renee ran for economic diversification use staff time from the beginning of the year through the end of this month. The $60 of overtime that got charged. Under for what's called travel, so that's 210. That's where I'm placeholding the Redtail Air contribution of $95,000. So that's captured there. Under the what's called public notices, that's where I'm placeholding the contribution to capital funds contributions. So that's right now at 390,000. Fuel and equipment lease for both the general department costs that are being transferred towards the side of the office. With the budget really. Under professional services, 20,600 is being accounted for on the tourism side of the budget to cover general fund costs incurred by our office. 4,500 was added here to cover our Vista contribution, and that's where the $100,000 for the strategic planning, as previously discussed, is accounted for. Memberships, the 455 is what was actually spent. There's no additional fund necessary for additional memberships out of the side of the budget, so that's where that change comes from. Staff engagement, same thing. 330 covers actuals, additional funds are transferred to the tourism side. Same for cell phone allowance. Community engagement piece covers the incurred costs plus grand summit. So there's like 125 for the pizza we paid for at a meeting, basically, plus the summit grand summit costs. Under program marketing, originally budgeted for 45. Now it's at 5 to cover that Sun News column, as discussed earlier. SBDC contributions, budgeted at the beginning of this year for 100,000 annual contribution. Now it's 400 to account for the 300,000 total contract value plus the $100,000 that y'all are committing. Inventory moved over to the tourism side of the budget. Conference workshops line is where the flood grant liability, there's 2 grants paid out of this year that didn't get accrued back into 2022, so we have to cover that in this year's budget. Additional funds are transferred to the tourism side of the office. The 142,976 number is the total remaining liability for the STAR grant that can't be accrued back to 2022. So that's covered here. That includes mostly second checks plus the ABC Thompson grant. The workforce development line captures the contribution to the Grand County School District's Success Center. And that's everything on the diversification side in terms of expenses. So I'm just going to keep chugging along unless you talk to that. For rec film and conventions, these are just covering actual expenses. And then I drew down a small amount of money to basically cover those costs out of this inventory line that was ever utilized at this point. So those are just actuals, housekeeping. It's changed to expenses on the tourism side. So as mentioned, this accounts for that 481,170 number is what these changes net out to. Overtime covers costs incurred, travel, and so everything on this tourism side has been reviewed by the Travel Council Board and affirmatively approved. There's a handful of things that have changed since then that I will make clear to the Travel Council Board, but very, very minor. So travel was I guess I should take one breath. We worked through this process with staff and the board to look at, okay, for this year we have 480-ish thousand dollars that can be spent towards tourism activities that previously weren't going to be able to. So that's where that initial summer marketing campaign and other things came out of. We also looked at all of the accounts that had increased costs due to flight costs going up or travel expenses going up, and just try to basically do all of our housekeeping in one go, make sure that these are going to account for our activities throughout the year. So this has gone through a handful of process with our staff and travel. So for travel, there's an increase to add a travel council board member to attend the Utah Tourism Conference, the additional staff to attend some events, some conferences. If you have questions about specific conferences. This is where that admin services came back from the diversification side into the tourism side to pay for that general fund costs. Fuels where the fuel came to from the diversification side. On the equipment lease, that accounts for some office equipment that we have primarily, but we also moved the vehicle lease to that line on the diversification side. So that's where that 12,000, it should be plus 12,264, excuse me here. Under professional services, there's a couple small changes. Got a new email server, included the full cost of Wonder Maps, some small website hosting domain development costs, and then our crowd roof costs changed a little bit mid-contract. Here, we'll be bringing that back to the commission for consideration. Crowd roof is the tool that we crowdsourced images basically for social media. Memberships increased for kind of Melissa's recommendation to ensure that we remember the National Tour Association, and just motor coach tours and the Trace membership. Staff engagement, this is absorbing that general department costs that came from the diversification side. Under responsible rec advertising, as Mary put forth in her motion, when the commission was considering that summer campaign, the $300,000 was floated as the max amount as the Travel Council recommended. The commission was kind of going back and forth, and Mary recommended a compromise motion of $250 for the summer campaign and kind of placeholding $50 for some kind of to be determined responsible rec campaign of some sort. So I baked that in here, so that money is there. It's not dedicated to anything at this point, just for reference. Cell phone allowance, same deal from the diversification side to the tourism side. On the community engagement piece, this captures all of the event grants. So we gave a total of $67,500 out of $80,000. As you'll see in a second, we zeroed out that special event grant line because all of those grants were given out as community event grants. And then there's just that additional $5,000 in community event costs that came over from the economic diversification. Here, inventory came over from the economic diversification side. We upped the MIC contribution amount to represent the amount in the grant contract that was signed in December of last year to make sure that we can pay that. Under the special event grant, as I said, that was zeroed out as all of the grant funds for the event programs were given through the community event grant program, and therefore that account number. Increase of $50,000 to capture the contribution to the county fair. Zeroed out the Moab grant. As a reminder, that was marketing for awesome businesses focused on how do we support our tourism businesses through the tourism side of the budget. It ran last year and could have had improvements given the fact that we're kind of understaffed and shifting to a lot of gears, likelihood of fixing this program, developing it, making it successful. It's just not going to happen. So in order to help balance this budget, zero that line item out. Under data, this captures the changes to kind of our data packages, much discussed as approved by the Travel Council Board and yourselves. Paid media, this captures the summer campaign increase. There's unanticipated costs that I moved over to professional services to cover the water maps cost. There's an additional $40,000 in here to help cover additional co-op marketing campaigns as discussed today, like the Canada one for different markets. And then I'll explain this in the last slide, but needed to add some TRT money to the fly market campaign that we already executed and paid for to make sure we can make good on our bills with love. And I'll explain why in just a second. Under earned media, increase this for Melissa's request and working with the state. She asked the state's kind of earned media folks what would be a good budget to contribute to their programming. That's where that number came in. Look through all our own media projects, and then had a handful of follow-ups with Mark in which he let us know that there is some editing fees already on the books that I hadn't accounted for in the budget, so I increased dollar amounts accordingly. Travel trade shows covers Melissa's additional costs as requested. Same with international sales missions. A tiny increase to the visitor education line. I didn't need to go there, but that's what ended up. Or some multilingual boards that we put at the airport in the MIC for purchase time entry information. I'll do the website costs first, and I'll come back up to creative services. Basically, functionally cut 10,000 from this cost, which is going to go towards the development of a kind of web platform to do visitor education. It's not, we're not doing that. I paid for that elsewhere. We utilized the budget, and we had $15,000 flood grant costs that were liable on the tourism side of the budget, and then cut this kind of random $3,000 number to balance the budget from the creative services side. This is where there's some interesting math that's worth going over. So for the co-op marketing grant around 2022, or around 2020, so this is 2 years ago. Elaine and the Travel Council applied for the full amount, was awarded the full amount. 2020 happened. From what I can tell is that basically Elaine directed Love Communications to revise down the spending plan for this campaign from the full amount of $498,000 to this $220,000 number. I'm not aware if that was commission direction or staff direction, but that is what happened. And basically what that means is that, long story short, we didn't use as much of the grant fund from around 2020 as we signed a contract for that MOU. And so from their back end accounting system, rather than say, you should cut us a check for balance, they're just going to net that out of the payment for this round 2022. So that's functionally what that means is that this says $76,791 is being added from TRT funds to this year's fly market campaign, where we anticipated grant funds to cover that. So this is captured in the budget. It's free behind the scenes budgetary stuff on the UOT side, but want to make sure it's captured. Wanted to explain it. Did a little bit of a botched explanation with the Travel Council. So this is really the only thing that has like questions here, but we're covered for our obligations and have paid out. I think that's it. I didn't like that. Any questions?
Well done.
There's more to go.
No, it's just me.
All right, so any questions for August before we finish this?
Happy to elaborate, truly.
Yeah, no, that was impressive, August. Thanks.
Let me just finish off my part of it here real quick. Okay, so then again, in Fund 17, this is where like the other half of our emergency management budget is, and some dispatch budget as well. Got a $70,000 grant, which I brought in to the revenue side, and then also reciprocally put it on the expense side, so increase the budget by 70,000 due to a grant, and put the other 4,000 in the overtime budget over here. Then in stormwater mitigation, some tweaks there too. So I added $30,000 for our BRIC grant revenue. And then contributions from other agencies. This is at this point all relative to our NRCS project on Pack Creek. So if you recall, we got an original award and then we applied for an increase to that award and got that as well. So we're picking up the increase. We're adding in that federal money from NRCS, adding in $100,000 contribution for the Transportation Special Service District, and then $50,000 from Roads Department. So increase that NRCS revenue by about $296,000, and balance this out with a little bit of an increase. We have a match to make on NRCS, and so this $68,618 is our match, which we're going to draw off the fund balances in Fund 18. On the expense side, worked with Bill Hulse to figure out, relatively accurately what we have left to pay on our NRCS projects. So we've got about $4,000 left to pay on one component of it, and about $443,000 left to pay on the other component. And then we've got our BRIC grant expense as well that I plugged in. So that's just shoring up our BRIC grant and RCS projects. Then the designated fund, a component of a grant that Search and Rescue got. Part of it went to the general fund to cover expenses related to Moab Health, our mental health services. And the other component of the grant, I can't remember exactly what it could be spent on, but Search and Rescue wanted to be sure that was set aside for them. That's what our designated funds are. Designated funds are different than our other most of our other accounts, which just kind of get zeroed out every year and rebuild. The designated funds roll over every single year. And so this is, if we want to track any particular amount of money for any particular purpose and carry it across the years, that's where we put it. So Search and Rescue has an account in the designated fund, and putting part of that grant there. Then there's just one other thing that I didn't get into the packet. Bring up. Let's see. Back to my budget software. So then Fund 47, which is our Parks, Recs, and Trails Fund. This is where Grand County Active Transportation and Trails lives, and our big projects like Spanish Valley Drive Pathway and paved path maintenance, etc. It's funded out of this fund. So Maddie told me that our Forest Service grant got bumped up to $60,000. So I added that, bumped the Forest Service grant from $25,000 to $60,000. And we've also got, and I haven't really plugged these numbers in yet because I have to do some math to calculate how to make the balance, but we got about $82,662 for a bleach fee Trail Ambassador grant that includes OHVs, equipment, and some trailers. So that on the revenue side, bump that up with some increases in grants, and then reciprocally on the expense side, add 35,000 to salary and benefits, and this is related to the Forest Service grant. So they increased Forest Service grant amount, but I think we're going to have to increase the salary and benefits reciprocally because we're just to cover that in-kind match. Then I need to also add in capital equipment, the 82,662 for the UTV stuff. So I just wanted to get those in. I haven't really finalized it in the budget software yet, but just want to make sure we captured it in the public hearing. That's all.
All right. Thanks, Chris. So I guess now I would open the public hearing, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll now open this public hearing to accept input on a 2023 mid-year budget amendment. Is there anyone who would like to be heard on this? It doesn't look like we have anyone in the chambers. Is there anyone on the line who would care to comment on the mid-year 2023 budget amendment? Yeah.
I want to go, I want to know what the accountability is with the money spent with our commission. I guess I'm concerned because we had a commissioner in the past go and do some things when they went upstate that ended up costing the county a huge amount of money through litigation, through work. And I know when I go, I give a agenda to show what I've done, who I've met with, what I'm going on. I mean, I think we need to go to the state. We need to go to the federal government. I'm not opposed to that. But I want to make sure if we're spending that kind of money, that we have some type of system for accountability. That we know that when they go up there, they're working for the county. And that it's something that is supported by the entire, that is supported by the commission and not something rogue that happened with the change of government, which happened and it was caused huge amounts of problems, not only in our county, but in the county government itself, but in the county itself, it created huge amounts of problems. So I'm okay with, changing the budget where people spend a significantly amount more if we have some form of accountability for it.
I would propose that this isn't the right venue for that discussion. With the budget amendment. I'm not sure, maybe a discussion item, future consideration. What
Well, it is our policy actually that anybody that gets, per diem or reimbursements is supposed to provide, some documentation about why they're traveling. So.
Yeah, and
That's typically, the clerk's office that would enforce that.
Yeah, and I think it's fair, especially when we're so far over budget. It's one thing, and in the end, we have budgets for a reason, and so it's one thing to be over budget a little bit, but when we're so far over budget, yeah, I think we need to start having some accountability to that. And it's halfway through the year.
So I'm certainly willing to address it if you decide this is the time to do so, Jock. It isn't anything.
What does everyone else think? I mean, this is the discussion of a budget amendment. We're 6 hours in right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my thought there isn't any urgency, and maybe it could be discussed some other time.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty late.
Yeah, and if there's policies in place with the clerk's office, maybe that's the, where any kind of review would start.
Well, I think you have to remember also that not all commissioners were working or involved in creating their own budget.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Bill was not here last year. He couldn't have told us what his budget should have been because he wasn't here. He wasn't working in through the budget process. But also, you know, it requires some experience to understand what these vehicles. So just keep that in mind.
That's to, sorry to speak on it, but I didn't know I would be attending open session and or UAC events last year.
So, you know, as we move forward, you guys will have a better understanding of what your expenses are. And for next year, you'll be able to communicate that.
So, so we agreement that we'll put this on as a discussion item on,
Just on account of.
right, on a future.
Yeah.
Future agenda and looping, it sounds like looping the clerk's office in on that discussion would be. I don't know.
Just think,
Sure.
technically the auditors need to know that all the expenses are relatable to county business. And so sometimes just a receipt isn't really enough to pass muster with the auditors if they happen to pull, because they do sort of like a scattershot test.
Yeah.
They'll just pull invoices randomly and check out what they see. Is documentation present that's sufficient to verify that this is legitimate county expense. So, you know, that's sometimes it's obvious, but sometimes it's not. I mean, it's just like a restaurant tab, gas bill or something. It's, you know, might not be enough to verify what the auditors say. But anyway,
Okay.
I don't go into that anymore.
In terms of the budget hearing, I know this, we don't typically comment during the hearing, but I'm comfortable with the amendments as presented.
Budget is presented. Yeah, thank you, Evan. And as far as keeping the hearing open, I think normally we'd keep it open until the 28th because we'd have a meeting on the 4th, which we don't. Should I keep it open until the 12th then, or?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, I did ask if there was anyone online. It didn't look like there was any online. Nope. Okay, so we are accepting comment on the budget amendment. You can email commission@grandcountyutah.net if you have comments, or we'll be taking comments up until 5 o'clock on Wednesday, July 12th, and we will have this as an action item at our July 18th meeting. Okay.
Okay.
All right, great. So we have one more public hearing. Public hearing on, this is agenda item number 26, public hearing on the possible disposition of parcel number 02-0008-0059 located at approximately 1150 Murphy Lane, Moab, Utah. Chris.
So yeah, we've received some private sector interest in purchasing part of this parcel. And let me just back up, I guess. This parcel is on Murphy Lane, and it's the big, you know, gravel pile, basically the county borrow pit, which is immediately next to the bowling alley and the old sorting building. So we have received some interest in purchasing part of that for the development of workforce housing. So in order to even consider any proposals, we have to go through, or we have to work through our property disposition ordinance that we adopted a couple of years ago. That includes a public hearing and soliciting comments, you know, and then if next month you guys decide that you do want to approve the disposition, we put out, like, you know, probably like a request for proposals publicly, and then set a, you know, a limit on the time frame for that. Then at some point evaluate those proposals and decide if you want to move forward with any of the more engaged negotiation or whatever. So approving the disposition doesn't obligate you to sell the property, you know, but it is an essential part of selling property according to state law in our. So it's just sort of like the process to get the ball rolling.
Great.
Even reasonably considering the proposals.
If we approve the possible disposition, obviously that doesn't obligate us to sell it any sort of time frame whatsoever. We can, shop it around if we don't like what we see. Just. Yes, Bill.
I have a question just because I know the county uses, the county road department uses what would that be, the east end of that property pretty heavily. But I would think we would want to
Yeah, I think
save
that,
that material use for them or it's.
yeah, I mean, part of it, Bill would be real bad. So. You know, but you know, obviously, if we were to sell part of it, we'd have to do, some kind of subdivision or lot adjustment or whatever. We'd have to go through planning and moving to actually, back to a subdivision of that property. But, I think that it's pretty clear from everybody that I've talked to, commissioners, private sector entrants, that they don't want to buy the whole thing. They don't want to sell the whole thing. So, but at this point, it's one parcel. So that's the only way to advertise it is to hold a public hearing for the entire parcel.
And we also received I know the commissioners like Larry, we received public comment through a couple of emails as well on this as well.
Yeah, we did get several, or not several, maybe 5 or 6, I think, came in. So we'll include any email comments in the packet for when we have it set for approval. Right. I mean, those comments technically came in before the public hearing. So
We've always included those, right? Yeah. Okay, great.
And you'll do the same thing, keep that open.
Yeah, I think the 12th, that makes sense for sure, since we don't have the meeting. Okay.
The 12th or the 18th?
Well, we usually keep the public comment open until the Wednesday before our meeting, so we
got
can get all the information on the packet. Okay, so I will open this public hearing on the possible disposition of parcel number 02-008-0008-0059 located approximately 1150 Murphy Lane, Moab, Utah. Is there anyone who would like to make comment on this at this time on our Zoom? It appears not, so I will keep this public hearing open until July 12th at 5 o'clock. You may email commission@grandcountyutah.net or otherwise make comment.
Okay, and so we're saving all discussion about whether it's a good idea to proceed with this initial step or the 18th. Is that
right?
That's
for
a
the
good
action
idea,
item.
don't you?
Yeah.
It's a reminder.
I know, I'm like, we're all starting to do,
Yeah.
and it was really hot for a brief period of time. That's what really sucked the energy out.
But yes, absolutely.
You're wrong. It's too cold right now. The temperature was perfect for about half an hour and then it got cold again. So
I'm cold. That's my struggle. Now let's schedule another discussion item on.
All right. It looks like with that, we've reached the end of our agenda. So
Thanks,
I will
Chris.
adjourn this regular meeting of the Grand County Commission at 8:10. Thanks. Or I'm